Are people here?
Hello, everybody, and welcome. It's our first stream of Season 7. My name's Slowwolf. I am your streamer slash one of your hosts and one of your casters for today. Joining me today, we've got two other people. We got the champion of Season 5 dopping in here, EDT, and we've got Faith. Hello, you two.
What's up, guys?
Faith, what you do? I need to give you a longer intro than just, it's Faith!
I used to play in Alpha. I played in some of the first couple of seasons. I think I got 4th place in like Season 3 or something.
Right on.
And I played in not last season, but the season before, and I got knocked out in pods by a mirror list. Which was a bit annoying.
Yeah, I can imagine. That said, it's good to have you here. It's good to have a couple of people that know how to play the game way better than I do on the cast. And today's going to be an interesting game. Not just because it's the hotness of two of the single most durable armies on the planet, but also because we've got the tournament organizer and one of the judges of Alpha League coming together in a heated tete-a-tete, as it were. Deathguard versus the Dark Angels.
Woo!
If you guys want to see the lists, exclamation mark, lists would have worked had this been my chat, but that's not the case. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly rectify that mistake as soon as I can and start posting lists in the chat. But we will go over the lists promptly. And in fact, I think we should probably go over them right now. What do you two think about that idea?
Let's do it.
Sounds good.
All right, so let's go ahead and get things started. In the red corner, we've got Curie. Sitting here with some Dark Angels, some Dangels, as it were. The Dangels list is...
Curie.
Sorry?
Get in there.
Curie.
Curie. Not
Curie! Fine.
Curie,
I like
yeah.
Curry better, though.
Love it.
But that said...
Who doesn't love a good curry?
Exactly! That said, it is well worth remembering that Curry knows exactly what he is doing. Let's see, just getting the right chat and everything up and running. Do you have their list in front of you? If so, would you like to go through it? All right, go for it, EDT. What do we got?
Sure thing. I'll run you through it. This is DA, Curie's totally original alpha list, as he says. So, we've got the Ravenwing Talon Master to start with the Arbiter's Gaze relic. That's the new relic that says the Talon Master always hits on a 2-up, including in Overwatch. It also turns off cover saves. And then he's got a Primaris Chaplain on bike who's got the Wise Orator, so he's got 2 different abilities. He's the Master of Sanctity, so he's doing Exhortation of Rage and Canticle of Hate. So Canticle of Hate's the +2 to charge, Exhortation of Rage is +1 to wound. He's got the Reliquary Repentant, which is a really strong Dark Angels relic that says that an enemy unit that's within 3 cannot take an invuln save of a 5+, basically better than a 5+. So it makes kind of any opponent who's got a really tough to crack invuln save unit just totally neutered. The kind of drawback is that you got to be 3 inches away, but he's on a bike, so he can always kind of zoom his bike chaplain up and use that ability when he needs to. He's taken a tactical squad today. Bringing back the old Marines, I guess. Trying to fill out that slot. In the elite slot, he's got the Judiciar, who is the guy who has that Fight Last ability. And he's paired it with a Dark Angels Warlord trait that lets you heroic 6 inches instead of 3.
Huge.
So because the Judiciar has to be real close for that ability to go off, it's no longer like the 6-inch bubble. So now being able to heroic 6 means if he's positioned next to his bricks of Terminators, he might be able to get that heroic off. Then he's got 2 fast attacks, identical attack bike squads with multi-melt and multi-melt to heavy bolter. So those are, really good in Dark Angels, a lot of melt-a-shots, pretty relevant in the current meta. Totally makes sense. Yeah. And he's got a Whirlwind with the Whirlwind Castellan launcher. And the Whirlwind is a really interesting tech piece because it has that auto fight last stratagem you can use once it hits a target. So between that and the start of the next detachment, which is Ezekiel, he has 2 different fight last abilities on top of the Judiciar. So 3 fight lasts in total. So a lot of ways to kind of do that to blunt whatever might be hitting his Terminators. So starting off that next attachment, he's got the Deathwing Vanguard, which he's refunded CP for because they're all part of that special Dark Angels attachment. He's got Ezekiel with Mindworm, Engulfing Fear, and Mind Wipe. So Mindworm is enemy takes a mortal wound and then fights last. Engulfing Fear is it turns off Obsec and it stops an action from going off if it's cast on a high enough value. And then Mind Wipe is pick a unit. It loses one of its aura abilities for that phase, for that turn, basically. So these are the three. None of these are buffing his guys, but they're all really powerful, like ways to debuff your opponent. So all really strong abilities. And then he's got a Bladeguard Ancient with the Pennant of Remembrance. That's been changed lately, so that's pick a unit in your command phase, and that unit is -1 damage. So that's going to be going on the Deathwing Terminator Squad or the Terminator Assault Squad. Just makes them already super hard to kill because they have permanent transhuman from the Inner Circle rule. They, have 2-up armors, maybe 1-up with storm shields, 4-up invulns, total bricks. So once you add the -1 damage, then all of a sudden flat 3 doesn't crack that. And of course he has Apothecary, so that's 6-up deal no pains. All of a sudden you need like flat 4, and then you're not doing it. So really durable. So getting to those 2 bricks, he's got a Deathwing Terminator Squad with 5 Thunderhammer Storm Shield, 5 Lightning Claws. He's got a Terminator Assault Squad with 4 Thunderhammer Storm, basically 5, the same thing, 5 Thunderhammer Storm Shield, 5 Lightning Claws. And the reason why he's taken this one as a Terminator Assault Squad instead of a Deathwing Terminator Squad is because he has a Teleport Homer in the unit, which will let him kind of get a little tricksy redeploy later in the game if he needs to. And then the last unit I briefly mentioned is the Ravenwing Apothecary with the upgrade for Chief Apothecary, Selfless Healer. So he can pick back a unit up, a model up per turn, and heal the flat 3 and the 6-up feel no pain in 6-inch auras because he's Dark Angels. Just guy's a total beast. And the little tech piece that he picked there is he gave the Apothecary the Astartes grenade launcher instead of the Plasma Talon because there's a Dark Angel stratagem for 1 CP or maybe 2 where it's shoot a unit with a grenade launcher, they can't fall back. So he's slotted that little tech piece into the Apothecary. And that about rounds the list out.
Yeah, it's a really powerful, very durable list, focusing on making sure that your objectives, wherever you want them to be, are going to be sitting there solidly for the entire game. You also have a lot of different tech pieces, like you mentioned, just to keep things around, do some not fallback, get rid of some invuln saves, or at least greatly reduce them. There's a lot to be said for the power of the list, and I especially like the Judiciary, and the Whirlwind is actually a neat little piece too. And it's also worth mentioning that the Talon Master on his own is just a bit of a beast at range as well. As Pants has mentioned in the chat, it's worth mentioning that the attack bikes have a heavy bolter in each of the squad, not only to keep the points down for while we stand we fight, but I mean, worst case scenario, now you've gotten a Blade of Wound, so you don't lose a multi-melta first thing if your attack bike squad gets attacked or shot at. You lose a heavy bolter, which is still useful. It's not bad, but it's certainly expendable by comparison. So, that's the Dark Angels list. Very powerful list brought here by Curie. Now let's go over to take a look at this Deathguard list, and I've played against this list, so I'm going to quickly go through it, and how brutal it can be. To start things off, we've got ourselves a battalion of Deathguard. They are the Inexorable, which makes sure that they are hard to charge effectively due to their CP stratagem. It's nasty. It syncs up really well. They also have a Warlord trait that gives them an aura of additional -1 AP, which is going to be particularly powerful with their fire base. First things first, we got our Lord of Virulence. He is as he is. Big flamer dude right here. Has a twin heavy flamer with plague weapon attached to it. It's fine. The main thing for him is that he's got the Ferric Blight Contagion, which allows him to give the -1 AP to nearby units that are shooting. He also has a Malignant Plaguecaster. This is mostly here to add on the Miasma of Pestilence. It also has access to the ability to buff out the size of a contagion, and you can do some pretty nasty tricks with that. Alongside that, we got 2 squads of 20 Poxwalkers. These bodies keep coming back. They're extremely flexible. In the command phase, you can you know, spawn more of them to steal an objective or something along those lines. And they're OBSEC, which is, like, great. There are also great screens, which we'll get to a reason for that in the very, very soon. We have 3 squads of Death Shroud Terminators, 1 of 4, another 1 of 4, and then 1 of 5. These guys are a menace. I cannot explain to you how much damage they can do in close combat. With the -1
50-point custodians with 4 up invul. I just want to say that 50-point custodians with 5 attacks.
Yeah,
they're so crazy.
Yeah, and that's not even counting that they can go into scythe mode to just be like, oh, you had a horde. Emphasis on the word had. Hitting on 2s, wounding likely on 2s, rerolling 1s as well. And they've got 12-inch pistol flamers each, which is just like, look, they're really good, and they're extremely difficult to get rid of with Disgusting Resilient. I love them to pieces and hate them in equal measure. Then we've got 1 Elite's Choice here. Between the 3 characters, we've got a Tallyman, a Foul Blight Spawn, and a Biologist Putrefier. By the end of it, the Tallyman's granting them all a bunch of command points. The Biologist Putrefier is doing, oh man, I don't know what the Biologist Putrefier does off the top of my head.
Mortal wounds in combat. So if he puts it on the Death Shroud and they do their sweep attacks, all of a sudden they have 30 plus attacks that on 6 to wound do mortals.
And then we got the Foul Blight Spawn. This guy is teched out to have all the fight last stuff attached to it as well. Or at least the you don't count as charging, which is important. It's not the same.
He also has a Arch Contaminator on him so that when you're kind of re-rolling ult, if you're fishing for mortals with the Death Shroud and the Biologists, or if you're, you know, re-rolling your Flamers off the Death Shroud, it's Arch Contaminator is pretty huge. And the other thing is on the Biologist Putrefier, he has Living Plague. So he's taking an extra Warlord trait there, which is the also one of the Morty's abilities, which is turn off auras within 3. Oof. Basically. So he's got a couple tech pieces there.
Yeah, for sure. Like, this is where all the tech comes from. Oh, and the Tallyman has an important additional bit here. He can give +1 to wound, if I remember correctly, or something along those lines.
No, he's +1 to hit, and then the relic that he's taken is exploding 6s to hit.
Yeah, that's the one. And the reason why that's... go ahead.
Oh, sorry. The one interesting thing will be when Ezekiel starts picking auras to deny. He has plenty of options for auras to deny.
Yeah, but
it's kind of the thing with the Deathguard, right? You have 4 or 5 characters that all give useful auras, or 4, whatever, in this specific one. So it's like you really have to pick the right one, right?
Totally. And that could change over different turns.
For sure.
Backing this up, we've got a pretty impressive firebase, 2 Plague Burst Crawlers to force the opponent to come to you. Those cannons aren't a joke, especially the entropy cannons. The mortars themselves can do some work. Excuse me. Swallowed water the wrong way. Especially if you give them the +1 damage, they can start chomping down on Gravis armored opponents, or 3 wounders at all. And the entropy cannon is just disgusting. Strength, well, it's only 1 shot, but Strength 8, AP -4, 3 plus D3 damage. Plague Weapon means that it is extremely efficient at what it does if it can land it. Insane. Backing this up, the Chaos Contemptor Dreadnought. Fragile, maybe, but with all the buffs you can give them, including the exploding 6s to hit, the +1 to hit, rerolling 1s, because core doesn't exist yet for Chaos, a bunch of other stuff, these suckers hit
core does exist.
Hard.
They have core.
Then somehow they're reroll ones. Because of something.
No, they have core.
Yeah,
Contemptors they just have core. Yeah, never mind.
For some reason, which
that's the one.
Is why. So they get all the rerolls. They're not plague weapons, at least, so no rerolls to wound.
No,
but they still do the mortals on 6s with what is it, 18 shots per guy?
Yep, and they're exploding 6s to hit as well. Each one of those guns that goes through is damage 2, and you give that AP -1 to make that Strength 6, AP -1, damage 2 profile really work. Damage 2 is in a bit of a weird state right now, but against certain lists, including lists with 4 wound models like Scarabs, or against heavy Primaris lists or something like that, that 2 damage can do a lot of work. They hurt. They really hurt, and they're relatively cheap for what they do in this list. So it's a powerful list. It definitely does the business. It usually just sits on its side of the battlefield, spreading some sickness if it needs to, and controlling the key objectives wherever they are. By turn 5, they start being able to strike across the other side of the board, but the only real downside to this list is its speed. It does not have a lot of it, which means it's relying on its firebase to really control the game for the first 2 or 3 turns. At that point, it starts becoming a little bit difficult if those firebase models get nuked for whatever reason. It's difficult to get to them, though. The Plague, the Poxwalkers, and the Blight Shroud Terminators, Death Shroud Terminators really cause issues on that front.
Yeah, that's a big if too, right? Because these are like no joke tanky models. The Plague Burst especially, like you need some serious anti-tank to even consider going after Plague Burst crawlers with their, like, you know, the fact that they're already T8 still. They have 12 wounds. They have good save. They're just very, very strong and very tanky.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about them, and especially with the new Entropy Cannon loadout. Well, with the new Entropy Cannon rules. Compared to before, they are much stronger. And yes, Pants, I'll agree with you. There are 2 of them per tank, so congratulations. There are, in fact, 2 of these Entropy Cannon shots, but, you know, math says that only one of them usually gets through on a regular basis. If you hit and wound with both of them, then that's a good day. They are still very scary. You do need to be careful about them. But, yeah, that mortar is what's going to force a lot of interesting decisions. It'll work well against a lot of different armies. Okay, it seems like we're still kind of sitting here on an open battlefield. I'm going to go ahead and just poke Arrowvar. At Arrowvar. Go for it. In the meantime, how do you guys think, what do you guys think about these lists?
I think it's a very interesting and very even matchup. These are probably two of the absolute strongest lists in the meta right now. They are extremely durable, and they function like a lot in fairly similar ways, because they all have like very tanky Terminators, and like they rely on these super tanky, slow-moving units that take board control and just control, you know?
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Go ahead.
Yeah. These are 2 of the armies that I've been playing with this season, and I'm sure a lot of people have. They're probably some of the more popular ones. The Dark Angels have really powerful secondaries in the Stubborn Defiance that I imagine Curie will be taking and making it his home objective. And because all his Terminators are OBSEC, because they were in that particular detachment, he'll have a lot of options for holding that. And the Deathguard are slow and don't really have a good way to get. He definitely has a bit more speed than Erever does, so I think that could come into play a bit. But yeah, like you were saying, Faith, they both are really durable, and they're all Terminator-centric, so it should be a good matchup in that sense. Should come down to kind of who manages to get their abilities off, because like we said, there's a bunch of tech pieces for both players, but it does seem like the Dark Angels, I think they have a slight edge, given the ability to interact with the opponent's auras in a way that kind of Erever's army does not. Erever's just going to push forward and try to do his thing, whereas Curie has a lot of different ways to kind of manipulate the strengths of Erever's army.
Yeah, they kind of gain the initiative because of that, because they can turn off some of the like super key. It's like the counterplay versus play moment. Like the Deathguard are kind of doing their own thing, but like if Curie gets into a good position and like turns off Arch Contaminator when Death Shroud like, you know, charge, and then make them fight last, and then just wipe out a unit of Death Shroud, that can be like instant game winning, right? If you get like the right combos to just completely disrupt the plan of the Deathguard player.
Totally, and I do think that, believe it or not, the Dark Angels Terminators are actually more durable than the Deathguard are, and that's only because of the Apothecary and the Pennant of Remembrance. Those combinations like are just nasty to crack through.
Now, the players have rolled up battle lines as their mission. A hold 1, hold 2, take and hold style mission with 4 objectives. 2 midway through the battlefield, and 1 on each home objective. It's a pretty strong one, and having rolled up table 6, the only kind of terrain that you're going to see here are these ruins. The new ruins, by the way, which you can remove and add floors as you need to and see fit in order to move your models around. So kudos to Lockjaw for these maps, by the way. They rock.
Yeah.
Now, some of the best maps out
Mm-hmm.
there.
Styled off the WTC stuff, and they absolutely work. This map is a very high-scoring one, I find, but it does require a big scrum in the middle, and between these two armies, we'll have to see who ends up coming out on top. There are more OBSEC models, I think, for the Deathguard, with all the different Poxwalkers and everything, but we'll see how long that lasts compared to what we've got going on here for the Space Marines.
Yeah,
to start things
I
off,
actually played this exact map against Aurobor's list like 2 days ago. Or 3 days ago, I think it was, with my Custodes, obviously, which is very different because it's like a vehicle-centric list. But essentially, I feel like this map always comes down to you either choose to take one side and you just overload one side, and then the map gets cut in half into like it gets cut
in the diagonal.
Yeah, diagonally, or it just becomes a constant struggle for the middle two objectives, and you fight on both constantly. And that was what happened against our war last time, in the end that game went to like, it was a really low scoring game, and I ended up winning by like 2 points. But I think like he learned a ton from that game, because he learned that as tanky as poxwalkers are, if you put them out there, they can get shot to pieces really quickly, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm looking for from our war this game is if you can keep his poxwalkers alive and healthy, and then he can use their like superior numbers of obsec models to hold these center objectives. That's basically what I think this game is going to come down to.
It also looks like you're 100% agree. The obsec in the Dark Angels is way more durable than the obsec in the Deathguard. Yeah. I think if you're right, he can keep the Poxwalkers alive and kind of hide behind a rune and use the Poxwalkers coming back to life strat to get onto objectives when he needs to. That would be really smart. I think Battle Lines is a really good mission. It's generally not the highest scoring, though. I might disagree a little bit, Slowwolf, just because there's only 4 objectives, so primary tends to be a bit lower on average.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely open to being horribly wrong here.
Yeah. It's like very low scoring in even games. In even games, it's like both teams end up with like, scoring 5, 10, 15 primary, like they score 5 the first 2 turns, because both people just move on to the center. Yeah, and that's kind of what it feels like it's going to be here. And like the key really is like if you can keep at least a few poxwalkers alive each turn, like in each squad, then you can just cycle them back, right? That's kind of the key to using poxwalkers. I find you have to not get the unit wiped, so you can just constantly refuel them with the resurrection stratagem, which also allows you to reposition and thus get more obsec bodies on the objectives, and that way control the primary.
Because that stratagem occurs in the beginning of the command phase, and because you score primary at the end of the command phase, you can use it to get onto objectives to score at the start of the turn. Although it should be noted that you can only do it once per unit per game.
Yeah, true.
It is still a really strong stratagem, and effectively takes what Necrons are best at, and at least steals it for a little bit, borrows it before, pretending as if it never happened. And it is very,
except
very
the auto goes off and happens before. It's just so good.
We're just borrowing it, okay? We'll give it back when we're done, but we just want to use it for a little bit.
The Technomancer's all like, hey, that's my shtick, give it back. But it's an absolutely solid way to do things here, and I expect that it will come into handy. As we see the secondaries here, for Erover, we've got Vital Ground, While We Stand We Fight, and Engage on All Fronts. Curie is still picking his secondaries, although Stubborn Defiance is making a very obvious appearance here. So I don't see that changing anytime soon. So let's go ahead and talk about Arrowverse choices here.
Go.
Okay, how about you go for it?
Yeah, a couple hot takes here. So first of all, so Vital Ground. We'll get back to that. While We Stand We Fight. So while I'm looking at Arrowverse list, I'm like, and I was talking to him a bit pregame. Something that concerns me is kind of what his While We Stand We Fights are, and I believe it is his. I think it's his.
It's the Death Shroud.
It's the 3 Death Shroud Terminator squads. Yeah.
Totally, and so me personally, when I'm building a list, I'm very deliberate in baking in certain secondaries. So my Deathguard list is Morty and a bunch of Death Shroud, but my Death Shroud are all 3-man. So that way that the Plague Burst Crawlers that I have are my While We Stand We Fights. And so my 3 While We Stands are Plague Burst Crawler, Morty. So I warp time Morty up and send him away to do his business. There's no way that anyone's cracking my 2 Plague Burst Crawlers. So that's fine, because the Plague Burst Crawlers can contribute to the game while scoring me those While We Stand We Fight points. The thing is with the Death Shroud, as soon as you start committing Death Shroud, you're kind of inclined to do 2 things. One is I want to hide them to score points. The other is I want to use them as a deterrent and a tool to go, knock people off primary. Yeah. And so it kind of puts them in a weird place where, it makes me a bit nervous seeing them as While We Stand, because certainly they're durable, but they're also the kind of hammer that he throws at things.
They're also the thing that will get focused every game. Like, no one is ever going to avoid shooting Death Shroud, because eventually they will catch you, right? Like, it's almost impossible to like avoid Death Shroud the entire game, because especially on a map like this where the center board is going to be like, this entire game is going to take place in close quarters in the center board, right? So like I honestly think it's almost an abject mistake to take while we stand here. It's at the very least is very risky and very confident, because like it relies on you keeping your Death Shroud alive while still using them, because there's no way you don't use them on this map, because then you just lose. So
we'll see.
To look at his
look
at his other secondaries, if you want to look at the other one.
I'm gonna agree with you guys on mostly everything you said. I do think that those Terminators are fairly durable, but I also agree that they need to be used, and that could put them at risk. Curie, on the other hand, has made an interesting play here, already using some stratagems pre-game. We don't know the third secondary yet, but we do know that they've picked Stubborn Defiance and Vital Ground. Again, Vital Ground is one of those ones that's like, look, if you're going to fight for the center, you might as well go for it. It's 2 points per middle objective, which is something you're fighting for anyway. It's worth your time for sure. And if you can somehow take your opponent's home objective, it is a game-winning moment. Stubborn Defiance literally is just sit your dudes on your home objective the whole game and earn 15 points. Is it healthy for the game? Maybe not, but it is definitely the easiest way to full secondaries I've seen. It might actually come up with some problems here just because of the indirect fire from the Plague Burst Brawlers. You will not be able to have that core unit holding the objective easily unless if it's a little bit more durable than just 5 Primaris Marines, which is what we've got here, or 5 Space Marines anyway.
Oh, he's definitely going to have to commit a 5-man Terminator squad, combat squadded, and I think he's willing to put 200 points into scoring 15 primary. So when you build this list to take the secondary, you just do that. You do exactly that. You sit 200 points
and why
of
wouldn't you?
There.
And it looks like that's exactly
like you
the
said,
case.
200 points for 15 primary is like one of the absolute best you could ever, like, deals you could ever find in 40k. It's,
100%.
Totally.
It is ludicrously good, which is something that I've complained about this like quite vocally, that I think some of the codex specific stratagem, or like this is like one of the problems with codex specific secondaries, is that they can really influence how an army plays, and I feel like this makes an otherwise melee centric aggressive army, I think, turns into this like I can kind of camp and just score 15 points army, which I really think is not good for the game, but you know, like it's there. Like, you should always take this, to be honest. It's just way too good.
Totally. The other thing is you want to be baking in your secondaries into your list. This is something I talk about a lot on my channel, which I'll pitch later. But to focus on this, like you want to bake in your secondaries. So he's baked in Stubborn Defiance to the extent that he has at least a combat squad that's going to sit on that objective every game. And then the other thing is so like with I was playing a Dark Angels list that was similar, but the other thing I baked into it was While We Stand We Fight. And I had it so that it was a 10-man brick of Terminators who would then combat squad to score Stubborn Defiance, and then also 2 Talon Masters who were untargetable the whole game. And that way, you know, you are sitting on 30 points of secondaries by doing almost nothing the entire game. And then the third one kind of comes down to maybe you bake in Scramblers, you know, something like that. You have a Deathwing Terminator, a Deathwing Command Squad, which is 2 models that drop down in your opponent's deployment zone and score you Scramblers. Basically, if you can bake in secondaries into your list, you're in a great place. But I think we should talk about Erevor's secondary choices for a bit, because I do think they're a little bit shaky. So he's taken Vital Ground and Engage on all fronts. And something about Vital Ground is just domination, except at the start of your command phase instead of at the end of your turn. So Vital Ground in that sense is a worse domination. But if you combine it with domination, you can kind of score, you're rewarded for doing the same thing and holding it. The other thing is this is a hammer and anvil deployment where the deployments have a extreme depth to them. So taking Engage on this is the hardest map to take Engage on. It's the hardest deployment zone to take Engage on.
Unless you have a fast army which doesn't care about distance because of their inherent speed,
which is not Deathguard.
Not either of these armies.
Which is the opposite of
they are built.
Right. So I think if he's taking Vital Ground, he needs to have taken Domination instead of Engage, and then he could just focus on making sure he puts an OBSEC unit on each of the 2 middle objectives every single turn, because he's already going to need to be there to score Vital. And if he's not doing well in Vital, like Domination is literally easier Vital. It's achieve it by the end of your turn. Vital is I need to have held it through my opponent's attempts to take me off of it on their turn. So
the only difference being you can score half a vital, right? You can hold one and get it. You can hold one of them and get 2 points instead of domination. You have to hold both, right? You have to hold more than your opponent to get it.
Right, but you do get 3, which is.
But you do get 3. Yeah. So I agree with you. I think honestly, if you take vital ground, you should almost always take domination. And it's interesting because that is exactly what he did in the game against me on this exact map the other day. So I am confused because even on that game, he only scored like 4 points on vital, but he scored 8, I believe, or 9, I believe, on domination. So like, even in that game, he should have learned, like from that game we played 2 days ago or 3 days ago, whatever it was. He should have learned that domination is generally easier to score than vital ground, and if you take both, then you have overlapping ideas of what to do. So
curiosity question.
Confuses me.
Always understood. Well, like I agree with you. The domination vital ground stack wonderfully if you can pull it off. Yeah. This will be a tough match for that though, since there's a lot of obstacle all over the place, and controlling the majority of things at the end of your turn is still going to be it's going to be a tough call.
But vital is even harder.
But vital is even harder. Yeah, exactly.
Vital ground rely on you having both middle objectives for 2 points, or each middle objective is worth 2 points?
Each one's worth 2, but you have to hold it so you have to stay on.
You have to hold it for a full
turn.
turn. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the reason why I can see Erever going for that over domination is because of the fact that all the obsec for the Dark Angels is as tough as it is, and as hard hitting as it is. Holding all 3 of those objectives at the end of your turn, when you have a list that hits hard only because of your While We Stand We Fights, seems a little antithetical and difficult to do. If he's going for at least one objective, then that's that's at least 8 to 10 points, which is something. That's the play scramblers there, roughly, which is okay, I think. The main thing I am confused about is engage on all fronts, because of how slow his army is. It can speed up. There are ways to, like, everything's advancing. Nothing has any shooting really that doesn't rely on standing still or having just done a normal move. Everything can advance if it needs to, but I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to get a lot of points out of engage, if I'm being perfectly honest. The other thing that I'm interested about here is the deployment. And I do think that Erever's choices otherwise are fine. Like, Vital Ground and While We Stand We Fight are 2 things that he's trying to build his list around. Run with the idea. Try it out. See what you can do with it. It's the only way, like, if you haven't built your list for anything else, then that's the way to go. But deployment-wise, why are the Poxwalkers hiding? Chat brought this up, and I was going to agree with them. There's not actually all that much incredibly scary shooting that requires line of sight out of the Dark Angels. Like, you've got the Whirlwind, sure, and the Talon Master, but the Whirlwind doesn't require line of sight, and the Talon Master, if it peeks its head out to get shots on Poxwalkers, you're already winning a little bit.
It's untargetable.
It's untargetable, yeah, so it's probably fine.
Yeah, but
I think that is what he's worried about, though, the Talon Master, because the Talon Master can kill, like, what do you think it kills on average, like 10?
It's 18 shots hitting on 2s.
Yeah. It's a lot, and they have no save, and then feel no pain, and it's all 2 damage, right?
The assault cannons
1.
The assault cannons are 1. The heavy bolters are 2.
Yeah. So I think it kills like 8 or 9 or 10 on average. It is really scary for Poxwalkers. But I do agree that I think he's hiding too much, at least. Like, I think he should hide a little bit, but he could apply on the line here and hide behind the the big ruin in the middle, and at least get some cover, right? Like, especially since he has engage, and when he's stringing out like this, that means that he has to get, for engage, you have to be entirely across, right? If I remember correctly. I admit I haven't used it in a while. Yeah. But, so, like, when he's stringing out like this, like he's doing with the Poxwalkers over here, it's going to be incredibly difficult to get, like, even with advance, they move, 5 inches? So, and this is, like,
They move 4 now.
Move 4, yeah, even worse. So it's like, I don't know. He's probably not going to get it until turn 3, right? Like
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, unless he spawns on the other side, I guess. Like, if he shoots half the unit and then respawns models and moves them. But even then,
you need to get the whole unit across. It's pretty slow.
Yeah.
So I'm like pretty reluctant. I play Deathguard. I've been maining Deathguard a lot lately, and I'm always reluctant to take engage. And I have 2 drones and Morty and Warpath.
Yeah, exactly.
And my army ends up doing really well on engage, so I do end up taking it. But I'm always like, eek, like, we're moving kind of slow, My engage turn 1 is Morty, and then my engage turn 2 is like a drone, and then turn 3 and 4, the rest of my army's kind of caught up to the midboard. But like going from that kind of list to a mono Deathguard not having warp time and the army moves really slow, yeah, it's tough for those secondaries.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, at the start, I was thinking this was gonna be a really close game, right? But the more I'm looking at this, it's looking tougher and tougher for Deathguard, which is too bad, because I think it's mainly because he's picked the wrong secondaries, but you know, he could prove us wrong. But
yeah, let's I agree. But in pure Slowwolf style, I'll play the devil's advocate here.
True.
And say that here's one good thing that the Deathguard have, and this is the Dreadnoughts, because the mortal wound output is the singular way that you deal with permanently transhuman Terminators. If the Dreadnoughts are hitting on 2s with the Tallyman, one of them is hitting on 2s. They're both rerolling 1s. Their shots are exploding 6s, and they could, they could reroll 1s with a stratagem, basically, also to wound. And then you just start fishing for mortals, and every single drop save gets a half a dude or whatever it is. That's when you can pick up a 5-man Terminator squad with a round or 2 of shooting.
Yeah.
They almost did that against me, but not with Terminators. I don't have any. But one of those Dreadnought killed 3 Custodians in 1 turn with mortals almost. That's 9 wounds, right? Like if they roll hot, they can just do so many mortals with those 18 shots.
Because it's not the damage 2, it's literally just the mortals.
Yeah, it's just the mortals. Like the damage 2 isn't that scary because you have a 2-up save against it. And it's only AP1 within their contagion, I think. So like, unless he extends his contagion range with something, which he can, which is something he can do. But if he doesn't do that, then it's a 2-up save, right? So it's all about the mortals that are really, really dangerous.
Totally. And then he obviously will be extended the contagion range to get that -1. But if he's shooting at Storm Shield Terminators, they're still on it.
Then it doesn't matter anyway. Yeah, true.
So hopeful that his Dreadnoughts can pick up the slack that the rest of the army is a bit behind on. I'd be interested to see what range Curie has for his Mind Wipe power that turns off an aura. He might not have any range for turn 1. I'd just be interested to see what Curie's first pick is. Because if he's not even eating like Arch Contaminator attacks, because they're only the Death Shroud in combat, more or less, maybe his first one that he goes for is even the Tallyman's Tollkeeper Exploding 6s relic. I don't know.
Yeah. Like every aura is important, right? You can turn off so many important things here. So it's just like, honestly, that power is just kind of very, very, very good. So
they're all really good. It's like fight last,
turn
off obstac.
Yeah. And
turning
they're
off
all on
obstac
one character.
is
That's 130 points, I think. So.
And that has +1 to cast built in.
Yeah. +1. Yeah.
No, it's really good.
It's really good. He's honestly, Ezekiel is an auto take in every Dark Angels list. So
pretty much.
Everyone should have him in every list. He's just way too good.
Totally.
Yeah.
I was running him in one of my Dark Angels builds, which was just like Bikers, Terminators, score your while we semi fights on the Talon Master, score your Stubborn Defiance, and then like either Scrambler or some sort of mission specific or army specific one.
Yep.
Really tough to counter that. You just plant your while we stand on your back objective and you say, okay, so I've got 30 points on secondaries.
It's just gross.
Oh, this is so disgusting.
And then in that list, I'm taking like even just regular bike squads because they have built-in OBSEC. So I'm like, okay, if you don't have, like, I can go use Ezekiel, turn off your OBSEC on this objective, park a 90-point bike squad on the objective, and just deny you primary because the bikes can like move twice, right? So it's like, I can go like 40 inches to like deny primary. So I'm just like, okay, turns 2, 3, and 4, you're scoring like 5, 10 on primary, and like I'm scoring the same thing or like a little bit more, and then it's just like late game, okay, so what's your secondary score? Because I'm like at 45 secondary points.
And he's like, I have 12. I have 15.
Like, I'm trying to engage.
5.
One thing that's been brought up by chat that I actually agree with, though, is that you can't really toss away the units, because at least the Dark Angels can't just throw units away easily because of the amount of firepower that the Deathguard have. it really can hurt. If you use a bike squad to go ahead and try to steal an objective, I mean, sure, that's gonna suck. But that unit will probably
that's not gonna work.
Yeah, not this game, because he's not running. He's not. His attack spikes also don't have obsec, if I remember correctly, right?
That is correct.
Yeah,
They're in the battalion Greenwing kind of squad.
Yeah.
Also, attack bikes never get obsec. It's only through Rite of War that they can get obsec.
Okay. Do we? Does anybody have Rite of War in this list? Actually, I just thought to ask.
No, I don't think he's taking Rite of War because the Terminators are already obsec. Yeah, unfortunately, the Ravenwing specific thing, it gives Outriders and bike squads, specifically bike squads, not attack bikes.
Yeah.
Right. Keyword bike. Yeah. Just like the Whirlwind thing doesn't, the stratagem doesn't apply to Scorpius because it's a Whirlwind Scorpius, not a Whirlwind, right? Different.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Keywords.
Also, I mean, unfortunately, it's like Deathwing Terminators get obsec, but Bladeguard don't. So, same idea. Yeah.
You know, when you're saying this, you're starting to make me feel bad for Dark Angels. Like, why didn't they get all these cool things? I mean,
are you?
I know what.
I just they got everything else. It's fine. Don't give them anything else. They don't need it.
Yeah. Like the army with the most rules in the game. It's like, yeah, no.
What do you mean they don't get perma obsec with Bladeguard veterans? Transhuman.
You just take Rights of War. You just take Rights of War, and then you're like, okay, we're good.
Rights
and
of
they do
War.
have permanent.
That too,
they do have permanent transhuman, so they're fine.
Yeah. And it was like Rights of War, and then it's like, I'm not exactly sure if I can spread around the battlefield enough. I gave him the Vox Spiritum for a 9-inch version of it. In case if you really needed it. Do you need it? No. Good play completely offsets that, but you can certainly you could certainly use 9 inches every once in a while.
We also love that the Ravenwing Apothecary has a 6-inch Feel No Pain aura, and every other Space Marine has a 3-inch Feel No Pain aura.
Yeah, that's the dumbest.
For some reason.
This is the dumbest.
And a bigger model, like the base is huge on the biker, so you can like.
It's so silly.
They just trained at Apothecary School way harder.
Yeah, they are the heroes of the Imperium. Like, the Apothecaries were already the unofficial, like, chapter masters of their respective chapters, but the Apothecary on bike, the Ravenwing Apothecary, is the best of the best of the best of the best. Sir. Like, they are so unbelievably good because of that extra 3 inches for no reason.
Really? Did we just have a roll for the first turn?
Yeah, we did, and Curie's got it. So it'll be Dark Angel's first turn. They enter the Devastator Doctrine, which gives all their Ravenwing stuff the extra 3 inches of movement in the advance and shoot.
Yeah, the advance and shoot is actually... I found out about that recently. I didn't know about that, which is so big, because it gives the Jink as well, right? The 4-up invul.
Yep.
Like the
so
extra
those bikes, those bikes can go super far, and then they do have to suffer the -1 penalty for advancing, but they can shoot their heavy weapons, and they have a 4-up invul for the counterpunch.
Exactly, which is so worth it, like almost always. So good.
Totally. Especially if you have like a chapter master or something, which doesn't have in this situation. But
No, we got Ezekiel. It's enough named characters for you.
No Azrael. Sadness.
I know. He used to love his Azrael castle, so I think he's
yeah, I used to run that for a while too. Like Hellblasters with the 4-up invul. That was fun.
To answer a question from chat, there is no Morty in the list, and I can tell you the exact reason why. Erever does not want to play Morty, and feels that it is too many points for one model, and as good as it is, it's just not his thing. So, he's decided to play a Morty-less list.
Yeah. Which is totally doable.
Yeah.
I don't think Morty is an auto-take anymore in Deathguard, which is cool.
For sure. Yeah, so I've submitted my alpha list in pod 1, I think. Where I'm running Morty. So if you'd like to watch me, if you'd like to watch those games, they'll be streamed at some point. And if you'd like to watch any of my games previously, since I won season 5, go check out my channel, the Competitive Standard 40K, and we have plenty of new Deathguard, new Dark Angels battles, and you'll see Deathguard on a tear with Morty. Warp Time is just beast. Glarg did those list reviews, and he got to mine and was like, I don't understand how this works. Like, trust me, go watch it. Go watch Wordbearer's undeniable stratagem to get Warp Time off. It's nasty.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's...
Honestly, I'd like to play you at some point. I really want to play that list against it. I think that would be a really cool matchup, like Custodes Terminators versus... Or Custodes Dreads versus Morty and Chaos Soup.
Morty's just a very powerful model, and if your opponent
sure.
isn't prepared, he can just win a game on his own.
But
In a competitive
Telemons.
setting, though, yeah, in a more competitive setting where people might have answers to that or other ways to play around it, then yeah, Morty is a quarter of your army, so there might be ways to play around that. As it stands right now, we have our initial moves going out here. We got the Space Marines taking the northern objective over here. Just regular Space Marines topped on there. And seeing as there's not much in the way of being able to remove them outside of Plague Burst Crawlers and potentially some movement and then line of sight from the Contemptor Dreadnoughts, they'll probably end up staying there. They're also the only real target for Transhuman if they are Primaris, which I don't think they are. Nope, they're regular Space Marines. No Transhuman for you.
So they're very dead then.
Yeah, they're gonna die because I mean the Contemptor can just scooch over next to this Plague Burst Crawler over here, and he can see the last guy. I wonder
You
if
could also
he...
just touch that rune and then do it.
No, but I mean the oh yeah, he's on the ruin, isn't he? Never
He's
mind.
on the rune. So.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess. Oh
Ooh,
yeah,
There
big
we go.
advance.
that makes more sense.
Big advance with
Yep.
the Assault Terminator with the big Terminator squad here.
But then the question is, why did you move up the Space Marines? Like why? What's the point?
So that way they had more OBSEC on there?
Yeah, but they're gonna die, right? So you're kind of just... I feel like you're kind of just sacrificing them for no reason. Because also, the Poxwalkers probably won't reach this objective this turn, right? And even
I
if they
suppose
do...
that one reason why is because next turn they could create a big old wall to stop anything from getting close enough to the Terminators to get the Terminators on a first strike basis. You know what I mean? Like, you can't... If there's a bunch of Space Marines in front, the Poxwalkers aren't going to be able to charge the Terminators, or the Blight Lords aren't going to be able to charge the Terminators if there were any on that front, but there aren't.
Yeah. But there aren't, yeah. And also, like, if you torches Poxwalkers into Assault Terminators, they will all just die for nothing.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah.
Chat makes a
don't
good
I
point.
think it's more the What's that?
Pants says he probably didn't expect to get the Terminies on there, and that rolling that
yeah,
set.
100%.
That is
It's
fair.
a sequential thing. That's exactly what happened. Curie
Yeah.
started sequentially with that unit, and then exactly.
Yeah, I didn't see what the advance was. Maybe it was like
It
a
was a
really high
6.
advance. A 6? Okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was
then-
a 6 on the
That's
Termies.
the reason.
I don't think they went their full distance. They were 1 inch short of that, but even then, relying on a 5 to get on an objective is obviously not a kosher idea.
That makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, and then the attack
Great.
bugs are obviously gonna take the other one. Probably.
Yep, and they're advancing.
Yeah, exactly. And
They've-
probably
they've
won't get
advanced
advanced as well this turn. Because everything's
Yeah.
behind ruins and stuff.
Yeah. Looks like he could draw line of sight to the Plague Burst Crawler, but I don't think he'll have range.
Well, they do get I'm not sure if they get extra distance on the multi-multis, but 24 inches is pretty good.
The Plague Burst Crawler is all the way in the back of his deployment zone, so I don't think that they'll have range.
Yeah, it'd be a line of sight that would get me here. Only the heavy bolter, it seems like, can really. No, that's a multi-melta. One multi-melta can see, the other one can't. So it'll only be one multi-melta at most going to Labor's Crawler. I expect a total of like 3 wounds max if things go well.
It's like all in a good roll.
That's like that's a lot of
Yeah.
like that's a slightly above average rolling there off of the one guy, and then the rest of the multi-meltas don't really, and heavy bolter don't really have much to go into. The main thing is that this bike is slightly towed into the objective, only just. And because of the speed of these models back here, they are not going to really be able to charge on these bikes easily, and even if they do, there's a squad of 5 Assault Terminators ready to rock right behind them that are benefiting from the area terrain. For the most part, so they will end up getting a 1-up save against a lot of the indirect fire / the Chaos Contemptors that want to go into them.
So I think from the Deathguard perspective, it's you have to nuke those bike squads to potentially deny the hold more, and then the only Poxwalkers that could get onto an objective are on the side that the attack bikes are on. So he needs to roll like a 5 or so to get those Poxwalkers onto that objective. Otherwise, it's going to look like a hold more for Curie, which if Curie gets a turn 1 15 primary, it's a bad place to be in.
Mm-hmm. All right, second phase
Yeah.
was skipped. I'm going to go ahead and boost up the audio of the players so we can hear what they're saying.
Please test route.
Okay.
PD6 shots. 5 shots. Hitting on 2s because he didn't move. Wounding on 3s. 1 wound at -1.
I believe this is the Whirlwind.
Whirlwind. Yep. 1 wound. Does not go
You're
through.
good.
Cool. Probably no reason to activate the fight last stratagem this turn.
Nope. None whatsoever.
Range. That can be my turn.
And that's the end of the turn. We're on to Erevor's turn here.
Eventful turn 1's in.
Sweet.
So,
that was quick.
yeah, very quick. But an effective one. A lot of movement here to get onto the objectives. Erevor's going to have to do a couple of things to make sure that there isn't a hold more. The big thing would be potentially getting off a charge with the Poxwalkers and tagging the attack bikes with it. And then
He just got his Tallyman CP.
Yep. He just got his Tallyman CP, so that's helpful.
Love that. Always big fan.
Yeah, the auto on is like a 70% chance or something to get.
Yeah, it's a little bananas.
Ridiculous.
Plus 1 to hit being applied to one of the Contemptor Dreadnoughts. No surprise there. Yeah, so a couple things that could happen. The Poxwalkers move, attempt to charge the attack bikes, or could advance just to get an obsec onto the objective. I believe that the far objective over here, with the Assault Terminators, the regular Space Marines, the Talon Master, and literally everything and their grandmother, that one might be worth just avoiding. Because that looks hellish to have to actually work around. We seem to have gone a large advance, 5-inch advance, which gives these Poxwalkers a 9-inch move.
I still don't think he reaches it, yeah.
Nope,
No,
not
he
quite.
needed a 6, I think.
He needed a 6, yeah, because this is the problem, right? Like, now, how does he... He's not going to get on that objective, which means it's an auto hold more for the Dark Angels here.
Yeah.
Which is, it's going to be 15 primary, right? Like, we already know this, because there's no way he kills all of the Terminators and all of the attack bikes. He has to kill both the squads for that to happen. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, Deathguard do play to score primary later in the game, for sure.
True.
But agreed, it's definitely a problem right now.
Yeah. These Poxwalkers having moved where they are effectively are setting up for a turn 2 charge through the ruins and just wrapping and trapping and potentially. That's a threat for the attack bikes. If they get stuck that way, then they're going to largely be useless all game long, and the Poxwalkers can sit there with obsec. As long as these Deathwing Terminators get shot up. The Contemptor Dreadnoughts can easily move into range and line of sight of them, but again, mortal wounds are one thing. It's probably not going to be enough to wipe out an entire squad of Deathwing Terminators with cover.
No way. Yeah.
Probably not. Yeah.
What would you do here, Edie? Like what would be your plan as Deathguard here? I'm trying to figure out what I would do. I don't know.
I would have warp time.
Oh yeah, you would have warp time. Yeah, that's fair.
I would have started. But okay, so let's
what
take
would
a
you
second.
shoot?
Yeah, so you have to kill the attack bikes. I mean, the thing is, you have to kill the attack bikes. If you do that, unfortunately, killing anything this turn does nothing at this point. Like, in terms of primary, right?
It stops
like,
Vital Ground, right? Like one of them, if he kills the attack bikes, because he has Vital Ground, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah, it would stop. It would slow down Vital Ground by 2 points.
Yeah.
So
then
it slows
you have
it
to.
down.
You start
That's
there.
Yeah, that's step 1.
Yeah. So you start there. You probably, the apothecary is, where is the apothecary?
Apothecary's all the way up on the northern flank, but easily advance that 20-inch move down if it needs to start resurrecting Deathwing Terminators should the Lightning Claw Terminators have any problems.
Yeah. The apothecary is right next to this big 10-man brick. So, you want to go into there, but you know that if you don't finish one off, it's going back to full health and one's coming back up. So that's kind of unfortunate. Maybe you start focusing on the flank with the attack bikes and you try to go into those Terminators.
Yeah.
Put some mortals onto them. Yeah, I mean, you have to move up and put yourself in a position to get onto the objectives the following turn. Unfortunately, I think we were talking about this earlier. There's not that much random bolter fire. It's really the Talon Master. So again, I think the Poxwalkers aren't as threatened as perhaps he felt that they were. We should point out that he does have a 4-man Death Shroud in reserves.
Yep.
So
he did. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's going to be helpful for getting engaged on all fronts. They're exceptionally durable, and they have to be properly dealt with actual forces.
Sure.
And there is a gigantic pocket here in the corner that if Curie doesn't plug up, or another pocket right here that Curie doesn't plug up next turn, that the Blight Lords will be happy to just come down, sit there happily, and then next turn charge the home objective, potentially charge into the Whirlwind. There's definitely some pockets here where those Terminators could go down if things go according to plan.
So if he does start to pick on one side to clear it out, that would help kind of for those other secondaries for him.
Exactly.
So if you kill those attack bikes and the Terminator's right there through mortal wound output, you're in a pretty decent position.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that's the play here. That's what I would do. I would just hard focus the. So like you have to kill the attack bikes, which is too bad because you kind of not want to waste firepower on them. But you know the entropy cannons are really good against the attack bikes, which is good, right? They're 4 damage.
That's what's shooting them though. This turn, I expect the Contemptor Dreadnoughts to do that work. One Contemptor, the buffed up one, probably will be able to do it on its own. And if not by itself, then the other Contemptor can certainly do some mop-up work on the Terminators if you know, if things are removed appropriately. That said,
the two
attack
damage
bikes aren't
like the
put together that way.
yeah the two damage into the attack bikes is obviously ideal, but at the same time, mortal wounds is the only way that you're going to remove the other Terminators. So
Exactly.
it is a bit iffy. I kind of agree that you might want to go entropies into the bikes just to save the mortals for the Terminators.
Yeah, and the mortar is also 2 damage, right? So you can do the entropies and then the mortars, and that's, you know, like both of, like if you can get all the entropies in, that's already like a fairly large chance that he kills, you know, 2 or something.
Well, the attack bikes so far cannot be seen by any of the entropy cannons. As far as I can tell, maybe one of them can.
I think
yeah,
one of them
can.
definitely can. The front one.
Yeah, like there's this one right here, which can see, but the other one that just moved is not going to be able to get an entropy cannon shot onto them.
True.
The main deal will be like putting on some mortars, potentially putting on some mortal wounds that way, as there is a mortal wound strat for them. I don't think it's worth it here though. The Contemptors will be able to kill off the attack bites relatively safely though, and if they don't, then there's always these Deathwing Terminators back here, which the entropy cannon from the Plague Burst Crawler can also easily see. There's options.
Already.
So sorry.
Only one of the squads is -1 damage, right? And that's the big one over here, right?
Yeah, so I imagine he picked the 10-man because that's where his Blade Guard Ancient is, I imagine.
Yeah, it's
right
back
behind
there.
the wall.
Yep.
So that's probably the one he's picked, which means it does make sense to focus on the 5-man on the other side. Also, in terms of deployment styles, you know that we have the 2 Death Shroud are on this one flank, right? And so that's clearly the flank that he's going to try to dominate.
Yeah. It's going to turn into that. I mentioned it, right? This map can turn into diagonal play, right? Where you take one of the center objectives each, and then you kind of converge like center. Which is it turns the game a bit weird because it
does
it kind of makes it into this like very strange, you know, holding pattern where like one guy you get the same amount of primary and secondary every turn if you don't.
Exactly, because they both look vital too, so it kind of makes for a tied game on primary and vital.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we're in the shooting phase.
Damage 3 on the
first Plague Burst Crawler
is going into your whirlwind. And the entropies and the slugger
mortar
going
to
into the unit of attack bikes here.
Entropy and slugger going into the attack
CP
bikes.
Skilled riders who make them -1 to be hit.
They are now -1 to be hit.
So do the mortar first.
-1 on the Contemptor. Thank you, Pants.
6 shot.
Ooh, 6 shots into the whirlwind with 3
Yeah,
damage.
this happens consistently with Erebor, at least against me. I'll hit.
All hit. T7 strength 8, so freeze.
Rerolling 1s because it's a plague weapon.
Roll a 1 because plague weapon.
Nice.
All
Okay,
wounds
so
too.
Minus.
It's dead.
That's 15 damage. There goes the whirlwind. And it doesn't even explode.
Jesus
so,
Christ!
Plague Burst Crawlers, come on, baby!
That's a god roll.
That's
literally the god roll.
That is such a big deal too.
And the entropy cannons completely miss.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a
Honestly,
perfect set of rolling.
So worth it. That's so big. Because now he can't turn off the Terminators to fight last. And
no,
but this year,
no, that's,
And then
he has the other one. He has the
strength 5,
he has the
toughness
psychic
5, right?
spell to turn off fight last, and he has the Judiceer. So
okay.
I don't think that losing that is as big as it seems.
No, it's
I don't know,
135
like,
points.
Judiceer
He's
is
happy to get
on the
it.
wrong flank though, right? And
yeah, but he is the caster has 18-inch range on that spell.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, and he has no denies, does he? So actually, it's probably very unlikely to not go off. That's true.
He has 1 deny, but yeah.
So on freeze,
Alright.
you're a -1.
Tempter Dreadnought, kind of going hog. Reroll on the 1s. Getting a bunch of extra hits. 2s all missed though.
And wounding on 3.
Oof,
Okay, so
not the
one
wound
mortal
roll you
wound
wanted, but
and,
it's only 1 mortal wound.
saves.
However, that's a couple of failed saves that will kill at least 1 bike and very badly harm another.
3 damage to another.
Got you.
So the heavy bolter goes down. Now, what's taking the 3 damage? It's the middle one. So this front bike is still within line of sight to be shot.
Let's repeat with the next.
Next
yeah,
Contemporary
he's
doing the
hoping for the
exact same
objective,
thing.
but honestly, he should probably just pull off at this point, I think, because they will die, right?
These will be on force.
I don't know.
These are only hitting on 4s though because of reasons. Rerolling the 1s
Oh,
didn't quite work out as planned, but lots of extra hits.
Yeah, 15 hits with hitting on 4s.
Well worth. Okay, wounding on 3 still. That's a couple more mortal wounds in addition already.
2 mortal.
That's already one dead.
So
yeah.
he needs to. If he fails 3 saves, that's the end of it. And that's 3 saves right there.
point.
So that's the end of it.
It was just 1 save. He took 4 mortals already, so it was just 1 save.
He only
like,
took
yeah.
1 mortal from the last one,
Shooting
but each one
this
being 2
playburst
damage
will
is
dump
what
everything
killed it
into
there
these
for sure.
domains.
The 2 extra mortals were wasted.
So you got 3 guys in cover.
4 guys in cover.
Nice.
All right,
Cool,
now we're
okay,
talking about the
sounds
second
good.
Playburst
Lightning
Crawler
Force
shooting into
though,
the
so you don't
Terminators.
get, you've got no storm shields in this one, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so 3 wounds a pop. We'll go with the entropy, that makes the most sense. So we'll do the entropy first. Both hit. They do
We're still
get,
working on
inner
streaming
circle,
technology,
right?
Umbrella dog.
That's correct.
So so like we don't have full dice rolls or anything yet.
Going
But
to
we're
add
still
minus
working
4.
on things.
5 ups. First one. Nope. Already dead.
Dies.
Nice.
It's
One dead
3 plus
Terminator,
just kills one, right? Because you've got no feel, no pain there.
and that's the end of 2 Terminators right there.
That's
Hey,
D3 plus 3 damage, man. So
Yep, baseline 4 at least.
good. Yep.
3 shots.
Perfect. It's
3 shots
the
from the
best
Playburst
damage
Crawler.
in this meta.
1 hit. 1 wound, minus 2.
And
Okay, so
plus
this
1
would
fixes the
be
cover,
a
so
3
it's
up.
3.
They're on a 1 off right now.
Easy pass. Okay, cool. So only 2 Terminators. They automatically pass morale, and they are within Ravenwing Apothecary heal range. And the Slugger's not likely to do much here either. They're saving on 2s against this.
3 wounds, minus 1.
2 ups.
Easy. Cool. So the 2 the 2 entropy cannons absolutely doing work here.
That's my turn. So we'll go.
And that's the end of the turn. Now, this does mean it's a hold 1, hold 2, and hold more situation here for Curie.
Right.
That's a
Because
big
you
swing in the
are
points. 100% that's a big swing in the points. And it's not something that the Deathguard are going to be able to climb back up into easily, but they still have a very strong chance. They can afford doing this for 1 turn and 1 turn alone. The score at the start of this should be 29. Yep, 29 with 2 points for Stubborn Defiance and another 2 points for Vital Ground.
And we don't know what the last secondary is. Like,
Still.
should we speculate a bit? What do you guys think it should be?
It could be While We Stand We Fight. It could be hidden all game.
No. Yeah. So if you score it at some point, you have to reveal when you score it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the fact that he hasn't scored it yet means that
It could be an
It's
end of
not
battle.
domination.
It could be an end
yeah,
of
it's
battle.
not domination. Exactly. Was what I was gonna say. So
I thought it would be interesting, but so yeah, it could be While We Stand We Fight. I don't think he's that spec for While We Stand We Fight, but I wouldn't surprise me. I doubt he would take Assassinate because even though it's doable, it's not a good play. So it probably
especially
is
not
While We
with
Stand We Fight.
bodyguard roll. Doesn't really
Yeah.
work.
Probably is While We Stand We Fight.
Okay, so Curie is in an interesting spot here, folks. With all that firepower, one of the attack bike squads has been removed. This means that really the Contemptor Dreadnoughts are probably going to survive all game. I really don't like. One of them might die based off of these attack bikes the attack bike movement this turn, but without the Whirlwind to provide any additional fire support, and with both the Plagueburst Crawlers probably going to live till the end of the game, I do fully expect that the major firepower out of the Dark Angels list is going to be removed by either the end of the turn, with not much in return to show for it. They're going to be banking this primary turn as hard as possible in order to try to keep a lead up that'll last them the rest of the game. And you have an interesting choice here from Curie. Either they reinforce this bottom flank with the Terminators, or they give it up, really, and then really focus hard on this northern flank to swing around and take the home objective. What do you folks think is going to happen? And those are obviously not the only 2 options. Warhammer's a big open game, but those are, as a layman, my ideas is what might happen.
Yeah, so he, at a minimum, is going to put, like, a Terminator on this objective just to make his opponent take it from him. You can see he's moving now. It looks like he...
I think he said he advanced as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
He's going to just, like, maybe tow onto the objective and just try to hide. Definitely we'll see if he commits the apothecary there to go pick up a guy. That's kind of when it becomes what you're talking about, is he committing to the side too?
Yeah.
But right now he's set to hold. He's going to get the 10 primary every single turn, so he's maxed out primary for the game as long as he holds the other one. So there's almost no reason to take that one, and as much as it is to just keep denying it to your opponent.
Exactly.
Which is
so
important.
I honestly I feel like the Dark Angels are in a perfect position to just play super defensive now. Like you can just take your 2 objectives and then, you know, you do the thing like I said, you just split the map vertically, and then you try to avoid giving him engage points by, you know, screening out his deep striker, and you try and avoid giving him vital by constantly stealing the objective on your turn, right?
Yeah.
So you can just constantly do that. So you deny him points, and then you score. You're gonna max out primary. You're gonna max out 2 of your secondaries at least, and yeah, I mean, I feel like
If
this
it's while we
should...
stand, we fight.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, while we stand, we fight would be an easy pick here because it'd probably be both the Terminator squads plus, well, whatever the most other expensive unit is. It's probably the Primaris Chaplain on a bike. I'm not sure.
Talon Master, maybe?
Talon Master, maybe.
It would. Yes. So I'm curious. I will check right now because there's
like
another reason. Another reason why they run attack bikes as 2 Meltas, 1 Heavy Bolter is it puts the unit at 155, and at 155 you're less
It's
expensive
100%
than a
the
Talon Master.
Yeah. So the Pants is coming. One of our judges, by the way. So if you got any judge questions, the Pants is in the chat. He has confirmed that it is indeed the Talon Master. So yeah, that would be a pretty effective 15 points right there, especially because the other half of the squad that's got the While We Stand We Fight are these 5 shield and hammer Terminators in the back, which are not going to go anywhere anytime soon, lest the 4-man Blight Deathshroud Terminators drop in and somehow wipe them, which would be tough.
Totally.
And
So
this is the crazy. This is the crazy part.
Okay.
I feel like turn 1 went almost perfectly for Orobor in shooting. Like, it went so well. He killed the attack bikes, he one-shotted the Whirlwind, and he did some damage to the Deathwing, right? So that was like pretty much what he was hoping for, which is really good. But I still feel like he's in such a bad position because the Dark Angels don't need to do anything, and they're still gonna score almost max points this game. Like, you're almost guaranteed max point already, which is, again, one of these things that I find very frustrating about their secondary. The fact that it's, you know, like for most armies, While We Stand is like one of those that can be 15 points most games, right? Like for Custodes, it's very often 15 points. But now they have 2 of those, and that don't require them to do anything to score 30 points.
Yeah, we were talking about that in the beginning about like list building and baking in these secondaries. And like I was basically running, now that I'm looking at it, a very identical list to Curie, except that I had 2 Talon Masters who I made sure were the While We Stands, and then just Blade Guard instead of another Terminator brick. But the exact same idea is that you can take While We Stand every single game, and you'll score your 30 points on those 2 secondaries, and then the third one, and then the third one comes down to like mission or killing your opponent's stuff. So it makes sense. It's totally makes sense why he's taken the bike squads as he has. If it wasn't for that, he would have run 3 Meltas on each bike, but instead you run the Heavy Bolter on the 3rd guy so that they cost less than a Talon Master.
And you got 4 bladed wounds for the squad as well.
True.
Okay, so to explain 2 questions from the chat. First off, Marius Vander asked, what are their secondaries? The secondaries here for the Dark Angels, we have Stubborn Defiance, which is hold a home objective with a core unit for as long as possible. The longer you hold that objective, the more points it's worth, up until 15 points by the end of the game. If that's disturbed at any point, that could cause some serious issues, which is where I think the Deathshroud Terminators could come in handy. But that's a discussion for another time. The third one is It's a Secret, because we actually don't know what it is yet. It hasn't been scored yet, and the Dark Angels spent a CP to say, nope, you don't get to see what it is, Erever, and you don't get to see what it is either, chat. It's going to be a surprise. Vital Ground, hold the 2 middle objectives for 2 points each for a full round, effectively, until the start of your next command phase. and then hold your opponent's objective for a full 3 points for that same amount of time. Both players have that one. It's a very powerful one. It's one of the better mission secondaries in the game. Erever picked the Vital Ground as well. While we stand, we fight. He picked the 3 most expensive units in your army. They are now with 5 points each for each one that survives the end of the game. And then we got Engage on All Fronts. Engage on All Fronts, you just want to get units into every quarter. For every unit, if you manage to have a whole unit within 3 different quarters and outside of 6 inches of the middle, that's 2 points. If you can get a whole unit within all 4 quarters of the table, then that's worth 3 points instead. We've talked about the secondaries a little bit at length in terms of how we feel about them. Engage on All Fronts we think is a bit sketch, but with the Deathshroud Terminators that are currently hiding here off the board, just waiting for their time to come in, they will be able to start scoring Engage on All Fronts fairly quickly, and without the attack bikes to stop them, they will be very difficult to shift, I think.
Yeah, he could plant them like behind a ruin over here. Like, imagine if he plants them. I almost wish I could ping, but I can't. But like, you know, on the side that he's winning currently, the attack bite side, like far down next to this ruin, you just plant them in the corner here, and then they're scoring engage for him every turn, right? So that's something he could do, but that also means he has a lot less firepower, and they can't mess with the Terminators on the objective. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I still think it's a sketchy choice by Arbor.
I like the idea, but because of the fact that it's all wrapped up in one unit, it makes it an all eggs in one basket sort of situation, which does scare me a bit for Erever. I like the idea.
Especially when that unit is also while we stand, which means if it gets killed, you lose both secondaries in scoring.
It's difficult
really
to kill,
bad.
though. Toughness 5 is disgustingly resilient. 2-up save, 4-up invuln, and everything else kind of kitted into it. And -1 damage taken means that heavy bolters don't do anything. 2 damage weapons are largely just inconsequential. It's tough. It's a very tough unit, but we'll see whether or not it can survive an entire game. The ideas going on here with Curie are what I'm interested in at the moment, though. We've got this
Curie,
whole
by the way.
Curie.
Yeah.
But I like Curie. So Curie, Curie is really solidifying this flank and is just really making sure that this bubble here stays. As you predicted there, Faith. The idea here to play a bit defensively, make sure you hold this and you get full primary for the full game, which is great. That's exactly what you're looking for in any list, is if you can at least get 40 points in the primary. 45 is obviously ideal, but isn't always a guarantee. This flank, on the other hand, we've got the attack bikes who have advanced forward. There is a possibility to have put them in Devastator Doctrine to advance and shoot again. And right now, I think that means that they're looking at the Contemptor Dreadnoughts. If we can get those multi-meltas into a Contemptor Dreadnought, that might be a dead ready. Which would be important, because the firepower from those things is one of the very few things that the Dark Angels list actually has issues with. The Mortal Wounds in particular. But even then, with the Apothecary around, I don't know, I'm not positive. Regardless, this move here is potentially an inaccuracy. It's an idea that leaves me thinking that it's left them a little bit open for a Poxwalker Wrap and Trap situation, which would just get a bunch of unshootable, very difficult to budge Poxwalkers, having surrounded and removed your shooting for the rest of the game. It's a weird idea. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but I'm not sure where else they'd be better placed. There's really not much else to shoot that they would rather be attacking than these Contemptors.
Yeah, the idea is obviously
they might as well try to pop it
to kill the Contemptors, right? But it's I don't know.
Mathematically improbable.
Yeah, it's unlikely to happen, and it's also like not even necessary, I feel like. So it's one of those things where I feel like it's an objective that he doesn't actually need to do. So
yeah,
it's, you know,
it makes me wonder if maybe they would have been better screening off the backfield and just denying engage on all fronts for the whole game.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
It's interesting that he hasn't, Curie said, I don't care to screen out my backfield. You're welcome to drop Deathshroud back there. But I've been in this situation before where I've had the Stubborn Defiance Terminator brick and someone running basically my list with the warp time, like basically turn 5, got Deathshroud into that unit, and it's a standstill.
So my next
you know, even if you're there, like, okay, so do you use your damage 2 profile that goes to damage 1? Okay, that's not going to do anything. Do you use your damage 1 profile? That's AP -1. That's not going to do anything.
Tempter.
Yep. All right, so Psychic Phase, important to note, Yellow Poxwalker Squad no longer has OPSEC. Until the start of the next phase. Ezekiel said that. And right now the bikes are going to go ahead and try shooting the Chaos Contemptor Dreadnought.
Yeah,
They
and
advanced,
Curie
though.
did that well.
No
Curie
wounds
measured out
either.
24.
And then heavy bolter into
Yeah,
the
Curie measured out
Poxwalkers,
24
the
from
fours.
his psyker to the
And
malignant
everything misses.
playcaster.
A little bit here.
Okay.
Bolters now into the
Fours.
Poxwalkers. Eek. Forced to
of course.
wound. 2 wounds against the
Two wounds,
Poxwalkers, 1
maybe
damage
one.
each.
1 damage apiece.
He might have forgot that he had disgustingly resilient, or he might have already failed the saves. I'm not sure which. Either way.
Poxwalkers don't have
Chip damage,
disgusting
talent
resilient, right?
penetrate the
Do they not
Plague
have a
Force
feel no
Collar.
pain? Like a 6 of feel no pain?
Okay.
At least?
They have
It's
a
heavy
feel no
bolter, 'cause
pain,
that's
yeah,
all in
but if
range.
it's 2 damage, you're not gonna roll 2 6s.
Yeah, but those are the bolt guns. The heavy bolter completely missed.
That's a lot of force.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
5 at -1.
Take 3. Down 9.
Yeah, it's 2
Alright,
damage, but
Plagueburst
you
Crawler
still-
has taken a little bit of
Yeah.
plink damage. It's down to 9 now.
Right.
The melt is missed.
Charge phase, no charges.
No charges, no
fights,
fight, no morale.
morale.
It's
Your turn.
already Arrowver's
Okay, so-
turn.
Yeah.
Ooh, not what you want.
This is gonna be a this is gonna be a fast game, man. But yeah, and because honestly,
This is just how Dark Angels play right now. Like you, like
you sit back
I
and you
played it.
win on points.
Yeah, I played it like a couple different games like this where it's like, even one of them I got tabled, and it's like, okay, all I have left is 5 Deathwing on my home objective, so I score 30, and you know, like there's like 2 turns where I didn't move models at the end of a game.
Yeah, I mean, oh yeah, I mean, I
Like,
brought this
I
up
think
in the
bottom of
chat
3.
the other day, and I got jumped by like 5 Dark Angels players that were just like, no, the Stubborn Defiance thing actually isn't that good on paper. Like, you know, it hasn't even increased the win rate or anything. And I'm like, it's 15 points every game. It probably should.
Yeah, well, like,
It's
there's some
it
extremely
doesn't work if you don't
Mhm.
commit to it. Like you have to commit
Yeah.
to it. You just
But
put
But
200
it's
points of
such a
Terminators there.
good
Yeah.
And then you're
commitment. Like,
fine.
it's
Yeah.
worth committing to it for sure.
yeah,
Alright,
If you
Arrowver's
put
currently...
5 intercessors there,
Mhm.
you know,
then
you're
you're being
willing to
silly.
lose it.
Well, like, you could also
Yeah.
do it with heavy intercessors, which is actually, I think, an interesting play. Because at that point, the heavy intercessors can sit in the back with Gravis profile. It actually makes them relatively difficult to get rid of. 1 CP for transhuman, just to keep them back there. And they are cheaper than a full Terminator squad of that size. And, like, they do have
But then you're
long-range
running
bolt
heavy
rifles.
intercessors.
Yeah.
I like heavy intercessors myself, and but that's just maybe a me thing. As it stands, Erever's looking at what these Poxwalkers can do, and I think that there's quite some interesting things that they could do, especially if they manage to increase the size of their contagion this turn. It should now be a 3-inch aura, which means that these attack bikes are now toughness 4, which is scary for shooting. Those Plagueburst Crawlers are suddenly wounding on 2s. It's not looking good in terms of points, to be fair. It's 15 right now to 29, if I've calculated correctly, and Curie is still looking at a at least 10-point primary next turn, alongside Vile Ground being worth 2 points of its own. Yeah, that could be a problem. Stubborn Defiance is going to start ticking up as well fairly quickly. So he's going to start coming away in the points. The interesting thing to see here will be if Arrowver can actually start climbing back in the points and presenting enough questions that the Dark Angels can't answer because they need this bubble going on up here in order to continue to earn most of their points.
Yeah, the thing is, right now what he's done is he's towed 1 Poxwalker onto this objective. Now, the Terminators have OBSEC, so he either has to shoot the Terminators and then charge the bikes with the Poxwalkers, or... Because he doesn't want to charge the Terminators, because that's just not going to go well for the Poxwalkers. It might hold him the objective for the turn, but he's going to lose 12
Oh, he'll
Poxwalkers.
lose
They're
every
gonna
single one of those
wiped,
Boxwalkers. Yeah, those Deathwing Terminators have at least 5 attacks apiece, not to mention Shock Assault. No, that's with Shock Assault for the basic guys, and the Sergeant has 5 baseline, 6 with Shock Assault, which is just like, ew. Not that the Sergeant's actually a part of this group. So yeah, it's still 15 attacks, hitting on 3s, wounding on 4s, re-rolling all failed wounds. Like, that's a lot of attacks. You can always use Fury the First to hit on 2s. Oh, and they're just hitting on 2's baseline?
Yeah, they just hit on 2.
Not according to Battlescribe.
No, I don't think they do.
They hit on
I think
3s,
that was
but
right.
2s if you get charged because of the DA chapter tactic. Oh, right, because they didn't move this
True.
turn, so they have a +1 to hit. Yep. Good point.
Well, they didn't
But
move this
I
turn.
think
Grim, no, they moved
It's
on
a-
their turn. It's now Erever's turn.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really weird.
Rules
Yeah.
is written. They get
So-
that +1, which makes them actually really strong.
It looks like he's setting up. He should be trying to shoot the Terminators and then charge the bikes. That would be the best way to play that.
Yeah, agreed.
And I hope he does that.
Which is another thing. Like, why did he bring the bikes here? You just gave free movement to the Deathguard, right?
Yep, 100%.
Yeah.
That was one thing that I was worried about with Curie's idea here. It was that it was just presenting an easy place for the Death Shrouds to be able to move, the Poxwalkers to be able to move, and like best case scenario, there's rapid trap potential here to keep them all safe from shooting. Or another like bonus. If they do kill all the bikes and remove the Deathwing Terminators, the Deathstrike Terminators are going to be hard to charge unless if you can remove their Overwatch. Without the Whirlwind, I think only Ezekiel could do that. If he's on second power.
Ezekiel
Does he remove the
and
Overwatch
Judas
still?
here.
It does.
I think so.
I think
don't
there
know.
is definitely one of the psychic powers he's got that I think does that. Which then suddenly comes into contention because there is a malignant playcaster on the other side of the battlefield. Well, we'll have to see.
Very, very far away though.
Yeah,
he
exactly.
is.
It's probably rarely gonna
It
get into
happened.
range.
It happened last time because Ezekiel was able to turn off the object of the Poxwalkers because he had measured exactly outside 24 of the Plaguecaster.
Yep.
And exactly within the Poxwalkers. So.
Yeah, so this is going to be a lot of pressure here, and it's going to be a solidifying of Erever's position. Effectively a turn later than you'd like, but it's going to allow Erever to really start earning their own vital ground, with the 4 other Death Shroud Terminators coming in the back to start earning engage on all fronts, and potentially adding a lot of threat to this home objective, which then speeds up vital ground a lot, to put it bluntly. There could be some really strong plays coming out of the Deathguard over the next couple of turns, but this plan will take at least another 2 turns to go off. That gives
It's
Curie
gonna
enough
turn
time to
into
respond.
exactly that thing that we were talking about, though. Like, Arwer's gonna get this objective, and okay, sure, that's what happens, right? That's what everyone expected to happen with the way the Dark Angels player played, but that's good for the Dark Angels, because now Arwer is essentially trading objectives with him, but getting way less secondary points. While the Dark Angels, he's just gonna score 95 this game, and like the game is over almost. I feel like it gets so difficult now.
Everything goes according to plan. Yeah, and that's the thing though. Not everything has gone according to plan. These bikes have done nearly nothing. The Chaos Contemptor Dreadnoughts are still very much alive, and because of the fact that they're alive and there's nothing left to really hurt them, they're going to be able to go over to the other flank and start really tearing into this flank over here, forcing it to effectively stay pinned. There's not much that these guys are going to be able to do. Meanwhile, Erever's army is going to continue to wrap around this other side and force Curie to come up with an interesting choice. Do I stand here and keep this middle objective, or do I defend my home objective? And he'll have to defend the home objective. If he doesn't, Vital Ground's going to start really ticking up, and the disruption of Stubborn Defiance makes that secondary goddamn awful. Like, as soon as you lose that objective once, Stubborn Defiance loses a lot of its power.
If Aro can start threatening the back objective, that's his way to win this game, right? He has to stop the Stubborn Defiance and get the Vital.
Yeah, I think that's the only way for a lot of lists to deal with this, is to take away Stubborn Defiance for a turn. If you can take away for a turn, that's a really big start. And I think that's the idea that Erever's going for. If it is, really, really good on him. Plagueburst Crawlers are moving in such a way as to get line of sight onto the Terminators and start doing some bombing runs with the Plagueburst with the Plagueburst mortars and the entropy cannons into these into the Terminators. The Terminators are not likely to die. They have 4-up invulns to help them, but every single save that they fail is going to likely result in a dead Terminator. Or a few every single turn due to these Contemptor Dreadnoughts and the Plagueburst Crawlers doing their thing. This is an actually horrendous amount of firepower. So who's casting for this game again? Hey, TTS Warhammer 40k, the person who's actually running the stream behind the scenes. Welcome, welcome. Currently, we've got myself, Slowwolf, and we've got EDT, our champion from Season 5, and Faith, a very strong player who's here because Faith is awesome.
Why, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I mean, I did some casting with Alpha League a couple of seasons ago as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's great to be back, man. I'm just excited to cast the alpha games because it's just 40k, man. It's so fun.
It's
so
a
fun to
yeah,
watch, so fun to play, so fun to talk about.
All right, so we definitely have
Heck
line of sight
yeah.
here. I'm interested to see what happens to these Poxwalkers, though. The yellow Poxwalkers don't have OBSEC this turn, but they might on future turns, depending on how Ezekiel starts faring and what he does. What do you think is the idea behind keeping these Poxwalkers here, hidden behind this wall right now?
They don't have OBSEC right now, and he's not willing to push them up.
Very good.
That's
Well, I mean, that
the
makes sense
idea.
to me. Yeah, yeah. That makes perfect sense.
But
We got the
thing
bubbles.
is, it's just, yeah, they move so slow that it's, I don't know when they're gonna then eventually do something.
Interesting. Okay, so we got the bubbles being put out. The Death Trap Terminators are going roughly where I expected them to. This bottom corner here is perfect. Allows them to get allows them to stay out of sight if they fail their charge. The Terminators really can't counteract them at all because they're melee Terminators and they have to stay on that objective to hold it. So the idea here is this is now a threat, and Curie is going to have to deal with it. And if not, these guys can actually rip through these Terminators relatively safely with all the rerolls that they have access to. The Flamers and everything else can potentially do some damage as well.
They won't get the rerolls though because they're out of aura range, right?
Well, yeah, but they do get rerolls to 1 on all the plague weapons, which is everything they have.
That is true. That is true.
Which makes
so they will have the
Transhuman a little
reroll
bit
ones to wound. Yeah. But I feel like so honestly, I'm not even sure he's gonna try to charge because, I mean, best case scenario, he gets, well, I guess if he gets 4 models on the, if he makes the charge right now, gets 4 models on the thing, he holds the objective and then he wins the game. Right? Almost, like you know.
They're OBSEC.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
Shred aren't opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So no, yeah, then he probably won't charge at all, right? He's just gonna sit here, maybe flamer a bit if he wants to, like he can move forward and flamer next turn or something. So yeah, it's just gonna be easy engagement off front, 2 points a turn from now on, and they're gonna stay alive, right? It's their job.
Yeah, it seems like a waste to not put them forward, but I think you bring up a good point. Because they're while we stand, we fight targets, just hiding there and staying safe is probably the best use for them.
Yeah.
And potentially just bombing those Terminators with the Plague Burst Crawlers all game to soften them up might be a big deal.
The other thing is that like the Death Shroud do less to the Deathwing than the Deathwing do to the Death Shroud.
Yeah.
Like, the hammers are going to hit harder than the profile of the Death Shroud. Like I was saying earlier, mathematically, they're not going to do any damage. Like they are going to be wounding on 4s at best, and then at -1, which is trash because they're 2-ups with +1. So you will kill at max 1 Deathwing, maybe 2 if you were living the dream.
Yeah, in 3 turns.
So we can do some shots here.
I don't know. I don't even think killing 1 a turn is probable. It's
100%.
probably not even gonna kill 1. So it's one of those things
He
where
did.
it's
He did live the dream turn 1 with that whirlwind where he rolled
True.
6 shots, 6 hits, 6 wounds. But
yeah, and all 3 damage and just kill the whirlwind. Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
To your charge.
Wouldn't count on it.
Alright, so we got a -1 to hit on the same Contemptor as before, +1 to hit on the same Contemptor as before. We're into the shooting phase. First Contemptor into the attack bikes. Go. That's a lot of shots. Alright, dice rolls are coming out. A couple of extra hits.
6 saves, 2 models.
So we already have 2 mortals. Transhuman says
2 mortal wounds.
Okay.
2 mortal wounds. Okay. So just one of them takes 2 mortal wounds. The Deathwing Terminators are obviously still standing, and the Contemptor otherwise bounces off of those Terminators.
Okay,
Now the other Contemptor doesn't have line of sight to those Terminators.
Pants brings up a good point, by the way. The Pants, the judge.
Oh yeah.
He brings up a good point when he says that Arwar has to make a lot of risky plays to win this game from now on.
on 2s.
So maybe he will actually charge into the Deathwing Terminators and then just hope he rolls like a god and actually kill a bunch of Terminators with with Death Shroud.
I honestly think it's one of the very few ways that Erever has to.
Yeah, to win the game.
Here's the
Yeah,
thing,
I mean it is a good point, right? Like,
Okay.
how do you win this otherwise?
So,
Because
forgive me, these are AP1.
Yeah.
I forgot on the last
You
time.
would
I
probably
usually
want
these
to
are
rank.
AP1 because of the.
I mean, the thing is, they can shoot into combat with the pistols on the Death Shroud, so that is like more damage
I
than
thought
just fighting.
defense
But you'd
was
probably
ranged
want a couple
from
mortar
that
shots to
to
land
forward.
first too. You know.
yeah, that is also
No, because
true.
I flash outbreaks. So the
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
He could make the swings AP2, by the way. The
One mortal wound afterwards.
the scythe
2-4 kills one.
swings.
Right. If they go to,
Hurts one and
you
kills
mean
the
the
other.
other profile?
Okay.
Yeah, the other profile.
Just got
We're
one
down
more
another
left.
two
Yeah, but
Terminators.
The other thing is,
Okay.
if you
Oh,
go
it's
to,
score.
it's two profiles.
We'll do the
If you go
mortar
to
into
the one profile is AP1, like more
Terminator.
attacks. The other one is AP3, but that one is
the
-1 to hit
cannons
first of all, and then it goes to damage 2,
slugger
and so then it does
into
nothing.
The big 10-man
So you
unit
pick up a little
terminator.
AP, but then you're hitting on a worse number, and the damage 2 gets
Just
reduced
mortar?
to damage 1.
Okay,
Oh, they don't
so-
have the pennant up. Maybe they don't have the pennant up. So
Yeah, they don't exactly. They're not in range of the pennant.
6 shots
And
on
then-
on the mortar again.
Oh, wow.
Erever
Yeah,
is
easy.
hashtag blessed with these things. It's insane.
All hit almost as well.
Almost.
4 hits, 5 hits. 4
2 wounds at
Permanent
-3.
transhuman.
Good.
2 5-up invulns, nicely
Good.
done.
Okay.
Now the entropy cannons and the
And
slugger
then-
going into the assault into the big 10-man Terminator squad over here.
Okay. Slugger. Entropy.
The entropy cannon's a big one. If these can go through
Hits.
properly. Both wound.
2
Every
wounds
failed save,
on
every failed
Storm
4-up
Shield, I guess.
save is a very dead man.
Yep. 4-up and vuln. Goes through D3 plus 3. Roll it.
Oh, it's forcing the roll through. At this point, it's 5
4.
damage.
Goes to 4.
Yep.
Goes down to 4 because the pennant of remembrance.
Right, so you kill one, and then it comes back to life
It's
will
dead.
And then the
for
other one.
now.
And now for the other one, saves.
Fine.
Okay, so far
Okay,
that's one
understand.
Terminator dead, but it'll just get right back up probably. And now for the slugger, which is not likely to do much, to be fair. 1 wound, AP -1, +1, so 2-up save, and it was easy. Okay.
Sounds good. Okay, we'll do first.
I really thought
Yeah,
that the
reducing
entropy cannons
damage
were
by
auto
one.
death for a second there.
Correct,
Sorry, Pants.
Mm-hmm.
These I don't like these sneaky tacticals. I see what he's trying to do, like, because it probably makes more sense for me to hurt this, because it stops you from moving this too far away from this objective. So with this play burst, we're going to do mortar here. We're out of field no payment range as well, right?
Yep.
Alright, so now we're
do
shooting into the
mortar
Space Marine Sergeants,
and then
the
do-
OBSEC that's on that objective over there.
Entropies to
The entropies have to go into the Terminators at this point, otherwise you've wasted the first Plague Burst Crawler's entropies as well.
There's no point me dealing like 1 mortal wounds to this character and this guy.
It's turn
Look at
2,
it,
and setting yourself up to kill a Terminator
Now
at
we'll
turn
leave it be. We'll leave
is
It's not going to be enough. But however,
Yeah.
if he can do enough damage to these Space Marines here, then these Terminators will be kind of
Yeah,
tethered to the
touchdowns.
objective, which means that there won't be any more movement out of the Dark Angel's forces over here.
But that's the thing, though. I kind of feel like the Dark Angels can just not move for the rest of the game and still win. Like, that's the
huge, right?
problem.
Yeah. So two-
Yeah, which
I
is
feel
why
like
this
he
back
can
and forth is
almost
so crucial.
not even play his turns
One
and
does.
still win.
Okay.
Which is, I mean,
Reducing
almost.
terms.
But it's just kind of because of how secondaries and primaries work out,
Okay.
are going to work out this game.
Yeah.
It just makes it very difficult, right?
Does not wound.
Alright.
Yeah, I agree.
So
You could pass the turn a couple times.
yes,
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, just
still doesn't work. That's fine. And then slugger.
are they running clocks, by the way? Where's the clocks? I'm
No,
kinda
there's no
curious.
clocks this time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not that it's been needed. Curie is currently sitting on like
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe 20 minutes used at most.
If even, yeah.
2 wounds
Yep,
max.
even.
Yeah, it's been really fast turns.
Mhm.
But I was just kind of
Yellow,
curious.
Dash will gonna do flamers.
Okay, so Yellow Squad's putting their Flamer, the Plague Spurt Gauntlets, into the attack bikes. We're expecting at least a few wounds out of this. Each one of those Death Shroud Terminators has D6 shots with these gauntlets, which is nasty. Alright. It's a lot of auto hits already. 17 of them. not
So
bad.
turn 3, you're T4 right now. So
They're rerolling all failed because of Arch Contaminator.
rerolling for Arch.
Oof.
Okay, so 6s are at -2, and the 5s are at -1.
All right,
It's all
let's
gonna
see how
be
much
4
damage
up
goes
to
into
the
these bikes.
Alright, sure.
Because of Jink, they don't care. So 1 bike goes down.
Just 1 bike.
Cool, sounds good.
I think the advanced, right? So still 4++.
Yeah, put one heavy bolter.
Yeah, they have Jink,
Just
so
one
they have
down.
the 4++. That's the only reason why only one
Okay,
died really.
Arch charges.
Yeah, true.
There's no reason to be
Ghost
shooting them
will
at all, though,
charge
because you're going to
attack.
mulch them with Death Shroud.
Yeah, they're already
Yeah.
dead, right?
Overwatch.
But,
What,
I mean,
what this
it-
does though is
Oh,
it allows
and
for
also
more
the fight
room to
phase,
rapid
sorry,
trap,
I'll give
and
them
since
all
they're not
justice,
infantry,
so
you can just
probably
block them
both.
against the wall.
Mm.
So that
Well,
allows for a little bit more
6s
movement.
to hit with
You,
mob
you say
melters.
that, but they're gonna die, right? And then you can't.
Likely,
Uh,
very likely.
Yeah.
One
But
wound.
uh,
On
the,
your-
the idea here is that his flamers can't go into anything else anyway, right? Or is that not what he's shooting now? Is he shooting?
He passes the
We're
save,
good. On 5.
And then the bolters.
and now for all the bolters. So there's a CP spent for Overwatch. Bolter does not wound. Okay.
Interesting CP
Yeah.
usage there.
I mean, they're gonna die if you have the CP to burn. Which, to be fair, he
I
might
think
not.
4 is good enough.
4 is good enough. Just. Okay, so yellow squad's in.
Imagine if he pulled the other bike. I would have to re-roll the charge.
Oh, well, it's a good thing he didn't overshoot it then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was why I was worried that he was shooting in case I imagined he would have pulled the closer bike.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you pulled the other one, like the one that he's charging now, then
Well, the
Would've
thing is,
been.
there
All
were
of a
2
sudden,
bikes that
that's
were
just
within
Swing against the
4-inch
attack
range.
bikes and
So he pulled
your,
out one of them, but the other
Deathwing
one
Terminator.
still lived, so it wouldn't have mattered either way.
all right, fair enough.
It'll do.
Yeah, sorry, Amberlita, I do not have my bot in the chat for this season yet. We are working on those things. Like getting something like Nightbot to start spamming out the lists would be a good move.
It's okay. There's Pants in the chat to be the bot. You know, he's doing the job. It's pretty
Don't worry
amazing.
about it. Well, I'm gonna worry about it anyway. We are trying to be a high entertainment, high value stream.
So TTS Warhammer 40k points out it was very possible to kill 1 or more with the -1 toughness aura. So
Yep.
kind of agreeing that you didn't need to shoot because you definitely wanted to make the charge and you knew the Death Shroud would blend it anyway.
Yeah. Like it was kind of risky to shoot at all. There's no reason to, right?
Okay,
It's
so
just
the
instinct,
Poxwalkers
like
charged
you-
the last Terminator. I can't imagine that this is going to be for anything other than just making sure there's enough OBSEC bodies on there, but you could have charged the attack bikes for the same
Okay,
reason
so
and just left the
these people
Deathwing
start
Terminator
with these
alone.
guys.
Yep.
So,
Oh, he actually did go into the Deathwing. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't really know why. I mean, you know, he won't kill it, and the Deathwing will probably kill 3
there
or
is a
4
mortal wounds.
Poxwalkers. So.
There is a mortal wounds trap, but I don't see them doing enough mortal wounds to actually kill the Deathwing Terminator. If they do, that'd be
Yeah.
wonderful, but we'll have to see.
But also not needed. So it's like,
Yeah. So we got our pile in right now with these. We're in the fight phase proper, I think, at this point. They should be some dead attack bikes. So
Okay,
for
I'm gonna
reference,
do,
folks, these guys are attacking with the Man Reapers. These have a cleave, cleave version of them, which makes them strength 7, AP -3, damage 2, which is perfect for dealing with these attack bikes.
Ooh, Tuna makes a really good point here. What if if the Deathwing Terminator doesn't die, and he just walks over here and turns off OBSEC on the Foxwalkers? What happens then? Then he doesn't get a point.
Yeah, that could be a huge problem.
That's actually,
Now,
yeah, it's a really good point.
It's a bit of a distance, but it's absolutely doable.
But that's still going to happen, though,
and
isn't it?
on
Yeah,
3
unless he gets
2
lucky and kills the Deathwing. So that might have been why he charged it, right? He's just hoping he could do enough mortal wounds to kill the Deathwing, right?
reroll from Arch.
yeah.
Did he not have a very big charge roll? Because a lot of the Poxwalkers are not touching the Deathwing.
True.
Yeah, he must
Yeah.
not have gotten a good charge roll at that point.
Yeah, maybe.
So Arch Contaminator, getting rerolls.
So -2 and the 6s are models.
Yeah,
So it's already
Uh,
it's already enough mortals to kill the attack bikes. Yeah. That's just Death Shroud. It's like, oh, here's 20 mortal wounds.
Oh,
Yeah.
I hate it. Okay, well
Do you
done.
wish to interrupt with your Terminator?
So 3
Uh,
dudes do 26 attacks.
Yeah, it's a bit much. So for reference, folks,
50 points, by the way.
Pench,
Custodian
or
Terminators
Panache.
are still 85.
This
Or
is a
80.
character.
Oh, I don't want to hear.
Last
I don't want to hear from the
Terminators.
custodians. They're always, the
Dude,
custodians
that's me.
always complaining.
Yeah, I mean, it's especially
Sorry,
not even custodians always
do you want
complaining.
some
Always
interrupt?
me
No, I don't
complaining.
wanna interrupt,
I'm the custodian
He's
guy.
not interrupting.
Just,
You're-
this unit.
You're the
He's
guy.
activating the play.
Yeah.
Go to here.
So consolidating onto the objective.
The cup.
And then he'll be
if I have
activating the
to hear,
Poxwalkers afterwards. We'll have to see how this works out.
I have to hear, oh, they're T5 and 2 up. It's like 50 points. Custodians.
You having a good time there,
Every
EDT?
Shut up. It's true though. Like, 80 points for something you get for 50? Come on.
It's a bit much, yeah. I mean,
Basically,
like,
yeah.
you're talking to a guy that likes playing Tau for self-hate reasons.
Yeah. I mean, there's worse people out there. Like, I'm not saying custodians aren't good right now. I
Oh, no,
beat
no, but
this
what I mean
exact
is, like,
Star
in
Wars
terms
list the
of-
other day. Like, custodians are clearly very good, but I mean, you know, we can still be annoyed about the units that are terrible. Like the Terminators are probably pretty terrible right now.
So,
in my opinion.
Marius Evander, that is an excellent question. It's not the Poxwalkers that would be turning off OBSEC, actually. It's this fancy man over... Where is he? Where is that librarian?
Chaosman wants
Ezekiel,
to
he's in the middle
There,
of.
no, that's the Judiciary. Where are the bananas is he?
Go 1,
Yeah,
2,
where is he
3,
actually?
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 boys. Look at this one.
He skipped off the table or something? I wonder if he died. I'm not sure. But no, I thought he was right here. Anyway, that guy has a psychic power that can turn off OBSEC for a unit. These Poxwalkers would be in huge trouble if that were the case.
2 models, and I surprisingly don't kill myself.
Yeah, it just mean that he scores no prime. Or he scores 5 primary.
All
again.
right, so there's already 2 mortals. If any one of these turns into a 1, that's the end of the Terminator.
3 saves and -1.
Just one more. Nope.
That's in
Terminator lives.
Lives at 1 health.
So if he had
No,
used
it's not off the table. I'm
no.
not sure why he's off the table.
If he
What?
used Flash Outbreak, they would have had -1 AP.
Oh yeah,
It's
but he
already
did
over-
use
already
Flash
wrapped
Outbreak,
it.
so he should have had
So
-1
he
AP.
goes-
Sorry, I just realized I picked up Ezekiel when I was moving. When I
Did he
was
Flash
moving.
Outbreak?
Yeah, he did Flash
If you wanna
Outbreak.
kill
There he
Ezekiel,
is.
you know that.
No.
Can we ask
So I
him?
thought that there was Ezekiel.
Are we allowed to
around
point that out that he
Nope.
forgot about Flash Outbreak?
Okay.
No,
See,
I don't
that's
think
up
we
to
are.
the judge and the tournament organizer to remember.
Yeah,
We are here literally just to watch.
we cannot tell them that he made a mistake here.
Nope.
Oh no, wait, he
so
CP
he's gonna
rolled
punch
rerolled
back
the
with his
2,
5
did he?
Sure.
Someone saying,
two.
okay,
Well,
yeah, I
if
think
I
he,
could hit the last
he
5 rolls,
rerolled
then
it too, so they did remember.
It's fine. It's
And
fine. It's
moving
fine.
on.
It's fine.
They're good.
But yeah, so remember, folks, in the
That's
chat,
two
that
wounds.
this is
52.
a competitive game, so we're not
Yep.
backseat gaming or anything. We are simply observers watching 2 people play their best.
Yep.
This is still very much an objective that is currently within Deathguard
That's my
hands.
turn. I get points for engage. And
So points for engage on all fronts, putting us up to 17 here for our esteemed tournament organizer.
Gonna pass the turn to me.
yeah. Just checking one thing. Nope, we are fine.
So assuming Ezekiel can roll a decent
get 2
advance,
battleground.
and assuming Curie decides that that's the
3
plan,
for 7 Defiance.
he will be able to turn off the OBSEC of the Poxwalkers,
And
thus denying vital ground.
then we're looking at a like 60 to.
Yep, and
What?
he's already measuring it out right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be like 60 points to 20 next turn. It's gonna be really sad.
It's
that happens.
it's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
At this point though,
Dash out
we still don't know what this
4,
last
5.
objective is.
I'm gonna get a drink while you're.
True.
Yeah, go for
We
it.
are assuming it's why we stand, but if it isn't, if it's something else, if it's like, I don't even know what else it would be, but if it's, if he picked engage, then he's probably being stupid.
And if he's
loses,
picking
but I don't
Oath of
think he
Mount,
did. So.
he's completely missed the point. And could those
I mean, he
Poxwalkers
could've
kill that
picked the-
Terminator this turn? Yes. And it's worth mentioning that even if OBSEC gets turned off, the Poxwalkers could still kill that Terminator.
That is a good point, yeah.
And they are currently unshootable because the Deathwing Terminator has to use Desperate Breakout to get out of there in order to move, and that's 2 CP that honestly Curie probably doesn't want to spend. He's already on 4. Especially when you have 0 real shooting outside the Ravenwing Talonmaster to really stop that from happening.
I mean, yeah, but if he knows that, if he's worried about the Poxwalkers punching him, he could just 2 CP Desperate Breakout.
Yeah, which
then
leaves only
just
one in...
the Poxwalkers.
Well,
the
there's two
Poxwalkers
things
can't,
that,
like, heroic,
that happen
so.
there. There's two things that happen there. One, there's a chance the Deathwing Terminator dies due to the Desperate Breakout stratagem. Two, the Poxwalkers can then also be like, cut them down. And that's a lot of opportunities to roll 1/6. For 1 CP, I'd do that. If that Terminator tries to fall back, I imagine that Erever is like, okay, cool, I'll try to cut him down. I just need like 1/6 out of like 6 or 7 dice.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You just
I
have to
definitely
remember
do
that that's a stratagem.
I don't think I've ever used that stratagem, but you know.
Yeah.
But
So
yeah, this would be the time to use it. You're right. This is when you would.
Turning off OBSEC here does, like, I don't think scares Erever nearly as much as it might seem initially, I guess is my point. We'll have to see, though, what Curie decides to do instead. Turning off OBSEC on these Poxwalkers is a decent deal, though, since if these Poxwalkers continue to not have OBSEC, they'll just not do anything all game. If they ever get the chance to use their OBSEC to good advantage, they could easily just run onto this objective, charge the Space Marines, and then just outbody whoever's on here and steal the objective for a turn, which would be fine.
Assuming they don't die, you know. But yeah. Honestly, yeah. I mean, it's yeah. This is gonna be such a dicey turn. Like,
yep.
It's all about whether or not this Deathwing Terminator survives and Ezekiel gets the power off. If those things happen, you know, again, we're looking at like 70 points to 20 or something, like 60 points to 20. So. Yeah,
Erever needs this Terminator to die with 0 like questions about it. If the Terminator lives, then that'll be game over probably. These Terminators over here are doing something interesting. But if ever there are Poxwalkers or some form of OBSEC that can get onto this objective and remove the ability for Stubborn Defiance to go off properly, then that is a big move for Erever that he needs to consider doing. He should have charged them. I agree and disagree. We've talked about it a little bit, but the Death Shroud Terminators over here are in a weird spot. They're one of the while we stand, we fight targets for Erever, which means you don't want them to die because that's 5 points down the drain for no good reason. And these Terminators here can still do the damage. Like, it's inefficient. The Thunder Hammers aren't doing much. They aren't doing as much as you'd like them to, but they still can do the work that they need to. In a even 5-on-5 fight, or in this case 5-on-4, the Deathwing Terminators should win that engagement, which makes charging them a scary proposition when it is worth 2 points a turn, and also while we stand, we fight points.
Yep. But you know, there's also the argument that how else is he gonna win this game, right?
Exactly. Like, he has to go in hard at this point, and with access to the -1 toughness, like, you know, you can still do some work here.
Yeah, he probably should have tried to make the 9-inch because he also could have shot them a bit. And we were saying that he could use the strat to go +1 to hit, so then he's hitting on 2s with the sweep. And that squad did not have the -1 damage pennant ability on it yet, so that could have actually killed him.
Yeah,
Terminators, probably.
that could have made some work happen for sure, especially with the Mortal Wound strat that could have removed enough of those Terminators that it might have been a glorious turn 2 combat for them. But the important and like consistent stuff that Erever can think about right now is definitely what happens with this Terminator, and then there still is like the rest of the Deathguard army back here just doing its thing. The Chaos Contemptor Dreadnoughts are still more than capable of putting in some damage wherever possible, starting to deal some mortal wounds. And you can't have the Apothecary resurrect 2 different units at once. Like, you can't have them in both places at the same time. The 2 Plague Burst Crawlers are going to be more than capable of potentially wiping out the Space Marine squad this turn coming up, which will nail these Salt Terminators to this objective. They will not be able to leave it for fear of these Poxwalkers stealing.
What mortal wound strat are you talking about with the
Deathguard I don't know why, but I get the distinct feeling that they have a mortal wound stratagem. Because every time I fought against the Death Shrouds in combat...
For what are you talking about?
For the Death Shrouds.
You saying
in melee?
No,
yes.
They don't have a mortal
in melee, it's not a stratagem, it's a warlord trait. There's
okay.
There's like a warlord trait that gives 6s or mortals. Or
maybe it's not even a warlord trait. It's just baked into the biologist purifier.
Okay, biologist purifier. Yeah, it's just an aura they have. Okay.
Gross. So yeah, okay. I had a bad experience once. I've been somewhat shaken ever since.
Yeah, I had them one shot at Telemon once, which made like 2 days ago. Right?
Yeah, it's
which
horrifying.
was pretty crazy. Yeah, did 14 mortal wounds. I was like, okay. Well,
You can like put the relic on the, or put the upgrade on the sergeant so that
Thank you,
his
Vance.
mortal, his 6s to wound do 2 mortals each,
yeah.
Yeah, it's
and
not
then
nice.
he's like Arch Contaminator or whatever. Like he's rerolling all the wounds, fishing for 6s. It's just
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's on the other side of the field, though. That's not coming into these Terminators, and it's not coming to the back of the field for at least another 2 turns, which will be 2 turns too late. Erebor
Oh,
needs
yeah,
to seriously
100%.
consider making a move on this objective, like, next turn. One thing that could happen. Here's an idea. If this Terminator dies in combat this turn, and then Arrowverse turn rolls around, these Poxwalkers could potentially move, and if they're lucky, be within range to charge some Deathwing Terminators or something else, and then get some tricky movement shenanigans to steal the objective for a turn. And that's all he needs. Everything's
yeah,
pretty
I mean,
far away, though. Like,
Yeah, he's probably gonna advance next turn with the Poxwalkers, assuming again Deathwing dead.
Yep.
He's gonna advance like he can. If he gets to fight this turn, then he can also do some cool pile-in shenanigans to create some extra distance, right? Like pile in and then kill it and consolidate 3 inches, and then he can move 6 inches, and then he can advance or move 4 inches, advance, up to 4 or up to 6. And then next turn, maybe he can charge the term Deathwing. So at that point, it if the Poxwalkers survive long enough to actually get onto this objective, that is a really big deal.
Yeah. And there's a potential with this Deathwing Terminator in combat that, and with the couple of dead Poxwalkers that happened earlier, that this next turn they string out a little bit, get that little bit of extra distance they needed from the respawn to get the charge.
Yeah, with the respawn. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, that's
So
an
they
idea
could
that
actually create enough distance to maybe even have like a, like a 10-inch, 11-inch charge this turn if they're lucky. Like with the string out and the consolidation. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, this Premier's Chaplain went back to help out here. This Chaplain, by the way, absolutely can do the damage if it needs to. But it's more important that he's got that litany going on, so that way the Deathwing Terminators now re-rolling all their hits. Suddenly the math is definitely not in the Deaththreat Terminator's favor at all.
Yeah.
So this one unit over here is changing the math over here drastically and is protecting this objective pretty nicely.
Turns from kind of close into they just get massacred.
Yeah. All right, Psychic phase here for the Dark Angels. The Dangels, as it were.
At 18.
Out of 18.
I'm in deny range as well.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Let's see what goes with Engulfing Fear. Goes off on a 12.
Oh, I can't deny that, can I?
Yep.
Oh my
And
god,
they're
what a
turn off
roll.
OPSEC on these Poxwalkers.
Obsok is now off on the Poxwalkers.
There it is. He nailed it. Now it's all about whether or not this Deathwing dies.
Yeah, it's only got 1 wound. There's a good chance.
Yep.
That's where the mortal wound strategy does exist. So
Uh-huh.
Start with the
presumably
Chaplain
that should take care of it.
into these Death.
Especially because they fight
Are they
first.
core though, Poxwalkers? So can you put the mortal wound thing on Poxwalkers?
It's just a
They
it's
have
just
their
a
own
built-in
version.
mortal wound strat.
Yeah, they're their own where they can deal mortal wounds to themselves.
Oh, they
as
have their
well.
own.
One
Okay,
wound
yeah,
minus
okay.
2.
So it's not a foul infusion.
Okay, so free up, because I'm going to take out the boiling cover, obviously. Of course.
Okay, so one of these yellow Death Shroud takes a pew-pew wound.
Let's fire everything into them. Heavy bolter first on 2s.
Talonmaster
4s.
shooting.
That is 5 at -2, ignoring cover.
Oof. That's pretty brutal. That's exactly the minus you don't want. So it's another 3 damage.
Garda.
And one guy's on 1 wound.
Your
This-
save force.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So this guy die and then this guy take a wound.
Alright, so these Death Shrouds are now a little bit weaker.
Cell cannon on 2s.
Good hits. No rerolls though. Talonmasters are too good for
and
that.
8 at AP2.
Okay, so this is exactly the right kind of weapon profile you want to deal with Blight Lord Death Shroud Terminators, or just DG Terminators in general. Strength 5 or higher, AP minus
that
2,
last
1
issue?
damage are perfect.
Yep.
I'll CP one of those, otherwise I drop another Terminator anyway. So
Yep.
Alright, so it drops 1 Terminator. 1 Terminator's down to a few less wounds than that. There is just enough shooting from this Talonmaster to really do some work on these Terminators, it turns out. Something worth noting is that because the 10 Terminies that got on the side objective turn 2, even if Curie loses his back objective in Arrowverse turn, he can still score 3+5 for Stubborn Defiance from that objective on turns 4+5. Ah, interesting. I thought you had to hold your home objective for that, but yeah, it makes sense.
That's going to
All right, charge phase.
my turn, because I don't
think you
feel
score
like
3
making
plus
a
5.
cheeky
It's the
charge
same
into
objective
the,
you have to hold on to. So
like first
Yeah.
crawler quite yet.
it would go to plus
Okay.
2 plus
Okay,
3.
sounds good.
Yeah, no.
All right, we're on to Arrowverse turn
Oh, well, we have fight
3,
here.
except for this combat here,
Fight
which
first.
is
Violent.
very
Violent.
important.
Yep, here comes the super important combat.
Yeah, the chat asked if you could renominate Stubborn, which you can, but you start over the Stubborn number, essentially.
Yeah, which really cripples the secondary quite a lot. All right, so getting as many attacks as possible in here as Arrowver can.
Yeah, you should really spend the CP for the stratagem here too. Like this is
I mean, of course.
kind of do or die. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, no, if these guys do not kill this Terminator, it is game over.
So,
probably.
and
Yeah,
I'll spend 1 CP.
it's not even
do
probably.
mortal
It is. Game over.
All right, Mortal Wounds CP spent. By the way, Arrowver's currently still sitting on 5 because the Tally Man is a good man.
So 13 guys attacking, 26 attacks.
Oh,
Yeah. So this has a fairly good chance. I mean, really good chance, honestly.
yeah. No, this should work.
That's just
2
him dead.
mortals.
2 mortals, he's toast. All right, cool. So they still hold the
How
objective,
does he
psychic power
die?
or not.
Did I get a Poxwalker? How cool's that?
He gets a Poxwalker back because he killed the thing, and he can still
Yeah.
reanimate more. It's possible. It's possible.
Oh yeah, here can. Okay, so let's see if he notices. He's gonna string it out.
Yeah, like this is a big idea. Like we noticed
Yeah.
this, but if Arrowver doesn't,
He has to remember he can
Consolidate.
consolidate too. Like he can consolidate.
Nearest is
Yeah,
these
he needs to
Terminators.
consolidate, and then he needs a
Yeah,
big
yes,
advance roll on the next turn, and then it's literally there's hope still.
Not even
going
a
to
big
be a
advance roll.
mix.
Like if he does the
Oh,
respawn
no,
thing,
oh, no.
Yeah,
He
it's
might
gonna
be able
a
to
mix.
charge.
This guy has to go closer to these
I
guys.
wouldn't even bother
This
charging.
guy
Just
can go
roll like a
closer
2
to
on
that
an
guy.
advance and get on it.
Yeah, well,
oh yeah, there's only one guy on it. Is there? Oh, 2. Yeah.
no, there's 2, arguably
Yeah.
3. This guy's
Hey, you
still
don't
gone.
have to charge. You're right. It's even better.
they're where I want them to be.
So, Arrowver, pile in. My friend, please.
Consolidate.
He's currently trying to figure out how to
So
consolidate
two-
because
I
some of them are
want 2
closer to these
objectives,
boys
so
than they are to over here.
Yeah, they are talking about it. Yeah, so he
I
doesn't
get 2
remember.
for a bodyguard.
But no matter what diagonal they go on, they'll be closer to both. So, like,
But yeah, exactly.
Totally.
He can just move.
Hey,
Doesn't actually matter.
We can work one thing out.
Oh, I have to run in a few minutes, guys. This is getting juicy all of a
I
sudden.
need
I know.
Actually,
9
all of a sudden,
action
this
points.
might be a close game, which
Well,
I know.
it was always the
Yeah.
potential. There's always the potential for it, right? And you just need 1 turn or 2 to go the way you need it
Start
to, and here we
shelling that
go.
unit.
yeah.
Straight towards the objectives is valid consolidation for sure. Agreed.
They're all thunder hammers, aren't they? So the additional AP is worth it.
This is where it's so
got
hard
one
not to
gun
say
cover
anything.
as well.
Like I won't, but it's
So
like
minus
you want
3.
to so badly. You're like,
Okay.
yeah,
Well,
just
yeah.
do it.
I've got
Yeah,
Oh,
but
they're
like
only
that's
do
the
it.
thing, right? We get to
So
watch
minus
other
3,
players make
so
these
1, 2,
make these
4 up,
choices,
is
which
good.
allows us to
Push the
learn,
four up.
and the audience gets to go ahead and learn a little
So
bit
I'm gonna
too,
flash
make
out
their
the
own
consolidation.
thoughts.
Definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, and these are 2 really high caliber players, 2 of the better players in Alpha.
Sure.
Warlord trait.
So-
It's
See if I
not
get
such a
a
warlord
CP.
trait as it is an ability from the
Like
foul
on
blight
your
spawn.
No, it's the
Forget what it
biologist
is.
putrefier.
It's biologist putrefier. Blah.
Yeah.
Stupid
It's,
dumb
pick
names.
pick a unit. Yeah,
don't
it's all right.
want to do
You
this
don't play Deathguard, so.
No, I didn't.
fair
I
enough.
said I felt
play
No one
everything
expects
but-
that of you.
Yeah, I don't
your
either.
turn.
I
So
don't
that's
know.
why I moved on because I
I just knew it
that
happened.
I'm,
So I didn't know who.
Get it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just do this.
Helps that I've been grinding them out, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, he picks a unit at the start of the fight phase, so you can do it on either turn, and
Yeah.
they get mortals and 6s to win.
Yeah, so someone linked it. It's like core units, pants again, being the bot or like better bot, you know.
He's the sentient robot. You know,
Yeah,
he's our
sentient
data.
robot being perfect here and just sending out all the
Alright, command phase done.
high level info that we need.
No spawn or movement from the Poxwalkers.
No, I think he's still measuring.
Well, he clicked movement phase. At this point, I'm not sure.
Really? Did he not consolidate? Oh my god, that's such a big mistake. If
He rolled an
didn't.
advance, got a 10-inch advance on these death routes.
yeah, but this doesn't matter. Those guys have obsec. It doesn't matter. Those guys don't
Advantage.
have obsec. I mean, the Death Shroud.
Yeah.
So I don't know. This is he needs to get the Poxwalkers. That's his way out. He forgot about it. Okay, or now he just didn't do it. I guess because he was talking about it.
Yeah,
So
he
didn't
was
forget.
talking about consolidates and everything, and like it wouldn't be
Yeah.
hard to just mouse click, drag, move 3 inches in a rough diagonal towards.
Yeah,
both
like
units.
you could have just done it. So
It would go 3 and then spawn at least 2 more, which gets you a net of like about 4 to 5 inches, and then move 4 plus an advance.
Yeah.
It's literally doable.
it is easily doable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's such a big. That's a really big mistake.
Yeah, well, it's certainly a blunder as far as we can see. But Erever obviously didn't see that. The same way. He's got other ideas going on, and our job now is to try to predict exactly what. Although
Yeah, I mean,
feel like that was the right move.
What could be happening is that he just forgot that the Death Shroud have obsec, or that the
Terminators have
Deathwing have
obsec,
obsec.
yeah.
So maybe he thinks if he gets enough Death Shroud on, it doesn't matter. But you know,
Oh, he
That feels like a big
accidentally
mistake
right-clicked.
to make as
I don't
well.
think he meant to. That is
Yeah.
not the full Deathguard turn. But to start things off right now, as far as points go, we've got our first 2 points for Vital Ground and 10-point primary here, which puts our tournament organizer and his list up to a full 29 points. He's behind, but not by enough to call it yet by any stretch of the imagination. It's certainly closer than it might have initially been a turn or 2 ago. We'll have to see what goes on here. Engage on all fronts is probably very likely to stand for another 2 points this turn. You got the Death Shrouds walking behind this ruin, making them largely unassailable for the rest of the game. I don't see anything getting to them or shooting them any longer. So they will be a safe while we stand we fight target at this point. The orange Death Shrouds, the 5-man, we'll have to see what they do. Poxwalkers are still able to hold this objective and screen it. We'll have to see what Erever does decide to do with these. The Plagueburst Crawlers and the Chaos Contemptor Dreadnoughts now are definitely looking towards continuing to pour firepower into this flank and try to do their best to win this war of attrition. I'm not positive about the success rate of that, but one of the things that should happen this turn is the Space Marines going down. Erever did notice partway through his last turn that these things, if they die, tethers these Terminators to this objective, which means that this flank is stopped. So we'll see what happens there.
okay. So he did advance. He just didn't consolidate and didn't respawn.
Yep.
And
he's
he's going for the objective. So this is okay. So at this point, it is an abject mistake because there is no other. Like he is going for what we suggested. He's just doing it slower than we would.
Yeah.
So
It's definitely a more
that's
sure thing
unfortunate.
this way, though.
This is a high pressure game. Like obviously, it's a tournament game and all that. So
Yeah.
I guess he just won't. Yeah.
It's like, okay, so doing the math on this one, they still hold this objective, that's fine. And now the Dark Angels do have to consider, okay, so if these Poxwalkers get over here, they will outnumber the Deathwing Terminators, and they will not even have to be in a fight to do it next turn. Guaranteed. They'll be able to advance and poke onto it pretty safely. But I would agree. This is currently the bottom of turn... Jeez, what turn is this? Turn 3. And it says 4. It says 4 on the map because he accidentally right-clicked, but it is still the bottom of turn 3. That means that there's still only another potential 2 turns for Erever to score primary and to deny Stubborn Defiance for a full turn. Looking at those secondaries, Stubborn Defiance is probably going to score like at least 12 points, even if everything goes according to plan now. I think. Vital Ground is going to be in the Dark Angel's favor, unless if the Poxwalkers can stay there for a full turn, which means they need to be there by turn 4 and survive until turn 5 to do that. Engage on all fronts is going to do a max of 8. Yeah, like currently the points are not in Erever's favor.
Yeah, I mean currently it looks like it's going to be like 90 to 45 or something. Like
I wouldn't say it's going to be that
50,
low.
60.
We're still going to get another, at worst case scenario, 20 more points on the primary here, which puts us up to 35 for the primary on the Dark Angels. Sorry, on the Deathguard. And if they do manage to steal this back objective, that will create a 5-point primary turn for Curie, which offsets the 15-point primary he had turn 1.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to see what goes on here. But, yep.
There is still the we stand we fight to keep in consideration
Which both
for
teams should be
our
able to get the full 15 for.
Yeah.
And if Curie's taking that's only a 10 for him now. Because he has lost a full squad.
But isn't that a combat squad one?
Oh, the death. Right. They're the same one. So yeah, so he's chilling
Yeah,
still.
so he's fine.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be 15 for both players, very likely.
Yes.
This game. At which point, 15-15, and it's gonna be something like 4 or like 8-6 on Vital Ground or something, I think. And then
Right.
Engage is gonna be something like 8 to. It's gonna be 8 to whatever Stubborn Defiance is, and then Curie's gonna max out primary. So
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know.
Well, on that note, I have to run, guys, but I'll check back in with you in an hour and see how this game's going.
Yeah, sounds good, my dude. You take it easy.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, great casting, you guys. Everybody
great
take
having
care.
you,
I'll
man.
plug the competitive standard 40K. Go check it out. I'll drop a link in the YouTube. It's coming from your Season 5 Alpha League winner. So hopefully we'll make a repeat this season with this Mortulus, but I don't want to play Dark Angels because this Stubborn Defiance is nasty.
It is not healthy for the game.
Yeah.
I think
All
that
right,
we can
guys,
agree
take
on.
care.
Alright, well, as we move along, the Playboy Crawlers have moved back, removing themselves from the threat range of the Terminators for at least another turn here. We got 10 Poxwalkers just kind of sitting back here, making sure that they're as safe as possible, holding this back objective. The Contemptor Dreadnoughts are exactly where they need to be. They aren't really going to get shot where they are. The Playboy Crawlers are still very healthy and doing their thing. We have the Orange Death Shroud moving into the middle, which is a very interesting place to go for them. It could potentially create some problems for both players. I'm not sure if that's what Erever wants to do, but we'll see how this goes. He's got his own ideas, and he's beat me repeatedly, so he's, I did tie him with talents. So he was playing Eldar at the time, though.
Yeah. I mean, Arwar is originally an Eldar player for sure. He's a really good. He was one of the better Mekdar players when that was meta.
Yeah.
He played a late talk when everyone else was playing Yunari, and he was just beating everyone with planes. It was really fun.
To answer the question in the chat, the Dark Angels list, the while we stand we fights that are left on the field are these 5 Terminators, these 10 Terminators, and the Talon Master. For the Death Guard, it's the 3 Blight Shred squads. Death Shred squads, sorry. I keep getting them all mixed up. So these orange Terminators here, the yellow Terminators left over here, and then these Terminators over here are all worth 5 points apiece.
Yeah, it's just about keeping the Terminators alive, and both players are doing so really well.
I mean, sort of. I don't know why Erever is putting these guys out here. I suppose that's to present a potential future threat, which is one of the reasons why While We Stand We Fight is a weird secondary to pick. It can feel like a trap sometimes when you build a list to have very killy units, and then those same killy units need to also survive. It means that you are afraid to use them, which nerfs your own list a little bit. For sure, and that is we talked extensively about that before the game. That we think that's one of the reasons you usually run 3-man Death Shroud and not 4, because 4 is more expensive than the Blight Haulers, Plagueburst Crawlers. Yeah.
So because he has 4-man units, they become his While We Stand instead of the Plague Burst, which if you look at the Plague Burst, do you think they're gonna die this game? Like, no.
No, the only units that could have killed them died in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, so because of that, if he had kept his squads at 2-man or 3-man, and then just had 1 5-man unit, then he would only have to keep 1 of his Death Shroud alive instead of all 3, which is generally speaking the better way to do it, or like the more common one at least, and a more safe one. The way he's doing it, he is relying more on kill power than, easy to score secondaries. Yeah.
At this point, the Chaos Contemptor Dreadnoughts are going to move along with Lord of Virulence, just to stay within that aura of reroll 1s and the extra -1 AP. Tallyman's going to probably keep up with them in an effort to stay alive. They're getting close enough now that the Contemptors could be potentially sniped, but really that would require the entire Terminator squad or some very lucky rolls off the Talon Master to pull off. Not likely to happen. Really, this is going to be a highly positional game right now, and it is benefiting Curie at the moment, which is a shame, because it's one of those situations with Dark Angels where you can kind of start predicting what's going to happen, just because of how defensive and how positional their game can be, and this is one of those games for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we exactly predicted what the game was going to look like before the game, mostly. We said there were two options. Either they fight it out for the center objectives, like both of them go for both, or they split the map vertically. How is the map split right now? It's completely vertical.
Yeah,
they're keeping
diagonal
one
line
corner
between
each.
the
It's just, you know.
There is some movement off of the Deathguard side, though. We got these Poxwalkers coming in like a hot, like a cold front, like a weather map or something. It's like, and coming from the south end of the states, we got we got all these guys coming up. So that is a potential piece of action right there that can really change how the game feels. Because if there's one score more, vital ground for 3 points, 5 points total for Erever, that might change the math enough to start swinging the other way.
Yeah, people are discussing why he hit his stratagem as well.
Yeah, well, okay.
Which, I mean, it's definitely a psychological play. It could mean, it could just mean that he wants Arvor to second guess himself, but it is fairly obvious. It's always going to be while we stand here.
Yeah,
none of the other ones really make sense.
Is there none of them?
Like if he took something else, well, if he took none of the ones that would not have scored any points yet make any sense.
Right.
If he had taken domination, that could have been a decent strategy, because he would have gotten it 2 turns this game, which would have been kind of decent, right?
Not as good as While We Stand We Fight, though, which is currently still a guaranteed 15, and for this list, might as well still continue to be.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, While We Stand is almost always pure 15, and the Stubborn Defiance is also always pure 15.
One Terminator died from Psychic, by the look of things.
Tried a new,
oh, he spidered it. Nice. Okay.
Okay. So what have you actually got here? You've got 2 guys touching cover with Thunderhammer Stockship, right? Okay, and then you've got Lightning Port, Lightning Port.
5 Thunderhammers total.
Stubborn Defiance being a guaranteed 15 is one thing, sure, but losing that back objective at all means a 15-point primary for Arrover over a 5-point primary, and if that happens next turn and the last turn, that's a big enough swing that matters. Getting Vital Ground for at least a turn for 5 points rather than just 2 is a big swing as well. This game's still very close, but it requires some really good play on Erever, and it's definitely currently favoring the Dangles.
And some luck, yeah. He has to somehow steal the home objective of the Dark Angels, and he has to hold it for the next 2 turns. That's the only way he can win this game.
Yeah, and since he's going second, he will be able to get the primary on the last turn for sure. So
yeah, exactly. That is why he still has a chance, because if he holds this, he gets 15 on Vital Ground, and that makes up for the Stubborn Defiance, and then the Stubborn Defiance goes down to like 12, I think.
No, according to Pants, that secondary doesn't work that way, although I don't see how it wouldn't.
It is guaranteed 50 now, even if Arvor steals it. Okay, how?
Yeah, because you need to hold that objective with the same unit the whole time.
Because how many does it give a turn when it starts? It gives 2?
2, then 3, then something, then something again.
So it becomes 2 and then 3 if he takes this next turn, right?
Okay. Sounds good.
Man, I got lots of typing. Here, the Pants.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead.
We'll take your word for it.
We'll take your word for it. Yeah, 100%. Like he's judge, he knows what he's doing, obviously.
Yeah.
But it is one of those things where like I thought it was the same unit has to hold the same objective, and that's the thing that has to be done for the whole 5 turns for it to work.
Yeah. Yeah.
But apparently the Terminators on that top objective over there matter.
Yeah, I think he's saying that because they were on this objective turn 1, it still keeps the... So like, they've held this objective for 3 turns, because of that he gets the 4-point or whatever it is on the turn 3 a turn, anyway. Which, you know, I didn't know it worked like that. If it does, then it's even better than before.
I also thought it had to be a home objective. I thought that it had a lot of terms and conditions.
2 wins at...
yeah, it does, but...
2 go through, 2 damage apiece, right?
This is
okay, it's just about consecutive turns. Yeah, I mean it's even better. It's honestly it's just kind of a broken secondary.
1 takes 1 wound, and then he dies.
Pretty much every competitive, like high-level competitive player knows this by now. It's too good. Yeah, that seems to be the issue with Dark Angels right now. To be honest.
1 wound at minus.
Yeah, Storm Shield's a 4 up.
No. All right, chat. It's time. Like Season 6, Season 7 repeats. My cat has come to the window.
Sure.
This might be a time where, Faith, you're going to have to hold down the fort without me for a little bit, but it seems that the Plague Burst Crawlers are going in, doing some damage.
Once more.
2 up. Takes
Good
one.
rolls.
Takes one.
Alright, he takes a wound. On
Yeah,
his
the Heavy Slugger
Terminators.
doing what it needs to do. I'm wrong. Sorry, folks.
Like
Boom!
most
The
depressing.
pants!
Love it.
The pants!
Alright, so next one's going to turn out.
Should have gone and reread before I spouted a bunch of rubbish in the chat. Oh, no.
Oh, he's wrong! Yes! Okay, I'm happy. Oh,
That-
I was so hoping you were wrong, Pants. Thanks.
Yeah, at least
That's
it
really
makes that
important.
objective at least something to play around. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and expand the view so everyone can see all the dice rolls from both rollers. I'm gonna go ahead now and deal with the fact that my cat is being extremely needy and cute, but mostly
Cool.
needy.
Yeah, that gives me an opportunity to explain to answer a
rolls.
question from chat. So
Go for it. Go nuts.
yeah, so ACK, AZK. What's the interaction
Takes
with
3 damage total.
while we stand we fight
roll
and
full
combat
damage.
squads?
Oh,
So
yeah, 'cause mine-
it literally just it still counts as one unit.
Kill
So
him.
you have to kill both parts. So even though he
Damage
combat
is
squatted this unit and put 5 of them over here that died,
Sensor.
until these guys die, he still scores 5 from while we stand. So currently, both players are going to score 15 on while we stand,
So I'm freeze now.
which is
Rolling once.
usually what happens in this matchup, I'd assume. And yeah, I mean, it's just gonna be.
3 modals and 7.
I mean, we keep harping on this, but it's so rough for Arwar at the moment. He's
5
just
damage
playing
total.
against someone who has a 30-point auto every
Victory.
turn, right? Or every game.
That will kill.
They always
him.
score 30 points minimum
And do
from
2
secondaries because of Stubborn Defiance and While We Stand.
All right. I think
Yeah,
that's
so
us.
second,
That's about it.
which
So
turn are we
just
on?
over
We
here.
are on bottom of turn 3.
Oh, do you mind if I roll to see if I do more wounds to your chaplain? Because he was William 3 on the damage.
Yep,
roll.
go for
It
it.
is about to, Arwar is about to finish his turn 3.
Yep, so 1 modal.
And the score is 44 to 29. And
Here.
very likely, like we already know, it's going to be 15 for Stubborn Defiance unless Arwar
So just
makes
keep
some
engaging.
really big highlight plays. It's going to be 15 for Stubborn Defiance, and it's going to be
That's your
15
turn.
for While We Stand,
Yeah,
assuming
and I'm not
that
going
is
to pass it
the
because I did already.
thing that's here,
Yes, you
which
did.
it should be.
Alright, so I'll score 10 for holding 2, 5 for Defiance, 2 for Battleground.
And I will roll for a CP because it is a new battle.
So yeah, honestly, Arwar is just kind of in a
Got him on
very,
round 4 now.
very tough position now. He should almost not be able to win, but he can still pull it out. But it's such a massive, like, he has to do a lot of things have to go right. And Curie has to whiff really hard in killing the Poxwalkers over here. If Arwar does the right thing. If Arwar does
Alright, command
exactly the
phase,
right
minus
thing,
1
which
damage on them.
Sure.
so far
It's
hasn't
one of
been
my
the case
litanies,
because
same as
40k is not a
before.
game where
they
everyone
don't
does the
even
right thing all the time.
Immune to morale.
Then
Their
even
leadership's 10
unless he
right now
does
anyway,
exactly,
so that's
Yeah.
just-
unless he does everything correctly, and Curie whiffs, he's not gonna win this game.
Alright, so Litany of Hate failed. Cancel of Hate went off.
Exactly what Mr. Tonan says.
2 ups are supposed to be
Stubborn,
reliable,
mission
and they're really
specific,
not right
and
now.
while we stand, we fight is a guaranteed 80 plus victory points. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, that's gonna be my command phase. Let's go to movement.
So movement for Curie right now.
Let's go.
So I wonder if he's gonna try to declare this really long charge towards the playcaster.
Remember this.
If he does, then and if he makes it, the game is just over. You know. But if he fails it, then obviously he can't charge the Poxwalkers and kill them. He took Canticle of Hate, yeah. Okay, did it go off? Canticle of Hate? I didn't notice.
So he's just slightly out.
Yes. Okay. I mean, why not try it, right? If you make the charge, the game is over. So, you know, you always try it, right? Especially when you're in a position like this, where you're probably gonna win no matter what you do. You take the, you know, somewhat. It's not even risky. Like, that's even the wrong word. It's just, you know, higher. Like, the less likely to work, but if it works, it wins. Right? He's looking at the Poxwalkers. He's probably gonna turn off their obsec. That's another thing that could happen.
Will advance.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah. So if he turns up the obsec here, then the Poxwalkers also cannot. He actually cannot get the Deathwing Terminators off the objective, which once again guarantees 15 points for Stubborn Defiance. Curie is currently targeting the Poxwalkers with turn off obsec. Yeah. And honestly, if that goes off, I think that pretty much seals the deal. Which ones? He is targeting the Poxwalkers that are trying to get to the Deathwing Terminators, the backfill objective.
Chappy, where you want to go?
Yeah, he's gonna turn off obsec on the. I don't think they have a color, these Poxwalkers, not the yellow ones, but the back one, the aggressive ones.
That one's gonna advance.
Sure, sounds good.
Which honestly, if that goes off, it just turns off the. It just means he will max out secondaries and primary, except for vital ground, and that's GG. So. That will be the nail in the coffin.
Yep, and then at the end of my move phase, paid 0 CP and resurrect a Terminator.
Yay!
And heal the wounded one.
Restricting Terminators now. He measured from Ezekiel. It is exactly 24 inches to the Poxwalkers.
Mm-hmm. No, let's go to my psychic phase because I have one of those.
Yes, you do.
Let's go with.
He's doing it now.
Engulfing Fear. Some things don't change.
That's the one.
Okay. And that is the don't have obsec, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and yep, you could do it on them. So I will attempt to deny.
Oh, maybe he isn't going to do it on the
Nope, goes off.
forward guys. He did measure
These
it.
Poxwalkers no longer have obsec.
Sure.
Okay, so he did do it on those guys. He made the forward Poxwalkers have the not have obsec, so now there's no way our war can take away the home objective of
Sure, let's
the Dark Angel Spire.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Those
bad
are
news.
+7.
For sure.
I'm out of
Yeah, I think that's just GG, to be honest.
6 up.
No, don't you dare.
But we'll see. Maybe. I mean, the thing is, if he makes this charge too
Just
into the
to be
Malignant Plague Caster, he's gonna take away this objective too, and then the game's even worse.
Now that's a harder charge to make. That's an extremely long bomb charge. Like, it looks like a 9 or a 10 from my perspective.
True. He has. I think he has +2 though. From where I know he does. He has
And
+2.
he's got coherency as a potential issue as well. So
Yeah.
like it won't be easy to pull off, but it could work.
True. He has the Canticle Hate on, so +2 to charge.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's still gonna be probably a 7 or an 8, even with +2. So we'll see if he makes that, because that would be the final nail in the coffin.
Is going to shoot at.
Mr. Tuna, yeah, that'd be pretty funny. Ezekiel just
let's
like
shoot at the
outs and
orange
then he's like,
Terminators, why not?
Emperor, I got
So
denied.
-1 to hit.
Yo,
What is this garbage?
Sure. Okay.
Carpenter's Gaze says no. wounding on 4s. 5 wounds at -1, ignoring cover.
Okay, so yeah. So we freeze.
So I think he's shooting into the Death Shroud at the moment.
Ignore cover, right? So
Yeah.
just gonna put it in the back.
Belt cannon.
Oh my god.
2s and
The Talon Master!
attack roll. 4
Why is that model so good?
Yeah.
Damn you, Adam Camilleri! Making him popular and stuff.
Makes all the saves, I think. Fails 1, actually.
Yeah.
Current CP standings are 4-3 right now, folks, just in case. And I'll get to the score in a second. I'm just currently eating a quick snack because I was running low on blood sugar.
2 on Stasis Shell.
Okay. Sounds
so
perfect.
This is your
He can only
midstream
make
reminder.
One shot with his weapon.
Drink some water, stand up, stretch a
But
little
if
bit.
it hits, you cannot
Can't
fall
sit
back
for too
until
long
the
without
next turn.
causing problems. So,
Ooh, he's doing the stasis shell right now.
Hits.
The
ooh,
cannot fall back.
Walkers.
Okay, so he's making the Boxwalkers unable to fall back. That's cool.
rude.
Charge. Terminators.
So he's gonna-
Walkers.
Charge the
also
Boxwalkers,
Support
swing
on this
on to
turn.
the
If
home
you got
objective
other
next
targets here,
turn
so this
because
manifests
you
as
won't be able to
spend
fall
once
back and get
per
shot
turn,
on.
charge.
Yeah, I mean, he can also, like, you can move all the way this way. If he rolls
Yeah.
an 8 or something, he can move.
-2
Well, he'll
charge.
swing
Eight
on to
inches
the home
towards the
objective, tag the
Okay.
Plague Caster, and then
Yeah.
at the end of the next turn, tag the Plague
So that
Burst
is a
Crawlers.
9 + 2
Yeah.
And start ripping into these Poxwalkers. Now, this is an excellent play from Curie.
Wow.
Holy crap.
Okay, and he got an 11-inch charge, too. This is.
I almost spat out my coffee. You what?
He rolled an 11-inch
Oh, that's
Plus
brutal,
battalion
dude.
and increase their-
charge. 9 + 2.
Yeah, that Canticle of Hate does some serious work. I love that. I
Sounds
love
like
the
a pro-
Primaris Chappie on a bike for that reason alone, but
Dude, that was
damn,
good.
dude.
It's like a lot of garbage. out.
Oh, and I forgot, yeah, Pants brings up a good point. It's a +3 to pylons and consolidates too, so that's a 6-inch pylon and a 6-inch
Oh my
consolidate.
God.
It's potentially 12 inches of extra movement. Just swing around and be like, yeah, okay, so you have 5 models on this objective? So do I.
He might even be able to. He might even be able to tag the Contemptor if he wants to. Because he
Yeah.
only has to leave one of
That's-
the Assault Terminators in fight range with the Poxwalkers.
Yeah, it depends on how this charge goes.
He could
he'll
spring
have
them
to,
out
like,
the entire way.
Yeah, if he moves if he moves all the Terminators in such a way as to get them in a big, wide line and then effectively charge forward, that works. But keep in mind, if he does that, the Plague Burst Crawlers have a very easy shot on this Talon Master. So he can't leave the Talon Master out in the open because that's a very dead Talon Master at that point. It does not survive 4 entropy cannons, I don't think.
Yeah, probably not. But then again, what does it matter if the points just like at that point you're gonna score 15. Just you're gonna max out all secondaries. You're gonna score a 100-point game at that point almost. So
Just about.
yeah, because he's gonna take the vital ground thing as well.
Yeah, this could be absolutely nasty. But we'll have to see what Curie does for all of the movement here. It might just be a situation where they tap the Poxwalkers, pile into them, force them not to fall back. Next turn, kill them, and then turn 5, walk in, remove the objective.
Why though? Like he could take it this turn.
Because it wouldn't keep the characters
that
safe,
is
and he
going
really
to
does
be
need the
it
Talon Master
for
to
my
stay
charges.
alive, and he really does want to protect those characters.
Does he though?
But
Like
if I
he just
phase-
wins some points. I don't know. I feel like this is a mistake.
The thing is, if he already is winning on points,
See, I was expecting.
then it's an unnecessary risk to risk more of your models, because that gives an option for these Death Shroud Terminators to walk in, charge, kill, consolidate, potentially start attacking that objective that last turn. Yeah, I don't. I appreciate the safety pick out of Curie's play here.
Yeah,
Alright.
maybe.
He's a one
Yeah,
guy with 3 attacks,
it's
hitting on
super
4.
safe. Super. It's a bit. I would definitely have gone in there.
No hits.
But that might be playstyle.
Sure.
Yeah, Chad agrees with you though, specifically Pants, saying that he would have gone for the big old tap everything.
Yeah. Big dick steal the home objective play.
That charge was so good, my stream went down.
Yeah. That's
Contemptors
it.
aren't scary melee, no, but they can still shoot into melee, and they're accurate enough that becomes an issue.
Oh, they hit on 4s in melee. So.
Yeah, so like their big thing right now is that if they had been tagged, all right, that could have been a problem, sure. But then at that point, all Erever has to do is move these Poxwalkers onto the objective. Keep these guys alive if possible. But also, very importantly, like, he could have just shot and killed the Talon Master, which is reroll 1s to wound, the Apothecary, the Bladeguard Ancient, all this other stuff that's just sitting in the back here being a nuisance. That stuff could have easily been killed. So staying safe like this, I think, is an excellent idea.
Yeah, so I'm just going to swing normally, because there's no point not to.
They didn't heroically intervene, they're just coming back in. The Terminator did his attacks, finished off whatever he could, killed maybe a Poxwalker. The Poxwalkers are now piling in and attacking.
Yeah, it's just piling.
Yeah, that's pretty... I'll kill the Terminator.
And the mortal ones have killed the Terminator.
And then...
Hey, nice. That's a really good roll.
That's a really good roll back, too, actually.
90?
Yeah.
Yep. And that was 4 mortal wounds, so it actually kills 2 Terminators.
6 up. Big 2.
Okay. Plus 4 mortal wounds. Yeah, that's exactly 2, right?
Yep, that'll kill a couple Terminators. That's enough to actually put a serious actual dent in there, but shame that's not going to do enough.
No more round to take.
Nope.
This is your turn.
That's good. Okay.
Yeah. Alright, start of Aror's turn. He scores 10 points.
So these guys are locked in combat.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at this for a second.
He would have scored 5 otherwise, which would have been, yeah.
Yeah, or well, he might have scored 5 depending on how things went. That's a lot of D3 damage and other like weaponry going into them that could have potentially caused a bit more damage than he would have liked. And again, his characters would have been in serious danger, which is a problem. Especially the Talon Master, because that's your While We Stand We Fight target. You don't want that dying. Anyway.
That's true. It is the While We Stand, yeah.
Alright, so as it stands right now, Erever's currently sitting on this for his secondary points. Score plus 10 should be 31%. It should be at 41. Which is 20 points behind, which is a lot, to be fair. Especially considering what's going on here, but it is a lot. Battleground does go up for another 2 points, though, so that puts him up to 43. Contender 1 score. Curie's currently sitting on 61 points. And then the secondaries, we got 10 points for Stubborn Defiance. As expected, this next turn, if that Stubborn Defiance isn't removed, that'll be the full 15. Which is obviously not what you want, but it's probably what's going to happen, if we had to guess.
Yeah. He has no way to get it away anymore. It's guaranteed now. Because the Poxwalkers don't have OBSEC anymore, so they can't actually take it from the Deathwing. So yeah. At this point, it's going to be maxed out Stubborn Defiance. It's going to be maxed out... Probably.
Well, I mean, there's not no way. It is worth remembering that if these Death Shrouds and these Poxwalkers go in and kill just enough Terminators, they could take the objective.
All of them? They have to kill all of them.
They have to kill pretty much all of them, yeah. But
they have to they have to kill all of them, not pretty much all of them. They have to kill all 5.
Now, it's not impossible.
Yeah.
It's not impossible. You know, there's enough mortal wounds that it might happen. Plague Burst Crawler could soften up a couple more of them.
Well, there's no mortal wounds over here. It's just, well, the Poxwalkers could do some, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
But I don't even think they can reach charge range this turn with 4-inch move.
Well, they haven't moved this turn. They should be able to move within like a 9 or 10-inch charge, which is not good, but it's something.
Yeah, true. Yeah. So if he moves 4 inches, then makes a 10-inch charge, then rolls all 6s to hit, so he gets like 12 mortal wounds, and then his Death Shroud move 5 inches, also make the charge, and he fails all the saves on the Deathwing. Then maybe.
Now it's worth remembering that those Death Shrouds can do some damage. We saw them do damage, and they aren't going to take as much damage back. But
that was with their auras, though. Now they don't have any auras over here.
Absolutely true.
Yeah. He did activate the big contagion thing over here, which is good. That will mean that the Death Shroud are AP1 on 6s, and I don't remember what else it is. -1 toughness, so T4, T3. Both very important things.
That doesn't matter that much, but it means that the Poxwalkers are wounding on 4s.
Yeah, and they are AP1 with their attacks, right?
Yep, that's something.
I think he just advanced though, so Poxwalkers are not getting into combat. Yeah, and like we were saying, he would have gotten all of these in here earlier if he did the consolidation thing.
Yeah, the missing the consolidate move there really hurt Erebor.
Yeah.
And he went with the idea that we thought that he was going to go for it anyway, which just seems like a blunder, honestly.
Yeah.
And the Poxy's advanced. So the main thing here is that the Poxwalkers have advanced. They do have a body on here, but again, they're not obsec, so it doesn't matter for this turn. It's not likely to matter for next turn, depending on what Ezekiel decides to do here. I imagine that Ezekiel will remove the obsec off of these Poxwalkers in the back next turn, after he's mopped up the majority of these ones here. So that way he can go ahead and steal that home objective and really just deny Erebor a bunch of points.
Yeah, he might. Depends on if his Terminators can kill all the Poxwalkers this turn, right?
Why is he worried about stringing back to that objective? Just to make sure that there's two separate kinds of bodies on there, but I agree with you. He's got the Yellow Death Shrouds back here. There's no way for the Dark Angels player to steal it, unless the Ravenwing Talonmaster advances over there and then fails to be able to shoot with the heavy weapons it has. I don't know, man.
I mean, there's no reason. He's just doing that because I don't know.
It's good practice. You know, it's good play. Stringing back there is just a good decision in a lot of situations.
Maybe he knows he's lost, so he just wants to practice for next game. Who knows?
Oof, oof, oof! Big sad.
Yeah,
it looks like it's going to be a Dark Angels win, a Dangles victory, but it is not yet a guarantee. We will see.
Yeah,
we will see. It's possible, though unlikely, but possible. That there could be a win here for. There's something here for Erebor. I just, oh. Ooh. We'll have to see what happens.
Yep. I guess the idea is next turn he gets this blob into the character blob and you try to kill as many things as you can.
The main thing would be killing the Talonmaster at this point. If you can kill the Talonmaster, that's worth a lot.
It's worth 5 points, right?
It denies 5 points to your opponent, yeah. Which is, you know, a big deal. 5 points can be the difference between a win and a loss.
Yeah.
Yeah, just...
Not in this case, but it could be.
Okay, we got a Flamer into Ezekiel, potentially. From the Lord of Virulence, which is actually a big deal.
I mean, he's character protected, right? It's not the closest.
Depends on where Erebor moves, but it's possible he could.
Maybe, yeah.
To be fair, Spread the Sickness would not have been a good pick here, because you would have gotten 6 points for it. Max. Maybe a couple more if you were lucky. But there's no way in heck that I would have picked Spread the Sickness here. If there's 6 objectives, you know what? That's a pretty solid 9 points, at least. Potentially 12. That's okay. But in this situation, there's only guaranteed 6 points. Maybe 9 if you push it really hard and overextend way too much. Which is not what you want.
And that's still only 9 points, while Dark Angels get 15 for just doing nothing, right? So.
Yeah. Oh, here's an interesting idea I didn't consider. Can this work? Nah. He was trying to get the angle on the Contemptors to move out here and see these Terminators. But, oof. One thing that could happen this turn is that, okay, first off, they have this corner here. They have this quarter. If these Death Shroud Terminators run into these Deathwing Terminators, manage to kill enough of them and stay within this quarter, that's 3 points for engage on all fronts for 2 turns. As long as they don't die, that could be a big deal. He's on course to score 6 with Vital Ground. Yeah. I still think that Vital Ground was a fine idea, because at the very least it should have been a couple more points, but the Deathguard are just such a slow army, and in this Hammer and Anvil deployment, it really hurt them.
He also deployed far back, which we did criticize as well.
Yeah.
Like, he was too scared of shooting that didn't really exist. Like, the only shooting was the Talonmaster, so...
Yeah.
I feel like he should have deployed more aggressively. If you deployed on the line, like I usually do with Custodes, then he would have probably been able to get more points.
Here's an interesting idea. What?
Also unlucky that he got second turn, that's not, you know.
It's not great,
bit
no.
unlucky.
But
Yeah.
you know, it's easier to play second turn than it was in the past. There is something here that's worth thinking about, though. These plate burst crawlers. What happens if they charge the Terminators? Or movement block them in some way?
Who do you mean?
So if the plate burst
Deathguard?
crawlers charge into the teal squad, they're not likely to die, right?
Yeah.
In fact, they're very likely to survive. That could be a deal.
Yeah, could keep them from taking your objective. That is true.
That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
You even want to be shot at with Poxwalkers. Yeah, because you can always just spawn onto the objective at the start of your turn that way, yeah. I would agree there, but... Whoa, did that boy advance? That boy advanced!
Okay.
Well, he can't advance and shoot, so that's
I
going
was
to be a
gonna
play
say,
for
they're
next
heavy,
turn.
right? Not...
Correct. So that's going to be a play for next turn. He's going to be looking at these Deathwing Terminators and trying to shoot them off the objective. But again, for Vital Ground, that doesn't really do anything. By then, Curie has scored all of his points for Vital Ground and Steadfast Stubborn Defiance.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that works. But
it's getting more and more likely he's gonna get a 100-point game this game. So.
Yep, it's true. It's While We Stand We Fight. That's true. Removing 5 points from While We Stand We Fight would be a big deal. Now the chances of them actually going down are
That is true.
but it's possible.
Untitled. Yeah, that's the problem, right?
It's the plus
Also,
one to
what
save
happens
the
if he-
forfeit one.
What happens if he just moves behind the wall too? Right? Like right next to the Death Shroud.
Yeah, if he moves behind the wall, though, he won't have as many people on the objective. And it
He
puts
only needs one.
And
Because he
the thing
turns
is,
off
I
the
don't think
obsec
that's-
of the Poxwalkers.
Yeah, and I don't think
he
that's going to
only needs one.
necessarily happen either with the Death Shroud Terminators coming in from behind and charging them from the back. So, DA, big time. I would agree. Just because Dark Angels need to hold one objective for the whole game to score effectively 20 plus 15, 35 points off of one objective, which is just really good.
Yep.
If this were a 6 objective map, hold 2, hold 3, hold more, this would have very much benefited the Deathguard, but not the case. At least that's my thinking behind it. Now, keep in mind, I'd like to go into some background about me here, because I am vain. But the main thing is that I'm not actually a very good player. I've watched and listened to a lot of content that involves very good players. I understand a bunch of theory, but my practical application is still lacking. So take anything I say with a grain of salt. And let's have a conversation in the chat if you want to have that kind of interaction, which I absolutely do. So, yeah, do have a conversation. I'm all down for reading the chat and seeing what you folks think. That's half the reason why we have these Alpha League games, is to discuss the ideas that are going on the map at the time. Faith, on the other hand, very good player. So listen to what Faith has to say with, a bit more reverence.
Self-proclaimed last year best Custodies player on TTS, except everyone gave me shit for that because I got knocked out in Alpha after I said that.
There are some really good players in Alpha League, though. Between Kellen and Foster
it's true,
and stuff.
but also I have yet to hear anyone mention a player that's better than me at Custodies. No one said they just say I'm not the best, but then they don't say anyone. So it's that's what I live on. I'm like, yeah, mention one, and they're like, I don't know, maybe.
Panache, if you need help setting up the TTS thing, it's
Canadian
honestly not so bad. It's doable.
Yeah, it's really fast to set up the TTS.
I really don't like the cards though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
gonna be honest,
it's
and I
so
think
easy to play. It's
there's
the best
one that I
part
need to
about
play.
it, right? Like, especially for a person like me, I live in the middle of nowhere,
So-
Sweden. So, like, being able to play 40k without having to,
It's gonna be out,
you know,
maybe 2 here.
drive a
Okay,
car
here
for
it
3 hours
sounds
is a
good.
really
So
big
let's
upside.
just do
Huge. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's
Three
just really big.
corners.
Of course, I still encourage you to buy models
the
because,
car.
But without the models, there's no hobby.
yeah, exactly. The hobby is still amazing, and I mean, they're fucking gorgeous, man. Like, my Sanguinius model got finished the other day. I didn't paint it myself.
shots.
I gave it to a friend who paints because I didn't trust myself to paint it. And it is one of the most beautiful models I've ever seen. I am so happy.
Panache, it's worth mentioning, though, that we do have some
Is
tutorial videos
4
in
reduced
the
to 3,
Discord,
right?
and if that is a little bit much, I'm gonna go ahead and plug a somebody who's been running the T5S2, Trevi from Tactical Tortoise. He on his channel also has a variety of different videos for getting started with Tabletop Simulator and everything. Definitely check that out as well.
Yeah, sorry, I had a mental.
For sure. There's also even I think you can still ping at mentor in the Discord, or I think that's still a thing.
Yep.
Which gives which basically it pings a set of people who have agreed to help out.
Those are -1. Those are -1.
Yeah, and everything that we do here is usually with you know, everybody in mind. Like, we want to be pretty competitive and stuff, but we also want to be as welcoming, as inclusive as possible. So
yeah, there are campaigns and stuff, and like really cool narrative stuff going on as well.
Yeah,
like, we are just one part of the competitive side of TTS, right? And then there's the narrative and the open. There's some people who play open play and stuff. You can search for any kind of game. There's just thousands of people who like Warhammer. So
turns out, yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well, right now it seems as if the turn's going about as well as you could expect for, well, now. What do you think is going to happen here with Erever in his turn? Like, what's the rest of his turn looking like right now?
I don't know. I mean, I think, well, I know what's gonna happen. I feel like, and that is that he's gonna charge into these Deathwing. He's gonna put everything into them, and like one's gonna die, and then next turn he loses some points.
2 damage each.
Yep.
Which is kind of the issue, right?
Probably dead.
Is the boy dead? Eventually.
Yeah, he's dead. Doesn't matter what I roll with the rest of this.
All right, that's the end of that guy. The Judicar is done.
Okay, we'll do a pistol gauntlets over here.
So that's good. That means he gets to fight first if he makes this charge. That's the other part of the game that's really important here. If he makes the charge with the Death Shroud, he might be able to kill the Talon Master, as you said.
Place for gauntlets.
Yeah, he's flamering probably Ezekiel, right?
Actually, no. This is the squad of excuse me, Deathwing Terminators into the Deathwing Terminators in the home objective right now. Wow!
Okay.
It's a lot of wounds.
That is a really good roll.
Okay, so just that many at -1.
That many at -1. Okay, so it doesn't really matter because of the shields, but that does kill a Terminator and a third.
Nice. Yeah, nails it.
Okay, that's actually a pretty significant piece of softening up.
Yeah. That's a lot more than I thought that would happen. I thought would happen. That's pretty good.
Mortar into these guys here makes good sense. Again, we want to pin these Terminators to this objective if you can, to avoid that objective being stolen. 5 shots, good number of shots. Now let's see him get that whirlwind killing level of rolling again, because that was impressive. Rerolling the ones because it's plague winds. Plague weapon. Sorry. So 3 of them. 2 of them. 2 of them pass. No.
Alright, 2 damage, 6 up feeling the pain.
So 6 up feeling the pain from the apothecary nearby says that the first one is dead. Alright. The mortar did not do as much as you'd like. This is more what mortars do. They don't one-shot whirlwinds on a regular basis. Normally.
Yeah.
That was still gross.
That was still the funniest roll. Like, we were all like, yeah, Orvor's gonna really struggle this game, and then he just rolls 6 shots, 1 shot to whirlwind. We're like, whoa.
Yeah, that was a bit much. So 3 shots.
Completely randomly overperforms really hard.
3 wounds from the other Plaguebear's Crawler. That does do enough to potentially wipe the squad.
Yeah.
Yep.
16.
Might work.
Dead.
It's 1 dead, 1.
And then last guy's gonna take 4.
Last guy dies. Okay, so that's the end of this squad on there, which means that the Terminators are kind of pinned
some
here.
Very stressful charges now.
Yeah,
that means there's no OBSEC unit on this objective anymore, right?
So let's do
no, there is still one. No, you're right. That's a Bladeguard Ancient, not an OBSEC unit. Now it doesn't matter. There's no Terminator. There's no OBSEC here that really matters. But there is a Death Shroud Terminator charge that could happen into Ezekiel, and the Talon Masters swing onto it and take that objective back. These are big plays that could happen here, folks. Good ideas.
Yeah. So if he makes this charge and rolls really high and then piles in, kills... Oh, okay, they make it.
These ones make it, yep. So they'll be able to get the engage on fronts for the full 3 points at this point. We can safely say that.
assuming he passes over, which he should. Yeah, there you go.
They should survive. And there's also the pile in and consolidate that guarantees that movement, so they should be in.
He just has to make sure he's over the line, but it looks like
Okay,
he's
this is a big charge. They need to charge into Ezekiel. If they can kill him and the Talon Master, that removes the you don't get obsec problem that he's been having all game.
Yeah.
Like this could work. But he's only charging Ezekiel to
Oh.
guarantee the charge. So at this point he can swing on to the objective.
Your Talon Master is welcome to Broken Intervene if he wishes.
That's not 9, right? He made it.
Normal.
Yeah, he's just gonna do it.
Yeah, he made it.
Yeah, so he made it into Ezekiel, no problem. Now the question is, with this 5-man squad of Deathguard Terminators, can they do the pile in and consolidate in such a way as to be able to stack themselves on the objective and deny holding vital ground for the turn? Or that's not the idea Erever's going for.
He would need 4 models on it to deny and 5 to get it himself.
I'm gonna give
yes,
these
that's
guys
accurate.
model wings on 6 as
But
well.
it looks like he's not going for it because he's not going that way.
Start.
Shame.
Start.
Let's skill 2+ Talon Master when overwatching. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So he's
Wait,
moving
how did
instead
that-
to get in range of the Lord of Virulence and then potentially just plug this gap so that way the Terminators can't really get in.
How did the Blight spawn move? That's probably not correct.
Which
Yeah,
Blight
I
spawn,
think
sorry?
Well, the Blight spawn in the middle right there. I think he just moved
Picked up your
it.
Blight
Oh, I
spawn,
think
by
he
the
meant to
way.
move
I
the
don't know what happened
Terminator.
there.
Death Shroud Champion. Yeah, okay, you made a
There you
mistake. Whoops! That's what happens when all of your guys look ugly.
I was like, he made the
You are
charge as well.
confused.
Oh my god.
that would have been hype, but no.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Tunin, I wish I had the exclamation mark lists command, but my bot does not work on this channel. It's not my channel. It's the TTS official channel. So that's technology we're
Where's
working on
Pants?
for next time.
Fence,
Think
come on.
about that.
You might be right.
Hold on, I got one of the lists I can link here.
Yeah, go
Oh,
for
no.
it.
Yeah, because you can just pivot.
Pants
You're good.
spot,
There you
go!
I like the Deathguard one. I'm not sure if he did as well. The one I did link this to
Okay,
Deathguard one.
yeah, I think that sells because
I only have one of them up currently.
currently.
We got it. Nice. See,
Sure,
perfect synergy. You picked the right one. The Dark Angels one. I picked the Deathguard. Perfect.
Perfect. Perfection.
So
That's all we expect out of our streams. We are only perfect.
Yeah, I mean, out of pants, especially.
Seriously.
guy, man.
Alright,
He's got a 4-up invul.
so there's 4-up invuln on Ezekiel
And he's
here,
got
which
his
means
damage.
that he's... I mean, with his 2-up save, the -2 or 3 on the cleave is still largely useful. He does have a 6-up Feel No Pain.
What a scary thunder hammers.
He is tier 3, T3 currently, so he is being wounded on 2, so he does the big swings.
Yep. And it's worth mentioning that his ability to attack back with Trader's Bane is still very solid. The Death Shroud champions over on this side probably have to... The Death Shroud Terminators over on the far east side probably have to go first to avoid big problems. And here's our consolidation movement. There's our engagement on fronts for 3.
Perfect.
We'll have to see what they can do with these Deathwing Terminators. If they get extremely lucky...
You can't go there. You're right there.
You're right. Yeah, my mistake. Sorry. Okay.
Oh, error for
Might
getting
make
called out by the judge.
Okay.
Not the judge, Curie.
17 swings.
Curie.
Damn it, now I also called him Curie.
It's working.
Yeah.
So yeah, look at these smelly boys. Look at these Terminators. This is the fight of the game. If this somehow goes Erever's way.
Twos.
Yeah. I mean, imagine if he just wipes them
Oh,
out.
that's a lot of ones.
And then on freeze. 4, sorry, because I've been in circle, right?
And then yeah, transhuman kicking in here, so he needs a lot of 4s. It's
Flag weapon.
not a lot of 4s. It's a few more 4s than it used to be.
At -3.
All right, so the -3 means that they're on their 4-up invulns.
4-ups.
Every 2 of these that goes through kills a Terminator. It's still alive. It's finally dead.
Now that will kill the wounded guy.
Perfect.
Now you can roll the
You
rest of
don't
these
have
2 at a
enough
time. I
heroical
think that's the
squad,
end
so
of
I'm
it,
just gonna roll
though.
the rest together.
Sure,
You know
that
what?
sounds good.
4-up.
Oh,
Take 2.
oh no!
Alright.
That's not the fight
Lost.
phase they wanted.
Yeah, that was actually really good. He lost 3 of them. That's...
At least I'm contesting.
Lost
Oh, you're
2.
upset, aren't you?
No, wait.
Yeah, about
These guys...
Ugh,
Oh, these guys have -1 damage?
They must.
No, but they can't, right? The banner is over here.
That's a good point. The -1 damage would not have been applied, but I think the Death Shroud Terminators only do 2 damage a slice. That's the issue.
Yeah. But he got 2 through, right? So...
Yeah, no. So it killed one of them, who was already badly wounded,
yeah.
and then there was one who died due to shooting. So.
Do I want to interrupt?
Okay,
with them?
maybe they did
How
it
CP do I
correctly.
have?
I'm
I
just
have 2
really
CP. I don't
Okay.
really think it's
Alright,
worth
cool.
interrupting.
maybe it's fine.
But chip damage.
That
is
would have
chip
been
damage,
really.
so yeah, I'll interrupt
That's
with
one of those mistakes. It's very easy to make. That could have
Is it?
been really game changing, right?
his 4 swings.
Okay,
into
so
evil,
Tyrannosaurus,
Ace them.
is there a skirmish mode in 40k, or is that controlled by the points limit on the lists?
and he will
So there's
make his
2
4
ways to play
swings.
a skirmish mode. You can play 500-point lists, but
on
there is
two.
also a dedicated skirmish game
Oh come on!
called
on three.
Kill Team, which,
Two wounds,
although
iron
it's
bone.
dense in terms of rules, it is good. It's legitimately good, and if you're a very competitive player, the arena subtype play for it is also extremely good. That's how I got back into 40k. Used to play back in 3rd edition, stopped in 4th, came back in 8th thanks to Kill Team. And Kill Team is a good time. I like it a lot. Tal also played well in that. They're arguably an S tier army in that one. So one of the Deathguard Terminators is dead. Problem. This is again a while we stand we fight targets. We don't want them to die. But if they can kill Ezekiel and guarantee and get their obsec back on this objective, then
If he
that
just
could be a
stands
big deal.
still, then I think we're good.
Yep.
No problem.
Yeah.
If you want to get into
Yeah,
Kill
I think
Team,
you're still
there is a Kill Team
existing, yeah.
sub-channel
You're good.
in the TTS Discord. There are also a variety of different Kill
Alright, so
Team
free boys, we're
resources.
gonna do,
Command Point is a good
Little
podcast.
Swing, sorry.
/ YouTube channel for that. If you're into his content, Glass Half Dead, I can recommend as well. Although I'm not a big fan of all of his content, he does have the right idea about most things. Biranid 40k is also really good if you want to get into for Kill Team. Yeah,
I get 25.
but I highly recommend Command Point. It's solid. Easy listening. Oh, and there's another podcast that was like Battle Report podcast. It hasn't had any episodes in a while due to COVID, but
On
I'm trying to
force.
remember what it's called now.
All right, that's
7 models, so.
it's a very dead Ezekiel.
Probably just
Ezekiel is
straight
super toast.
It's good.
As these are at AP2.
Oh my lord.
Whoops.
Did 7 mortals.
Ah!
And then
That's like
for
6
clarity's
ups?
sake,
He put in a good effort, but yeah, Ezekiel gets absolutely ripped apart.
Got it. So your Telemaster
Yeah.
is close to this guy. What does he actually do in combat?
four attacks.
This boy has a power sword in close combat. That's still only going to be hitting and wounding on like
Yeah,
2s and
we'll
4s.
It's
For 1 damage.
I think. Yeah.
It's
'Cause
not
he's-
very good.
He's strength 4s. He's winning on 5s. It's really rough.
Well, it'd be wounding on 4s because it goes up +1 strength from the power sword itself.
Oh yeah. Power
Yeah,
sword's
that's
on
a thing,
strength
that's a
now.
thing.
I forgot about that. Yeah. That's
Please
a
put the
change.
dice on
thing.
Cam. This was the feel no pains for Ezekiel.
My play
That
dice
is how
roll
much.
against the
All
Deathwing
this is how much
Terminators?
damage he took. So a total of 21
Do this
damage. It was
with
quite a
the
lot.
pilot.
Yeah, the pants. Don't worry, we got that covered. Oh, the Plagueburst Crawler did in fact charge to create the blockade necessary to keep this objective safe. Arrowver does know how to play the games,
1 hit.
and the game here is
I
the
mean-
objective game.
Yeah. If he manages to kill the Talonmaster and take the objective, then
No, the
Minus
Talonmaster
one
isn't
because
going
of
to.
the
The Talonmaster shouldn't die.
So one wound
I
minus
imagine
one.
it falls back and then uses the stratagem to fall back and shoot. But
Cool. Alright,
It shouldn't
so
die.
if I
I do not expect it to die.
it only dies if he stays in
Yeah,
combat.
I'll
which
swing
would
with
be
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter where I swing with. I'll swing with the Talonmaster first.
This is bottom of turn
Got
4,
three
by the way,
attacks,
right?
hitting on 2s.
Yep.
So it should be. There's 1 round left.
Talonmaster hits twice, wounding on 4s here. No wounds, so the Deathstrap Terminators are alive.
Go over here to these
Nice.
Terminators. There's 3 of them left.
It can fall back
Sorry,
18
kinda
inches. I
fast.
believe it is in safety. Yes, agreed. Okay, now here's an important fight. These Terminators into these Death Shroud. Especially because Ezekiel's dead now, these boys are going to have Obsec at the start of the Psychic phase,
Hitting on
which
2s
means that at the
because they
start,
set
that
the bomb.
Arrowver is going to be holding 3 objectives, which is worth some primary points, to say the least.
And hitting
On
on
his
3s.
turn though. On this turn,
Yeah.
there's still
It
2
won't
guys.
stop
wounds
Stubborn
at 18 minus
Defiance,
Yeah.
but
Luckily. It would have if he
Yeah,
had done
it's
the
one dead.
3-inch consolidation thing.
yeah, so
We'll
one
get-
dead
we'll take the guy
Terminator.
off fusion on the objective, obviously.
So that's an even trade, 1 dead Terminator for 1 dead Terminator.
Oh, actually, hold on. No. So Arbor will hold this objective. He has one wood obsec and then
the
2
big
death
Lobber
round.
turn.
So he has a total of 3
Yep,
models,
gotta figure out what I'm doing
and
with them right now.
he Deathwing only has
Problem.
2.
This guy's
These
close to
poxfuckers
Psychic
don't have
Fire,
Obsec this
then
turn.
He has to go.
Oh yeah, right.
Until the start of the next Psychic phase. So that's after the command phase, which means that all the points you need to score for all the different things that you have is there.
think they're
However,
the same,
it
but
does mean
sorry,
that for Vital
it's just
Ground,
these
as long as these Death Shroud Terminators do the work they're supposed to, he might score the 3 for Vital Ground hilariously.
Yeah. Which is pretty nice.
Well, it'd be a big swing, for sure. It's 5 points for Vital Ground suddenly, where neither player has had that big of a swing. And if he gets lucky enough to kill all of those Terminators and the Talon Master somehow, then that's a while we stand we fight denial, which is a big deal right now.
Alright.
Terminators will fall back and keep Vital Ground. Yeah, likely.
These guys are just
There's not a whole lot of room for them to
stay
move
still.
into this, though.
Those things are awkward. He's gonna have to stay still too. Well, he can.
Yeah, you can go that way.
Death Strat don't even need to do anything if he ever uses the Red Strat, which he can.
So let's do 3
next
Thunder
turn.
Hammers into your Plague's Crawler.
He has no CP right now, but
Sure.
neither player has any CP right now, to be fair. Let's go ahead and look at the points. For right now, it's still 61 to
Lightning Claw
43.
and
It should
Thunder Hammer would be
be
a
46 by the time that we're done this turn. So I'm just going to go ahead and update that now.
And then Curie is going to get 10 points next on the start of his next turn, and he's also going to get he's gonna max out Stubborn Defiance.
Yep. Losing Ezekiel means the big Terminator squad loses a lot of attacks. Book of Shadows was clutch here. Yeah,
My
that's a big
wonderful
deal.
wife just brought me some.
And the OBSEC now applies for all of these
Right.
units
Mine
again,
never
and will
does
continue
things
to
like
apply
that.
for all these units. So that means these Poxwalkers are
Yeah, so 3
suddenly a
Thunder
problem.
Hammers into the Plague's Crawler, 1 Thunder Hammer Lightning Claw into the Poxwalkers, and these guys aren't going to go anywhere because they can't coherency and what's closest to them right now.
Oh man, this is some interesting
Let's do
situation here.
Lightning
These
Claw into
Terminators
the
can't
Poxwalker,
quite
hitting
spread
on
around.
2s,
Poxwalkers being hit on
on
2s.
4, reroll.
Reroll. Nope, so that's
That's 4
4.
wounds at AP3.
So they
Let me
don't-
say damage.
1. Damage 1. The Lightning Claws are over. Come on
Damage.
now.
That completely cut out. I think it's like.
Yeah, we had a flag spike. It's damage 1 from a Lightning Claw.
Okay, so how many? Sorry, 3.
4.
Alright, 4/6 up Film of Pains.
3 Poxwalkers die. What a
Yeah.
surprise. But they're fearless, so they don't really care. You have to kill every single last Poxwalker for it to matter.
Hitting on 3s.
Thunder Hammers, 3 hits, winning on
hitting on
2s.
3, 3, 3.
And this is into the
3
Plague's
damage,
Crawler.
feel no pains.
Oh no,
Don't
this is
just
the one into them.
Yeah, this is no. He's just removing the Poxwalkers from the Thunder Hammers. It turns out that taking a hammer to a Poxwalker's face will do the damage you need it to
And then
do.
that'll be 3, 6, 9 attacks with hammers.
Yeah, and then 9 Thunder Hammer attacks into the Plague's Crawler.
Yeah, so the Plague Burst Crawler might take the
Plague
damage
Burst.
necessary to die here,
on
especially because
3s.
they're re-rolling wounds. Because it
Wounding
is
on-
a
Re-rolling.
well, actually, I'm not sure. Because it only works with characters baseline with Deathwing, correct? Like they don't re-roll against monsters and stuff or big vehicles
5
yet.
wounds at
do they?
AP3.
Nope, they do. Okay, never mind. I'm done. Because it's the Assault Doctrine right now, and it's an
A+1
A+ wound model.
Three,
It,
six, so
But
two
Plague's
damage.
Crawlers are A+.
oh, it only takes 4 damage. What a time to be alive! It's down to 5.
Yeah,
A+ wound models and characters. Gotcha. Thank you, the pants. So the Plague Burst Crawler is still alive. It's still there. It's still blocking the ability to fall back onto an objective.
Closest to this, so he can literally just go there. That's
And there's
fine.
about to be a couple mortal
wanna
wounds
get it.
brought in here. That could potentially reduce the power of this Terminator unit by enough to present an issue. Now,
But 7 boys,
what
so
would be
40.
interesting is the Chaplain on bike somehow running into these Death Shroud Terminators and maybe potentially killing off a couple, but I don't think it's tooled for that. Oh, all the dice are being rolled up here. Okay, so currently that's it's a bit of damage.
-1.
But the Storm Shields are going to still save on 2s here. One of the Storm Shields takes 1 damage. And a 6 of Feel No Pain says that it doesn't take anything. Okay.
Nice.
It's a thing. I'll give it that. DAFAQ will probably increase his points, nerf Stubborn Defiance, which is fine. Would be better if they nerf DA back into Oblivion where they belong. Yikes!
That's the hate tweet right there.
Okay, so that's
That's-
turn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so Stubborn Defiance needs a nerf, for sure. And honestly, Transhuman, like Inner Circle Infantry, should
Pre-punch
cost
engagement.
more points.
Yeah,
Because
I
that
mean-
permanent Transhuman is worth at least 3 to 5 points each.
Yeah. I mean, again, we can still bring up the Custodious Terminators version and just, you know.
Yeah. All right, so start of this turn.
I mean, it's true, right? Come on.
Arrowverse is going to not be able to deny these 2 objectives from being held the way that they are. So that's going to be 10 points for Curie, from the primary at least, which means that he has maxed out 45 out of 45 here. Stubborn Defiance has gone up to 15, Vile Ground up to 8.
Is this an action?
Not what you wanted, sadly, but it is what it is. And there is still potentially some play here.
So, doing actions don't fail by.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
By engaging in combat, don't taking charges.
Inner Circle is broken, no doubt. Yeah, Inner Circle is just too cheap for what it does. Because you have to pay 15 points a character to 20 points a character to give them an Inner Circle. You should have to pay a point tax for the regular core infantry that are already getting all those benefits. I understand that for the purposes of making things simple, it's one thing, but yeah. Right now, we're looking at Curie's situation. His priority is keeping his While We Stands, We Fights alive. So this means that the Terminators need to live, and that the Talon Master needs to live. At that point, if you've got that, you should be able to win just on basic points. But
that's the only thing that he needs to do, really. Just keep those things alive, and the game is over.
Yeah.
So just fly the Ravenwing Talon Master, like over here or something, and just fly it 18 inches away, and he's fine. And yeah, that's pretty much all you need to do. Yeah, Terminators can stay in combat. They're not gonna die to Poxwalkers or the Plague Burst Crawler.
No.
Sorry, that's command phase, movement phase.
He just needs to stay away from the Death
Death
Shroud.
gonna come over here.
yeah, and that's if While We Stand, We Fight is that third secondary. It is still a secret.
Yeah, true.
Like,
Technically speaking, it's still a secret. We don't necessarily know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, he could be like, "Oh, it's Psychic Ritual. I score 0 points." No, it's like what? You don't
fall back.
Okay.
But
Marius
I don't think
Vander,
he's
yeah,
gonna do
that's a
that.
good point. Stubborn Defiance is an action. Yeah, I forgot about that too. Honestly.
Okay.
Stubborn Defiance is an action.
Yeah. So giving that to a variety of different units can make them can be particularly helpful. Like Infiltrators to zone out your back squad a little bit and make sure that it, they're still relatively durable. Heavy Intercessors can do it for relatively cheaply as well. Or if you want to make sure that they live, these Deathwing Terminators are great for that.
Yeah.
It's not an action. The pants is checked this time. It is not an action. We're just being torn all over the place, Faith.
Yeah, I thought it wasn't an action because that's yeah, I was fairly certain it wasn't.
The terms and conditions for that thing aren't that bad.
No, it's literally almost nothing. It's literally just put this unit here, and if it doesn't die, you get 15
I
points.
guess that's good enough. No
Yeah.
psychic
So,
because you kill them. You horrible man.
I didn't turn into a Poxwalker. That was like my win condition. So I'm really upset.
This is true. You lost the game because
You tried
did
to
not
Poxwalker.
turn into a Poxwalker.
Exactly.
That would have been a big deal. Yeah. Because if he turns into a Poxwalker, then he gets
Oh, what the heck were Curie and Erever talking about then? I don't know, man.
Well, Arwar was saying he thinks it's an action, but
It's
Curie corrected. Is what happened.
Regardless of its power level, it's still an absurdly bad rule for the game. There's no playing around it. There's nothing you can do to stop it, and it's completely non-interactive. That's currently the Dark Angels playbook.
Yeah. I mean, the problem with Dark Angels currently is that they can just sit in their base and get 30 points. So I say base. What I mean by base is deployment zone. They can just sit still and get 30 points, which is not okay.
Okay, this is the Heavy Bolter into the orange Death Shroud.
Yep.
Of which one takes 2 wounds.
Cool.
And now for the Assault Cannon. It's a lot of shots. And the Assault Cannon, especially on the Talon Master, is actually a perfect weapon for dealing with Deathguard. It is Strength 6, so wounding on everything on 3s. 1 damage, AP -2, which means that those 4-up invulns don't really kick in. It's solid.
Yep.
And 7 more -1.
Ooh. Good shooting, good shooting. So it's gonna be, oh no, that's a lot. That's a lot of damage. That kills 2 of the Terminators.
Oof, it's only 2 left.
The Primaris Chaplain on bike with a proper litany could maybe do the work then.
Yeah,
with
he
Litany
got
of
both.
Hate and
Can't go hate and Litany of Hate, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
both
forgot
of
to
them
use
off.
my apothecary. Do you mind if I do?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So basically, yeah, he's just gonna kill the rest of the Terminators. Is his plan here.
2,200 point game I'm playing.
He's probably gonna charge them with the chaplain.
Potentially. It's slightly risky, because if the chaplain dies, then it just gives the Deathshot Terminators enough movement to get onto the objective, where they are currently
And chaplain's gonna shoot them.
Well, no, yeah, true. They won't be at the start of the turn, right? That's the point, right? But yeah, maybe that's about it. Yeah, true.
Does it count as fallen, Mr.
-1.
Okay. Let's see if these Terminators can survive. Yeah, no damage from those bullets there.
Okay.
Does it count as a fallen? That's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
The Apothecary does bring back one of these Terminators, so this is not going to fall anytime soon.
Let's go to charges.
Charging time.
Chaplain's gonna charge your Terminator.
Okay, the Chaplain is charging the Death
fails.
Shrouds. If it kills any of the Terminators, or enough of the Terminators, that can be a big deal. If not, the Chaplain probably dies, and that just gives a full 7 points of vital ground.
Yeah.
Which can be a
That'd be a-
problem.
I was spending
Bit
one
weird,
for a
yeah.
watch.
Be a bit tough.
Oh, you're Overwatch.
And he
I
can
thought you were
Overwatch. Oh,
Oh yeah,
no!
here it comes. Yeah,
The
yeah.
Plague Sprint Comets!
Oh, okay.
Oh, this is gonna be a
So
problem!
Overwatch is fine, even though this guy's closer.
And they're still within range of the Lord of Virulence's thing, so it's an AP minus
Yeah,
one, which is
command spells,
perfect.
you
Oh
don't have to
no!
If they were bodyguarded, then you wouldn't be able to.
Cool. I did pull myself out of
Reroll range, sure. But look at this. It's
is
right
he
in for the
within
minus
12? So the
one.
charge he is not.
Spew him!
So- Hey, let's just give it a shot.
Ho! Big roll.
Nice. You might actually kill it. Lol.
So that's 19 automatic hits. That might do it. It's unlikely, but it might do it. 5's rerolling
That is
ones
so
here.
funny.
Everyone's
Okay, it can't do it now, unless if he rolls nothing but
5 at
less than
no
4s.
AP.
Yeah.
No AP, but isn't he in range of the condition? Anyway, it still does enough to do 2 damage, which he can't shrug. So, okay, never mind. The primary chaplain's fine. It was a cool move while it lasted. We were very hype, but yeah, the chaplain will be able to go in. The chaplain will probably promptly die. The Death Shrouds will be able to get onto the objective, take it for battleground for 7, and that's a big enough deal. These Deathwing Terminators might, like, now, as a result of them not being the only OBSEC on here, the Poxwalkers can respawn onto here, guarantee the objective. No
So I guess
taking
he's
vital
swinging
ground here.
the chaplain
Well,
right
why
now?
not? It's not the start of his command phase.
Bones.
There's probably some wording in there that you have to hold it for a full turn and not just for the last second of your last turn. That's probably
No,
it,
it's if
right?
you hold it at the start of the.
can't
Okay, so 3 points.
The
Control
Terminators
objective
could
marker
pile in
and
back there.
hold.
That's true. Okay, the chaplain has killed one.
Dead.
Yeah,
I might need to rejoin the game because I just can't hear you at all.
So if
So-
he holds
That
it,
would be nice to take myself
yeah.
rid of
So
it.
right now the
Oh,
chaplain's
okay.
still alive.
So-
Yeah,
What
it's
was
2
damage
damage each, so it just kills the one.
Yeah. Cool. Sounds good.
so he kills one of them.
Yep.
So your activation? First
Yeah, we'll
non-charger?
go to the back
But yeah,
objective.
Pansit is saying you can pile in the Terminators and get
Alright,
OPSEC,
so
maybe.
the contagion still
Yeah,
applies.
it's possible.
Sorry.
We'll have
It
to see whether or not
depends,
Curie
right?
sees that.
So
These
how he
Death Shroud
positions
Terminators
it.
are now going to go into these Deathwing Terminators now that they
Goes
are
-2
potentially
or 1
killable.
up, so that goes to 3 up. But it is a boatload more attacks.
I think you have going for the Scythe attack
I need to
here.
map this a sec.
I don't think it's necessarily worth it because those Storm Shields mean that they are still saving on 2s over the saving
Yeah, it'll
on
be a 2 up
4s.
save. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
better to
get
go
this
for Man
objective
Reaper
anyway.
Cleave attacks here.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's just go for the master amount of attacks. On
Oh, okay.
and see if
Now,
we
I
can
do
get
not agree with this choice, but it is Arrowverse choice. We'll have to see whether or not this pays off. It is a boatload more attacks, as he puts it, and because they are toughness 3, you know, these are still wounding on 4s because of transhuman, but it is a lot of attacks wounding on 4s.
Yep, so you've got your champion and
It's-
then you only got 2 other
To
guys.
be fair, it's the -1 that kind of kills it, though. Because -1 means that those Storm Shields are still saving on 2s. Like, Terminators and Storm Shields are just so durable.
So we'll do 2.
For sure.
So 2s to hit. Good hitting. Good hitting. Eventually. Someday. There it is.
Look at all those 2s. I'm so glad I went for the little attacks.
I mean, you also
And
would
then
have been rolling half the number of dice.
Rerolling the 1s. Alright, so now these are all
Okay,
still
so
saving on
1,
2s, which is not great.
Yeah, need 2 up saves.
Got no CP, so it doesn't matter.
Kills 1.
Kills 1.
Alright.
Hey.
So that does matter. It is a lot less attacks going back into the Death Shrouds as a result of that.
Honestly, I think he should have just fallen back with the Deathwings, but
There's
yeah,
3
okay.
there.
someone said that.
Okay.
Yeah, I
if
can
you
see
wanna
that being a
remove
thing for
because
sure.
I am gonna consolidate with this boy.
The main thing is if these Terminators can die, and
Just
Chad has
there.
pointed this out as
Okay.
well, if it is while we
And
stand, we
then
fight
triple.
for that secret
Mhm.
objective, then that's a 5-point swing. The Talon Master is 100% DACA-able from both Contemptor Dreadnoughts, which we kind of forgot about for a second. Except for, never mind, there are the Terminators in the way, forget what I said. Yeah, it really is just a 5-point swing here, maybe potentially getting a vital ground for a little bit
Alright.
more. Nope, Terminators have
Maybe
decided
4
that
lightning
that's not going to
claws
happen.
And 2 Thunderhammers into your Death Shroud.
Sure.
And then 3 Thunderhammers into your Plague Burst, and a Lightning Claw and a Thunderhammer.
How are you getting 3 Thunderhammers into there? I see 1 Lightning Claw and 1 Thunderhammer.
Let's do the Thunderhammer.
I think it's free into
first.
the Playburst.
Maybe the
on
attacks. Anyway,
3s, rerolling. 2 hits, wounding on 3s. Wound at -3 on your 5-up invuln because of the Chaplain.
oh, the Chaplain's 5-up invuln doing things.
Oh,
It
okay.
mattered!
Yeah.
That kills the Death Shroud.
Hey, perfect.
His damage 3 becomes damage 2, so that kills off 1 of them.
And the 4 Lightning Claw attacks.
And now for the Lightning Claw attacks. This could be a big deal.
2s. On 5s, rerolling. That is 3 at AP3. So 5
3 at
ups.
AP3 means that the saving on 5s again. He needs at least 1 5 to stay around. He gets 1.
5-1-1.
This last Death Shroud Terminator's on 1 wound. That's a big deal.
True.
And then we'll 3 Thunder.
Yeah, and the fact that he didn't die was a big deal.
Yeah, the fact that he didn't die is whoo lucky. Now, the rest of the attacks are going to the Playburst Crawler and the Poxwalkers. It doesn't really matter at this point for either one of them.
And 4s with a reroll.
He might not want to kill too many of the Poxwalkers,
4
potentially,
wounds
but
at AP3.
That's into.
Plague Burst.
Go.
yeah, and an
So-
AB3, that's probably a dead Plague Burst.
Yeah,
Each one of
theory,
these is 2
each could
damage
be.
apiece. Yeah, that's 6
Yeah,
damage, that's a
damage.
dead Plague Burst.
Yes,
Does
here
he
we go, green.
explode?
Purple.
No.
Nope.
Do.
Sad. Oh, you do? Exposed on a 4-up?
What? He explodes on a 4? Unless
I don't know.
Is it just
What?
the 1?
it would be D3 mortal wounds if he did. What?
I didn't know they exploded on a 4+.
He explodes on a what?
Quite crazy.
So that could potentially put in some damage on
I think
the
let me
kill
double
off
check
one of
that.
the
It's just
assault
one more living
terminators.
Termies. Let me double check it in the codex because sometimes battle scribes are a bit finicky bells.
And that's
Check
the
it in
only
the
thing
codex.
that's within 6. So. But it is
Yeah, no, I
D3.
would agree. I'm pretty sure that the PVC explodes on a 6.
I think so too, yeah.
Yeah.
6 up
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
on the Terminator.
I mean, I know Morty explodes on the 4+, and I
Take the
know,
wound. That's unfortunate. So he's down to
Plague
2.
Guard Ancient.
Oh, he is within
Um,
6. You're right. Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. Something else.
He takes it.
Did 3 moral
Just
wounds
go
to
in,
the
just-
Plague Guard.
Yeah, sure.
But Hollows
Oh,
and
first
bloat drones are on a 4+. Agreed. But apparently, he might have used a stratagem or something. That's possible.
There's an auto explode strap. They didn't have any
Takes 2.
Oh, okay.
CP. I don't know.
Bye.
And then
Well, regardless, the
Lightning
PVC's dead.
Claw and the
It didn't
Thunderhammer.
matter. Yeah,
Thunderhammer.
it doesn't really matter. It
3s.
Yeah.
does not.
And this is the epoxies.
2s. 3 up, feel no pains. 3 damage, feel no pains.
Okay,
I'll
so
just
that's
remove it.
3 very dead Poxwalkers. The Thunderhammers come in and crush their heads like melons. Just splat, splat, splat. Look at these guys standing against the horde. Well done.
And then 4 attacks with Lightning Claws.
All right, now for Lightning Claws. Let's see how many of these can get Wolverine.
And 4 is rerolling.
Just
There's
another
3
3 of them at 1 damage. Okay, and the Feel No Pains. Do these guys survive getting shanked by the Canadian mutant legend? No.
3.
That's another 3 very dead Poxwalkers.
Yeah, neuter in the slot.
Alright. And then we'll go over here.
All right, now here's a big one. These Death Shrouds need to live.
5 attacks with Thunderhammer.
They really do. Yeah. I think they should be fine.
because they can't set to
Most
defend
likely.
anymore.
They can afford to lose 1 Death Shroud Terminator, and that's it.
3s.
Yeah.
4 wounds at AP -3.
4 wounds AP -3. Now, these guys do actually have their full 4 up and vulnerable. The Primaris Chaplain is not nearby. Oh, no. So that's 1.5 dead.
Yep.
Would have been nice to have them all there, because that would have actually been able to potentially kill the Deathwing Terminators, but that's now a lot less likely. Not impossible, though. Not impossible.
My boy over here is gonna wreck some face. He's going to the Termies, because I've got the sneaky suspicion that you've got while we stand. So I'm gonna try.
So put the Deathstroke Terminator into the Termies. Interesting choice, especially because these Termies aren't on the objective.
So
I would have put that into the Chaplain, potentially gotten the kill, and then gone back here to just.
Question is it the champion?
Survived.
Just a book.
Nope.
Eventually they will roll.
And then strength 5 to T5 -1, so but 4 is anyway.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty good. Okay,
Solid.
2 mortals and 6 -2.
So there's already 2 mortals, which is a good start.
Aside from the mortals, -2 you said, so 3 ups on the Thunderhammer. Actually, who do I have wounded right now? Okay, so I'm gonna take the first 2 on him.
Okay, so the first 2 taking it on the Thunderhammer boy, lives. Next 2 on the Thunderhammer man, dies.
Feel the pain.
Dies. As he should have.
Oh my god.
I'll take it on the Lightning Claw dude. So on 4.
Does that mean he can pile in now? No.
Nope. He takes 1 and then 2
mortal wounds if he doesn't roll a 6 here. Okay, so the Lightning Claw guy is on 1 wound left.
Sounds good.
And I imagine that the Chaplain had based him at the time. That's why there's no movement there. Otherwise, Erever definitely would have piled onto the objective. Would have been my guess.
Yeah. Yeah, he's probably
So
based.
morale.
All right. Oh, wow. The Death Shrouds do actually have to do morale.
8, and he has lost
4 of his buddies. So he could fail on a 5 or a 6.
And this is big, because he is while we stand.
He's still there.
He's good.
That's 5 points that he managed to hold on to by the skin of his fetid, rotten teeth.
All right,
Could
so
help
that.
for sure.
It'll definitely boost his points in the pod, which is important. Like, you're still playing for points no matter what happens.
Is that? It is your turn.
All right. So
I get
I'm
5
expecting a
points
full
for Vital
15
Ground, right?
points for the primary.
Yeah, you got 5.
Vital Ground gets 2, and then another 3 from holding the objective over here. So, you know, Vital Ground actually picking up for 9
I'm
points
gonna get
here.
9 for it. Yeah.
While we stand for 15, engaging all friends for
Okay.
at least another 3 if he's good about it, but it's not going to be Stubborn Defiance or While We Stand We Fight. So yeah, we know where the points lie.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the game is pretty much decided now, I think. So
Yeah, at this point, it's really just a matter of making sure
I
that
should
the
have
points
one
go
more
where they
CP,
should.
right? Oh no, I spent it on my watch. Yeah.
he's just trying to eke out as many points as he can, which is interesting. Which is logical, I mean, for the fault.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and put in predicted
falling back.
scores here at this point, folks.
Yup. Because he's while we stand. So, and you've got no. He doesn't like.
So that should be
throw.
66 points plus the 15 means 81 points probably for Contender 2 here.
That's outside, isn't it?
These are currently my guesses, folks. If I'm
So
wrong,
there.
then I apologize.
Yeah, he's gonna get 15 primary this turn, and he's gonna get 3 for engage on all fronts, and he's gonna get 15 while we stand.
Okay, so if our guesses are correct about who's got While We Stand We Fight and everything, the final scores for this game should be 93 to 81, which is actually really close.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. Our war did a good job getting back in the game, essentially.
Yeah. Now, it's not a guarantee. These scores change drastically as soon as the While We Stand We Fights die for each army. Right now, the Terminators are sitting out in the open. They do have a 6 of Feel No Pain. They do have a lot of other stuff. But one of these is extremely vulnerable to being shot by entropy cannons and 2 Contemptor Dreadnoughts. They could have some problems. And the double Heavy Flamer from the Lord of Virulence. The other squad
This purple unit
has 2 Deathwing Terminators, which could potentially get charged by a bunch of Boxwalkers and ripped apart.
Yeah, if he kills both those, then the score, he ends up only losing by 2 points, which is pretty nice, I guess.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Teleporter.
It's a big deal at that point, if he can lose those 10. Now, it's rough because if only he had gotten there a turn earlier in the back, that would have been solid. But
Hashtag why not consolidate?
well, hashtag would please always consolidate. Hashtag use the movement you've been given because movement's the single most important thing in the game. Right?
Yep.
Lockjaw is not in charge of getting things onto the YouTube channel. That would be on us, the casters. But in this case, Malice has got access to the stream, so he'll be able to go ahead and put that onto YouTube very, very quickly.
Yeah, should be up there. I don't know who's in charge of YouTube currently.
Oh, you mean like streaming to YouTube at the same time? Yes. That's an interesting idea. We'll have to see if the tech allows.
Okay, that's what. Okay.
That makes sense. I need to kill these, so they might be a.
Yeah, that is something that.
Well, it'd obviously be good to have it on both places.
I hate that. You're bugging my head.
But I would swing first here because it's your turn.
Sorry?
I swing first here.
You might, but there's also 2 plays per gauntlets going into them first.
True. Yeah, so let's fall back here.
Okay, they're just gonna fall back. Okay, fair enough. Into the quarter to make sure that they got engaged on all fronts for the full number of points.
Yep. And then Contemptor is going to shoot into the Deathwing.
Very likely. Not doing much, but as long as he can get enough mortal wounds, that might cause an issue.
Yeah. On a good roll. And if the Poxwalkers then charge and then use the mortal wound strat, maybe he can wipe them out, and that's 5 less points.
The main thing though is if he wants to play for the most points possible and deny as many points as possible, this blob of teal Terminators needs to die next. Mind you, this one should have died in the morale phase. It's not within 2 inches, so this guy should actually be dead right now.
Who? Sorry?
So the Terminator that's closest to the Chaplain right now should be dead due to morale and lack of coherency.
No, he's within 2 inches, right?
He's within 2 inches of 1 model. However, it is within 2 inches of 2 models, so long as you have more than 5 models, which you currently have. So this Terminator should be dead already.
Is it more than 5?
Yep. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them actually.
Yeah, but does it? Okay, I thought it was more than 5.
Nope. It has to be 2 of 2 as long as you're more than 5 models in the unit. The coherency issues become big with bigger units.
Yeah, then, yeah, you're right.
So that makes things a little bit easier, but it's still very unlikely that these Terminators are dead. They have Storm Shields on the majority of them. There are 4 Storm Shields left. The Chaos Contemptors are not going to be able to kill them.
Because I don't know what you got. That's what's scary.
I can try to shout at them, actually, through this. But that's not what we're here for. So...
Yeah, I mean, we're not allowed to make calls for those of you.
Correct.
The us as casters are just here to observe. We cannot make calls. We cannot influence the players in any way, even if they are doing something wrong rules-wise. Unless it's like, glaring. If someone's being an asshole, it's
just click the thing like you're trying to make a clip. I cannot. I'm a spectator. I cannot interact. Yeah. Click your name in the top right to change things, which I cannot.
Mm-hmm.
Slowwolf,
what we can do is summon a judge. If a judge
hey guys, sorry to be a jerk. Yeah. Pants gave me permission to point out that the Assault Terminator closest to the Chaplain should have died in the morale phase due to lack of coherency.
Oh yeah, you're right. No coherency. All right.
There we go.
I don't think that matters too much.
Cool.
We'll see if it changes anything. I doubt it will.
I doubt it will too. Really. But hey. That felt kind of fun. Thank you, Pants. I've always wanted to do that somehow.
Have them highlighted as a
yeah. It's funny. Last time I commentated, I was also a judge, so it was like this weird thing where like I couldn't. I was sitting here and they were like, "Call a judge," and I'm like, "I am a judge, but I also cannot. I'm not allowed to."
Yeah, I know, right?
Because if it comes, if the commentators are like influencing me,
well, sometimes commentators aren't judges. Right?
Yeah.
So commentators make calls that are not correct often.
True. Very true.
My see me for examples, but like sometimes it's a bit of a tragedy where you're just like, oh no, I wish I could have done more. All right. Anyway,
we'll just do miasma on something.
All right, and that was a smite that killed off one of the Terminators. Miasma Pestilence won't matter here at this point. I don't even know why he's bothering, but okay.
Goes off on a 7, 1 mortal wound onto the Terminators.
Because of the mortal wound from Pestilential Fallout. That's important. That's important. I forgot about that. Well played, Arrowver.
Psychic.
Pestilential Fallout is a
It's gonna
passive ability on the
shoot.
Malignant Playcaster. That means if they
But,
cast it on a 7 or more,
this
they just do a
contemptor
mortal wound to
is
people around them.
too
It's pretty
tanky.
sweet.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually pretty nasty on occasion. They cast 2 spells and just do 2 extra mortal wounds. One is a smite, and then they do 4 mortal wounds in one turn. So
Yep.
pretty
Yep.
scary.
Now, how much CP have you got left? 0 CP on Erebor right now.
Yeah, I think he used his last one for... I don't actually know what he used it for.
Maybe re-rolling a smite.
Yeah, maybe. That could have made sense.
2 models and
6
Six
saves.
saves.
Each one of these is 2 damage, though.
Yep, if he fails them all.
Oh!
I guess that's what.
That kills
Oh.
one, hurts one, and then
Kills one.
mortals the other one to death.
Kills, yep, that's the squad.
While we
Yeah.
stand, we fight. Reduced by 5 points. If that exists, I'll go ahead and update the score.
Contemptor here.
Yep.
All things will go into the big units.
So he's now down to 88 points by what we believe.
Yeah. So this could be while we stand, we fight, as far as we know. But that would leave the
assume.
scores like this.
Nothing else would make sense. So.
Rolling ones, do the Lord of Virulence.
Yeah. If it's not while we stand, we fight, by the way, our war wins this. Because
There's no way
all
it's
the other
anything
ones-
else at this stage. Yeah, I'd agree with you, Pants. But
I mean, if it's something else,
3
he's going to
mortals
score
and
0.
8 saves
So,
at minus
you know.
8 saves
If
at
it-
-1 and 3 mortals. That's a problem.
Okay, so got a wounded Terminator. Gonna take 2 at a time because it's just 1 damage.
Sure.
2 ups.
Alright.
2 ups. 2 ups. Takes
Oh!
1. 6 up on the pain. Takes 1. 2 ups. And 2 ups.
Yeah. Plus the
Okay,
3
do
mortal
1
wounds.
so far, and then 6 ups. Feel no pains. That will kill him and do damage to something else.
So this leaves the Ravenwing Talonmaster outside of 3 inches of a unit,
It
which means that the
does.
Talonmaster is potentially DACA-able. There is still a Plague Burst Crawler to shoot. It can see the Talonmaster.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Wow. Yeah,
it's
that is true.
potentially there.
Yeah, he could shoot the
Plague
Talonmaster.
Burst
So,
is term-
well, yeah, if he kills both the Terminators
Everything.
and the Talonmaster, he wins the game.
Actually, let's do Flamers first because that would make more sense. Out.
He still has
So
to
let's
kill
do,
both of these for it to work.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's got a Foul Blight Spawn and the Lord of Virulence within range. It's possible.
Yeah.
He just declared the PBC into the Terminates.
Oh,
Yeah,
well.
sad face.
But he has to kill both.
Good.
Like, so it
So
makes
one
sense,
shot,
right?
it
He does
wounds.
wound at -3.
Needs a 4 up here. Nope. That's a
If
flat.
he misses, it becomes 1.
Some damage.
6 up, feel no pain.
Ah!
Okay, Lord of Villains, fine.
He's trying so hard.
Yeah, I don't think he has enough. It's only one
Well,
play burst. After
If this is within 3 inches of this, I'd be impressed.
What it?
The Ravenwing Talonmaster into the
Wounds
blue
at
Assault Terminators.
82.
If that's
Yeah.
within 3 inches of each other, I'd be impressed.
Yeah, I don't think that's reached.
Yeah,
That's
it's-
probably very unlikely.
What gives it the extra AP?
Himself.
Contagion and -1 natural.
Right. I keep forgetting your contagion bonus isn't limited to gold.
A little bit of lag spike here.
Okay, you reduce your toughness by 1, I wound you on force.
Yeah, yeah.
It's gonna be real hard
So
for Arrow.
Hitting on 4 up then.
Oh my god. Ah, there we go.
6.
No.
1 damage.
Nope. That
He's
kills him.
dead. Alright, so that leaves the Talonmaster out in the
Yeah,
open.
fine.
Let's see if Arrow ever
That's
notices
fine.
the potential opportunity
It's
here.
fine.
Because that's another while we stand, we fight just gone.
So,
Yep.
There's the 1 Plague Burst. So he's going to put it into the Terminator.
No, he did not notice it.
mortal.
That's okay.
Yeah.
He's going for the mortal wound strat though, for reasons.
Or hit.
Sounds pretty defeated. to be
PBC's
honest.
doing the damage it
Full
needs
wounds that
to
much.
though. It just needs to get through all the armor saves.
Yeah.
And at -2, it's gonna put
Alright,
these on saving
well.
on 3s.
6 up. Nope. Takes 1. 4 up. Nope. 6. Takes 1. 4 up. Yep. And 4 up. And 6 up. Nope. That'll kill.
Alright,
That must
so
have been
he
the
did
heavy
get one.
slugger.
Yeah.
No, that kills 2. No, it kills 1. What? I'm confused. What's
Okay,
shooting now?
he's-
That was just a slugger.
Ah!
He's gonna do the.
Entropy cannons! Pew
Entropy
pew!
hit.
No! It wounds though.
Wound,
Needs a
-1.
4.
Alright.
4 up.
Okay, easy for you. So these Terminators are fearless. They cannot fail morale, which means that like all this shooting feels kind of strange.
Yeah, I mean, he had one way to win. He had to kill both the while we stand targets here. All three.
Well, all
actually.
three would have been ideal. Yeah.
Yeah,
It
he
would've
had
been the
to
only
kill
way
all
to do it.
three. So, you know, he went for it.
Shooting, charges.
Charges now.
See, 'cause
There's still a
here's
chance.
what-
The Lord of
what-
Virulence
he
does
might
have a
assassin.
power fist.
So it's like.
Yeah. If he had counted out the points, he would know he needs to kill both. Maybe he thinks he only needs to kill one more.
Maybe, yeah.
So then that's why, because you know, imagine if he shoots the Playboy's Crawler into the Talonmaster, kills it, and then charges and kills the Terminator.
Ever worrying about the possibility of
And then-
assassinate? Yeah, that's a good
Yeah,
point.
exactly. So then that becomes one, and then.
However,
no,
even
we
if
would
he
know,
tosses
right?
if he is worrying about assassinate,
Then,
one
you know,
character
like,
is going to make the
yeah,
difference between a
equals.
win or a loss. It
Yeah,
would require the
well,
Dark Angels to
that's,
kill
turn-
all of the characters this
I
turn
got
for it to
free
make a big
frame
difference.
free
Yeah,
frame
because he hasn't killed any yet, so it could technically be assassinate. But like if it's assassinate,
15?
then
If it's assassinate, then
That-
Curie really did not do his
game.
homework.
yeah, that would just mean
It would mean that Curie was already losing.
yeah, it would mean
what
that
was
Curie
your
made a
history
really
set
big
here?
mistake.
He's thinking twice about charging.
To reveal what
Yeah,
my
but
history objective was.
the thing is, in a situation like this, on one end, one Lord of Virulence is probably not going to change the game if he charges or not. The chances of this Lord of Virulence landing with all of those
Hey,
weapon
that's
skill to -1 to hit, power fist attacks, and then
Oh,
actually
how come
killing
I
these
pulled
things
Terminator?
is
Oh, okay.
slim
Alright,
with the Plague
so-
Claw.
Oh, he didn't charge. Okay, so this is the end then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh,
88.
So it
Yeah.
was while we stand we
Two
fight for a
Terminator
total of
squads
10
and
points by the end of it for 88 to 84.
Oh, right, got you. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is why I had 2 attack bike squads that are only 155 points with the heavy bolter instead of 3 multi-meltas.
Yep.
Mhm,
Well,
mhm.
that's a
That's
game.
nice.
I'm
Yep.
glad that we were correct
great,
about
yeah.
most of the stats.
Really stressful.
Yeah. Honestly, a lot closer than I thought it would be though. Yeah, I think both players made some mistakes. Like it always happens.
Yeah.
I think Battleground was a like
So did you? Yeah.
It was a weird
Kinda-
one, but like, what
comment
else do you
is that
pick
I
against
think
these
you played
lists?
a little too
true,
defensively.
true.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, there weren't really very
Because
many
it made
good
you
ones.
struggle to
be
get
honest.
shots on this backfield objective.
I think
You'd have
if he
even
fell
one
back with
more,
the
like a
Terminators, he would have had
temporary
another 5
defeat.
points, right? It's just kind of weird.
Yeah. Well, not necessarily. If those Terminators had fallen back,
By 1 point. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
like, they
also-
probably still would have
If
died
you-
to shooting.
If you had done
which is
just a
what
little
happened,
bit more
but-
damage and your Lord of Virulence had been able to finish off those
But they
Terminators,
lost they
then
lost
you would've,
1 to
again,
fighting
one
in the
more.
early, so he would have had one more, right?
but since he only has 5 attacks and doing 1 damage each, he cannot kill the
Yeah,
Terminators.
yeah. There's like nothing, and then like I guess the post workers could have gone in, but again they.
Yeah, you may
So
have killed them.
here's the thing: you could have had
Yeah.
assassinate.
So victory
you know,
for Curie.
so-
yeah.
Really solid game.
Kinda
It was well played. He really used that. I almost want to say
A little bit
abused,
risky.
but it's not
Maybe
the
I
right
should-
word, even though I agree with it. He used the power of the Dark Angels to just score automatic 30 points. He should have anyway. He
Mhm.
scored.
There was a
He only
chance.
scored
There was an
25.
opportunity to remove
Yeah, I
that
fully expected you
ability
to throw
and to
everything Terminators, 'cause I
nerf
figured
Stubborn
that you
Defiance,
figured
do a
out
bunch of
that I
other
had
stuff.
fully
But
stand.
yeah.
that was I should have done.
Hey
that.
boys.
Yeah, I'm just-
Really solid.
Hey, River. Hey, Slowwolf.
Hey Gary. Hey Robert. So that was a game. That was a really good game, actually. Turns out really close. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and get started with a couple questions. First off, Curie, congratulations for taking the W on this one. That looked a little bit closer than it was initially. Why out of all the secondaries to hide, did you feel the need to hide while we stand we fight? What was the decision-making process there?
Well, because as soon as you score the objective, you have to reveal it,
Right.
which means, and I figured this was a reasonably safe while we stand for 10 points. Almost wasn't, because he almost finished off that last.
Yeah, he almost finished off the
keep
last
at
unit
least
there.
2 of those squads alive for 10 points.
Okay. Curie's currently cutting out a little bit. So let's go to you for a second, Erever. Erever, really well played. Considering all things, you know, were going the way that they were going, you played really well and really hung out in there and almost took it. By almost eliminating the while we stand we fights, we were in a good position. Although I couldn't measure it, there seemed to be a couple of opportunities that seemed to slip through, but overall, things went really well, considering the list that you were up against. How did you feel going into this match, and did it kind of live up to your expectations?
So like when we got the mission, I knew it was going to be like really rough, because he goes down like one flank and I go down another, and he's a little bit quicker than me on the sort of like uptake there. So he was able to like max primary turn 1, which I was like not going to be able to do with my army, and I thought that's fine because I can play from behind as Deathguard, because your game is literally turn 3, turn 4, turn 5 as this army. So I was just knew I'd be on the back foot. Like I thought the secondary choices from both of us were like really good as well. Like and there was a couple of like little errors. Like needed to charge the attack bikes over here on turn 2, and then I remembered that if he has a strat to like fall back after he's hit. So I wanted to charge the Death Shroud as well, but he had CP for interrupt, so no matter where I strike, like he interrupts with the bikes and pulls them back. So
that explains why he didn't charge with the Death Shroud the turn they came down. I didn't even think about the interrupt. Yeah. Good one.
So they were just hanging out. They were getting me points for engage. So yeah. You know, there's no issue there. I'm getting used to like a lot more of using like Flash Outbreak. So that worked really well this game. Just an extra little AP in there on the map.
For sure. The Mortal Wounds also did a lot of work on the Terminators that showed up and allowed you to take this southern objective a lot earlier than you would have been able to otherwise, which was like vital. If you didn't take that, that would have been the end of the game for sure.
Yeah.
Especially that situation where there's the one Terminator left on one wound. That was tense.
See, if he'd have lost another Terminator here, I'd have charged with everything and tried to just get lucky, because I was like 90% certain that he had while we stand. But I was also like, does he have Assassinate as well? So I was like, I can probably, because it's 2, it's really old. Because if I charge like my Lord of Rolandson, or like I'm like Malignant Platecaster, and like these Poxwalkers say, he can. You know, so it was kind of like, does he have that? Maybe. In the back of my mind. So yeah, that was like my reasoning there. Plus, the Lord of Realms doesn't really fight too well, and the Malignant Platecaster fight's okay, but you know, it was kind of one of those. I had no more like resources over here to really fight with.
So there was one other moment that I felt like, 2 other moments that we felt were kind of like a clutch moment from you that made that might have changed the game had they been different. There was that fight after you had killed the Assault Terminator down on that southern objective in the middle.
I think like too many people are talking because I've got like millions of microphones.
Oh, are you talking to us right now on Discord?
I mean, if it's easier, we can just go into like a Discord room.
That works for me too. That works for me too.
Yeah, let's hop over to Discord. The game is starting to stutter really badly.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. So
hop into a room of some kind. Where is the correct room? There it is. I think.
Okay, that's much better.
Okay. So, by the way, to answer a question from earlier, people were telling me, like Curie texted me the, what was the final objective? I didn't want to put it up on stream because I felt that was more interesting. But yeah, if you're wondering exactly how Curie kept honest with the final objective, that's how he did it. You can use a card and do all that stuff. So, Erever, there was another moment where, like 2 moments where we felt that there were some missed opportunities. One, you killed the Assault Terminator on the southern objective. Great work. But then it felt like you didn't use your 3 inches of consolidation movement at all.
Sorry, where was this?
Turn 2 or 3 on the objective where your Relic Contemptor Dreadnought and the 2 yellow Deathstrap champions. There's that 1 wound Assault Terminator that you killed on Curie's turn. and then you could have had a 3-inch consolidate. The subsequent extra movement might have been enough to get the Poxwalkers onto this back objective to ruin the stubborn defense.
All right, so there was the problem with that was that he cast the power making these guys not obsec.
Yep.
So if I move them here, like right away, he could potentially literally just kill the squad on the back, and these guys aren't obsec, so he holds it anyway, and then I just lose some Poxwalkers, and I didn't really have the CP for
mortal wounds.
Yeah, at that stage, yeah. Or bringing guys back, yeah.
That makes sense. We were saying on the casting team that it might have been a good idea to do it anyway, just to wreck Stubborn Defiance's streak. But yeah, no, that makes sense. That's a good idea. That's a good point. The second one, and I'm not sure about this one because we couldn't measure, but there was a moment where there was one Terminator currently in here. I'll see if I can't at least ping it by changing my color to yellow. Why not?
Sure.
Okay, so there was a minute where there was a Terminator right there. But from there to here, that is way more than 3 inches, which left the Talonmaster actually out in the open. The Talonmaster could have been seen by the Plague Burst Crawler, and that would have been the third While We Stand We Fight.
Yeah, I didn't spot that, I'll admit.
Okay,
yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah. All right. But that was a potential opportunity, though not necessarily a great one. It would have been another 5 points. Okay, but past that, I really enjoyed your play. It was really top notch. How did you feel about your While We Stand We Fight overall? It worked. Obviously, got the 15 points. But...
I think the deployment slows down both our armies.
Yeah.
And then we just make these hammer blows against each other, because his Terminator is super scary, my Terminator is super scary. So once he engaged these Poxwalkers, I knew that he'd never kill the unit.
Yep.
So I was okay, so now I'm free to swing here. This becomes really good. I also thought he was going to bring the characters in here as well to help mop up. So that's why I put -2 charge onto this unit. His Terminator is only a 3, but it was more for all the characters at the back to make sure that they didn't get in. Once I sort of spotted that.
All right, everybody should be able to talk now.
Now we can talk. There we go. Yeah. Did you guys have fun in your 2v2 chat or 1v1? Sorry, chat.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Okay, so yeah, no, that's all good. Curie, going into this match, you seem to have been favored by the casting team pretty heavily in some respects. How did you feel going into the match, and how do you feel coming out of it now? Did everything go according to plan, or were there a couple of hiccups that you weren't expecting?
Things went mostly according to plan. As soon as he deep struck the 4 Death Shrouds, I knew I had to be really careful with that backfield objective. That's why. So normally when I combat squad the one squad of Terminators, I'll mix up Storm Shields and Lightning Claws for a mix of durability and damage.
Yeah.
This time I decided, nope, he's got a squad of Death Shroud and Deep Strike. Well, they just need to sit there with Thunderhammers and Storm Shields and just soak it up. And it worked. Got me the Stubborn Defiance that I needed to. It kept those guys occupied, and it almost killed them too, because he had to fall back in the end because he was worried about actually dying to them on that last swing.
Yeah.
I have a question, by the way. While we're on Curie, so remember the attack bikes that you sent up to RO's the objective RO is holding right now with 2 yellow Terminators? I can't ping, so
yeah, the turn 2 where I moved them up and then gave them an easy charge.
Yeah, I gave him an easy charge, an extra 5-inch movement, and
so yeah, that was me thinking I might be able to kill a Contemptor if I got lucky, because I needed to kill a Contemptor because they shit out mortal wounds onto my Terminators.
Just a little bit,
and it just bounced. So from that perspective, it was a mistake. It gave them free movement. The bikes died. They could have been used for screening or for other things.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that was probably my biggest mistake of the game, because it really got those Terminators into a better spot and gave the Poxwalkers as well. Because if it had just been the Terminators back there, he would have just charged the Poxwalkers in, and it would have been easier to clean that up with the bikes afterwards, because the bikes would have been able to shoot them.
For sure.
Makes sense.
Just being dead.
Yeah, for sure.
But back to the original question, I was really concerned about this matchup. He has a lot of really durable units. He has the 50 Poxwalkers that I really don't have the answer to in this list. Like, I can clean some Poxwalkers up, but then he brings them back with the strat the first time, giving him free movement. That was why I didn't shoot at them turn 1, because I didn't want to give you any of that free movement. I wanted to guaranteed get that 15 on my first turn. But yeah, like, the melee side of things really scares me. And it definitely showed. His Death Shroud, when they got in, picked up whatever they wanted to go at, with the one exception, my Deathwing Terminators back here, because when you don't have character support for Death Shroud, they're good, but they're not nearly as good.
Yeah.
Like, when you can stack Arch Contaminator and Mortal Wounds on them, it becomes so easy for them to pick things up.
Yeah. Faith was complaining every once in a while and griping about Custodians not being able to pull off that same stuff.
80 points, the same unit, but objectively worse,
See? He's doing it again!
Straight up worse, 30 points more.
You have 4 wounds, not 3 wounds.
Yeah, but no -1 damage, which means it's worse. I'd rather have 3 wounds -1 damage instead of 4 wounds. It's literally worse. Like, it's guaranteed worse. They're worse in every way.
Yeah, but you can also turn off rerolls and ignore AP1 too.
Yeah, for 4 CP. 3 CP.
But yeah, no, like, overall the game went pretty well. I got really worried on that. Yeah, I got really worried that last turn that he was going to be able to pick up that unit of Terminators, and I had mathed it out that he was going to be getting 31 points on his last turn. I actually forgot about the holding the back, so I was like, oh no, that's actually 33 points he's going to be getting on his last turn, because I knew that he was going to have While We Stands. I knew he was going to score 15 because I couldn't stop either of those.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it was just a matter of playing it out and really hoping that my saves were average or slightly above average on the last Terminator squad. And with that, I knew that it was going to be a 4-point win.
Yeah. It would have been
if they had died, it would have been a 1-point loss, and I would have been upset, but I would have also been happy that the game went mostly how I had expected it to.
Yeah, but also, like, a 1-point loss is by no means anything to be, like, super sad about. That is an incredibly close game that comes down to,
especially
like,
going into what is one of my harder matchups, and especially considering you picked up my Whirlwind turn 1.
That was insanity!
Yeah,
6 hits, 6 wounds. I'm sorry, R4. You have nothing to complain about dice for the rest of the tournament.
Pretty much, yeah. There's, like, we were telling the chat, there is no reasonable world in which the Plague Burst Crawler should kill this Whirlwind. 2 seconds later, well, it just bombed the Whirlwind into nothing.
It had to die because the blast could have been like a problem for like the big units. So
for sure. The
do what you can kill always. Like everything else, I only know 4s and all the rest of it, and then I've got like the free damage, like. And it is free damage against that, so it's like, yeah, that's worth it, like, to play burst into it. But I only needed 1, which was insane. Like, yeah, like, I just looking, weirdly, like, I think I could have actually taken. I was debating taking Grandin down, and I think I would have scored maybe 12 points on it, like, throughout the game. Like, I think I killed more.
Yeah. You probably would have. You would have scored 9.
Weirdly, I haven't actually. I don't think, other than that one Plague Burst Crawler, I haven't lost a unit. Like,
I do think that just kind of points out the Dark Angels thing, though. Like, he scores 30 points by doing nothing, which is the thing that we spent most of the stream just talking about that. The fact that
there was a good chunk of the stream
there is a points investment, and there is a huge risk, because if it gets interrupted, it's game over.
Yeah, okay. Like, people need to learn to play around it, but it is.
I mean, because Erebor nearly did interrupt it, and if either of my casts of turn off Obsec on the Poxwalkers had failed, then instantly it's over, and that's why my focus was always. I mean, one, it's kind of nice when you roll a 12 because it can't be denied.
that was a good roll.
I played with Crawler, look at that. Like, I was like, I need this deny, so like my my playcaster's positioning like every turn as like so key. I don't normally like having him like that, but it's like my 1 deny, and I had to make sure. And then he rolls a 12, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
Well, then poop.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was. I can make this argument all day. I think that stratagem is that secondary is. It shouldn't be possible to stop it, so it doesn't matter that that isn't good if it gets stopped, because you can just turn up Obsec and you can just put your army on top of it, and then.
Well, that requires a lot of support. Like, in all fairness, yes, Stubborn Defiance is very, very, very strong. I would say it's overpowered, but there is obviously some counterplay that Erever was trying to do, and it almost worked. It almost worked.
But I think that has more to do with other things than the strategy. Because imagine if he put his Terminators on the other side, then he doesn't stop it, right? You know. Anyway, not the point. The point. I have a next question for Arbor. Why did you deploy so incredibly defensively with your Poxwalkers? That's what I was wondering.
Because there's no reason for me to like. So he's actually got like pretty good shooting turn 1 if I let him have it. Because he's actually got. Yeah, because he's got boulders on the attack bike, and he's got the Master as well.
Okay, the attack bike.
Me giving him like shots into the unit, like turn 1. Like they're actually the Poxwalkers are actually surprisingly fast because of their walk again. So it was a case of waiting out until like the attack bike were sort of dealt with, which is like 50% of his like small shooting gone, and at that point I can start to like move up the board and do the things like much more efficiently.
That makes sense.
Because they are fragile. They're still only like T4 6 up feeling pain at the end of the day.
They are, yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, a close game. Honestly, most of us were talking about how it was going to be really like fairly one-sided towards Dark Angels after turn 1 and 2.
I believe.
Somehow, yeah, it was mainly me and EDT who were talking about that because like we knew he had we stand we fight, like, you know, the moment he didn't score domination or anything. It's the only one that really made sense. So we were just sitting there like, yeah, he's gonna get 30 points for that if he just plays defensive with his Terminators. It didn't end up happening, but I feel like it could have. And we didn't expect you to score so many vital ground either. But yeah, it was a really good game, to be honest.
The reason I took it is because I knew like I can take one flank, and I expected him to take the other. Like neither of us want to like have this massive brawl with like everything on one objective, because it just gets super messy, and we're like stats wise we're even in terms of like damage output. So it literally comes down to who rolls better. That's what that fight happens, and whoever does that like wins the game. Exactly. So I knew I could like just, and then I saw the map layout, and I knew he was gonna like put his Terminators here, and I was gonna put like my Terminators here. So they were probably like never gonna meet like throughout the game. So it's like I can just get 2 off this, and I've got my play for like the back objective. Like if I'd got that a turn earlier, like that would have been like amazing. But unfortunately, these guys kind of whiffed like against the Terminators here. Yeah. Which was unfortunate, but hey, it happened, you know. But yeah, I'm actually really not taking Grind Them Down now that I think about it. Like I probably would have maxed.
Well, that would have been a hard call to make anyway. Sorry, EDT. I'm gonna up your volume again because you were making some sound that was really weird at first.
I meant instead of Vital Ground, like so.
It's in the same category as While We Stand, so that's why.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, and While We Stand, like I understand why you went for While We Stand. I can definitely see going for Grind Them Down over it if you're going up against a different list. But against Dark Angels, it's a tough call to make, isn't it? Like, they are very durable. Guaranteeing that you're going to kill more than them is, even as your list, not always an easy call.
Yeah, it was super difficult to pick into. Like, there was nothing that was... And then, there was no way I could do my usual, like, 3 objectives combo of, like, banners and Spread the Sickness. Which is, like, really like good, like for a Deathguard. So it just nets you a ton of points, like 12 on each, like easy.
Yeah, we were talking about domination over engage, but given that you weren't willing to commit to both sides, it makes sense that you're stuck with engage.
Yeah.
Engage was fine because I was always like Curie was saying, I wanted him to like have to keep a unit of Terminators back. So I was like, if I deep strike like a unit, it forces him to do that. He can't just like leave like 5 tactical units back there.
Yeah,
you know, they'll just die in an instant. So
yeah, I mean, even against your mortars, I know better than to just leave one back there, because you dedicate 2 mortars into them and they just die.
Yeah, eventually, which is a big problem. So good on you
Curie,
for predicting
you didn't
shields.
You didn't have 10 points to go to intercessors?
No, I didn't.
I could tell.
I had 5 points that I put into a teleport homer that I could have upgraded them to assault intercessors, but I prefer the teleport homer for the shenanigans.
Yeah, definitely.
Which unit had the teleport homer, actually?
The assault terminators.
So that would be these guys here. So question. I mean, I know you kept them around so that way they could screen your characters and everything, but at a certain point, most of you, like after your 5th turn, your characters, with the exception of the Talon Master, are useless. Would it have been possible to teleport them back, or were they counted as destroyed because they wouldn't have been able to deploy? Never mind. I just answered my own question. Forget it. There was no way to teleport them before turn 5 without them losing their effectiveness.
I love the chaplain's adventure in this game. He moved him here one turn. It's like
it was a big turn for it too, because it stopped you from having like any chance of really taking that objective back, even if you rolled high, because it would have been able to heroically intervene, do a bunch of nonsense.
I also remember
exactly
one more
why
thing.
he went back there for that one turn, because it was just like, nope, I'm just gonna say back off for one more turn because I need at least 10 on stubborn.
Yeah.
So another thing, the assault terminators, when you charged the poxwalkers here, you rolled an 11 on the charge, and I mean, even if you didn't, you had +2 to charge, right?
No, I didn't. I -2 to his charge here
Because of the inexorable, yeah. So you had a 9-inch charge then. Canticle of...
So...
I know what you're going to ask. You're going to ask why I didn't go to his home objective.
Yeah, why didn't you go to his home objective?
I think I know the answer to this,
I measured it out, and I couldn't get enough bodies to take the objective from him.
Okay.
Really?
That's what I thought it was.
How could you not do that?
Because I needed to continue screening my characters.
But I don't feel like you should have, though. I feel like it would have been more worth it.
Okay, well... okay,
So here's the thing.
Yeah, Curie, go for it.
You saw they got protected for one turn by going into the poxwalkers that couldn't fall back, and then 7 of them got picked up in the next round of shooting, with 1 Plague Burst Color being out of the equation.
Yeah,
he has inexorable, which means that he can still shoot into combat at full profile with the Volkites.
But you didn't need to tag the Contemptor, is what I'm saying. You could have, because you can move anywhere you want with the charge. Again, I don't have color, so I can't show you what I'm trying to say, but you could literally
so
have...
the thing is that 9 inches would have gotten me to here.
Okay, and then you can pile in this way.
Yeah, so then I can pile in, but I would not have been able to get... Because he had 6 models on the objective. I would have needed to get 6 to contest.
If you'd have done that before, the big squad of Terminators that I had here would have just gone here.
Yeah.
And that was the other thing, is that he had 2 squads of Terminators that could very easily then counter-charge me.
Yeah.
I wanted to keep distance from his Death Shrouds while just protecting the brick of Terminators from a round of shooting.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And I can agree with that choice. I think that was a good choice. I know
the
that
coming
Faith
in
was
behind kind of messed with my plan because it meant I couldn't fully pile in and wipe the Poxwalkers on the next round of combat.
So happy with that. I was just like, I've done a thing. Tactical thing.
No, really well done, Erever. That was a huge play. That was a really big play.
Yeah.
So I've learned that always be charging. So I should have just charged those turns. Like turn 5.
always do your due diligence and always be ABCs.
Yeah. Maybe we killed them, but I don't think so. Like,
no.
On average, I don't think so. Like, literally, like 10 Poxwalkers, a Malignant Playcaster, a load of villains, and a Plague Burst Crawler. You probably have like 1 guy left on 1 week after all access.
Yeah.
Yeah. What could have sealed the deal though was like, and this was just like dice being dice, was like, and I don't like blaming dice, but this was actually quite funny. Foul Blightspawn with Pathogen for reroll hits. Got a 1 and then rolled it into a 1.
Yeah, that was kind of sad. I could have done a lot more, to be fair.
But yeah.
Okay, so I asked the chat for questions, and we haven't really gotten very many. It seems like we've been fairly thorough. I'm gonna go ahead and ask the fluff questions then at this point. Curie, I'm gonna go ahead and ask you first. Who do you think was your who do you think was Erever's MVP in your question, in your opinion?
Tallyman?
Yeah.
Explain!
Just bloody exploding 6s on Contemptors. Oh, that is not a fun interaction.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, and then what would you say was the model that you wish would try harder next time in your army?
Well, I mean, Ezekiel couldn't have been such. It could have been a bit less of a chump and actually killed 2 Death Shroud instead of just 1. But he rolled really well in his psychic test, so I can't exactly say that.
Yeah, I would have said he was your MVP. But like anyway, that's not. The
but
question.
in terms of do better, definitely the chaplain. Him failing 3 of his rolls when he should only fail 1 statistically through a course of a game was just like it didn't change the game, but it was more of it changed how I played with him.
Yeah, that makes sense. How about you, Erever? Who do you think was Curie's MVP over the course of the game?
This Talonmaster was actually like a weapon. Like on turn 3, shooting as this yellow squad behind here, he like killed 2 of them. Like,
yeah, that was really strong.
By himself, and I was like, right, so that because they're while we stand, so I wanted to use that unit aggressively. But I was like, I can't like now. Like they're like side benched right now onto that objective, and they're just going to stand there because I can't risk like losing them.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, that shooting really hurt. Like, and it's like, yeah, ignore cover, and I'm like, and I always hit on 2s, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah. And then I was like, oh, okay, and then my saves like were garbage. So yeah.
And who do you think needs to go to the gym in your army? Which model needs to go to the gym?
I would use Putrefier because his like he got like nowhere to like turn off auras, which was kind of sad. But yeah, I think my positioning with him, I should have just had, if I'd have had him like just like round here,
yeah,
this side of the map, and just sort of like left him here. So when the Terminators like came in here, and I just pop him like here and turn off like a Puffer Curie, I think one of the Canonical Snore as well. Okay. And yeah, so I think like maybe I should have just like had him like skirting this wall. So what really scared me though, and Curie was a really good sport and mentioned this, is the fact that his like turn off aura thing works on the bodyguard rule. Oh. So I was like, oh shit, I need to be like super careful with like all my characters like early on and make sure I've got like multiple units like Death Shroud around. So
damn. Okay, yeah, that's it. Like that was definitely something that we were talking about earlier on in the game, is the ability to turn off those important auras was an issue. And I was like, yeah, but he's got so many of them. He can only turn off one. Which one do you choose? Yeah, it turns out if you choose that one, it's a big problem. Okay, Curie, is there anything else that you want to say to the chat or that you want to mention before we log off?
No, just that Erever was a really pleasant opponent, and it was a fun game.
And Erever?
Good to you, and best of luck in the next few games.
Oh, yeah, like it was great. Like I've had like one game against like New Dark Eagles, and these armies are like go to toe to toe. Well, you can tell by the score, right? These armies definitely go like toe to toe with each other, and they are both like
probably the 2 strongest armies in the meta right now.
It was a really like great result, and it obviously like shows that new codices in like matter. You know?
Yeah,
for sure.
And yeah, it was a great game. Had a lot of fun, and that's the most important thing, right? You know, you have fun playing Warhammer. So yeah, it was great.
All right, folks, just to keep in mind, Erever is our TO. If you have any questions, you can go ahead and ping him on the Discord for yourself to ask him some questions about the tournament and what's going on. You can also check us out on the TTS Discord as a whole and just start chatting with people. It's a great place to learn how to play the game, get yourself set up, and get yourself going for 40k on this digital table that we call the TTS Tabletop Simulator. Thanks, you two, for allowing us to spectate your game and for scheduling a time that worked for us to be able to watch it. Erever, thank you for helping to organize the tournament. Curie, thank you for being an excellent person to watch every single game that we've watched. And yeah, that's it from us. Thank you everybody so much for watching. We hope that you folks enjoyed yourselves. If you did, be sure to let us know. Hit the follow button if you haven't already, in order to get access to more notifications as to when we go live and to see more of these games. We should be streaming again on Saturday, if I've got all my information correct. With another game coming up, as long as everything is scheduled appropriately. And yeah, that's us here from the TTS 40k Alpha League Season 7, first cast of the season. You should also check out our Patreon. Erever, you know more details about that.
Yeah, sure. I'll bring up Patreon. So this really helps us out. Means we can do more stuff for you all, I guess, is the thing. It goes into a community fund, I believe, as well. I'm just trying to find the link for that right now.
The Pants might be our fastest robot, so he might beat you to the punch.
Yeah.
I'm now declaring a race. Bang, go.
There we go. Got it.
Whoever wins.
Yeah.
It's okay. He only had a 6 to 7 second
microsecond. Yeah, I'd have won if you had called it earlier.
Yeah, I was gonna say like a 6 to 7 second head start. You know, it's nailed it.
But yeah, you can go ahead and support the Patreon. It helps to keep the 40k TTS Discord community growing, and the more it grows, the bigger it gets, and the bigger it gets, the more we can start doing stuff to help to make this experience that much more enjoyable, and for everybody to play in, watch, and participate in as a general whole. We want to make sure that these are fun events where people can get together and talk about their favorite hobby. You know, this hobby that we all share together. All right, with that said, thanks for watching. We hope you folks enjoyed yourselves. Make sure to follow, hit the bell for notifications when these videos go live. It will be available on YouTube and on Twitch to watch as a VOD later on, fairly shortly after this, I imagine. And that's it from us. This has been your casting team. My name's been Slowwolf. Joining me, we had Faith and EDT.
Yeah, thanks for watching.
That's us. It was great casting with you guys.
And
for more of them.
And that's it from us. Thanks again, and we'll see you folks in the next cast. Hopefully Saturday. Stay safe, play well, do your hobbies. Let's just stay healthy, and we love you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye! This stream was produced by the Warhammer 40k TTS community and group, and the stream was produced specifically by myself, Slowwolf. You can go ahead and check me out twitch.tv/Slowwolf if you want to see some more of this. The music used was by Argo Fox over on YouTube, and using their Creative Commons music, specifically the No Copyright Gaming Music playlist, if you want to check it out for yourself. Thanks for watching again, and we'll see you folks next time. Stay safe.